Northern Australia statement from first for the power.
God, seriously, what is on
Christmas Island revenue, part of Australia.
Why are you covering up?
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Give a call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the developing Northern Australia.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker. I rise to make the government's annual statement on developing Northern Australia, and in doing so, I acknowledge the traditional owners of this meeting place, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. I pay respect to First Nations elders, customs and connections to country. I extend this respect to the traditional owners of the lands across Australia and First Nations peoples in the chamber today. I also want to acknowledge former Minister for Indigenous Australians, the Honourable Linda Burney, and her commitment to supporting First Nations ambitions of self-determination. I thank Senator the Honourable Malandiri McCarthy, the current Minister for Indigenous Australians, for her work advancing First Nations outcomes in the North. And I acknowledge the passion and commitment of all members of this place and senators who represent electorates right across Northern Australia. In July, the government strengthened its commitment to the North by appointing my very good friend and the member for Solomon, Luke Gosling OAM, as Special Envoy for Defence, Veterans Affairs and Northern Australia. Luke has always been a great ambassador for the North, and this new role as Special Envoy is official recognition of his tireless work. This year I've had the pleasure of continuing to work with my state and territory ministerial colleagues through the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum. We focused on maximising defence investment outcomes for northern communities, the importance of overseas migration to growing the North's population and meeting workforce and skill needs, and addressing urgent housing needs. I would like to thank current and past members of the Forum. From Queensland, the Honourable Glenn Butcher, and new member, the Honourable Dale Last. From Western Australia, the Honourable Don Punch, and from the Northern Territory, the Honourable Nicole Mannison and the Honourable Eva Lawler, and new member, the Honourable Gerard Maley. My sincere thanks also to our key partners, some of whom have travelled a very long way to be here today. In particular, the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Team, the Cooperative Research Centre for Developing Northern Australia, and all of our other community, industry, government and non-government partners across Northern Australia. Thank you so much for being here today. I would also like to mention another champion of the North, Luke Bowen, who we sadly lost this year. Luke was an industry and community leader. The memorial service held in Darwin in September to honour Luke's life was a great tribute to his legacy. I was honoured to attend. My sincere condolences to Tracy and Luke's family. A strong North means a strong Australia. And we can't build a future made in Australia without a strong North. Mr Speaker, since coming to office, this government is working hard for the North. We are delivering on our promises. Too many Australians who live in the big cities have not experienced the scale and the beauty of our North. Too many Australians are unaware of the challenges faced by northern communities. Challenges presented by out-of-the-ordinary events, but also by the day-to-day challenges of living in regional and remote areas. Equally, many Australians are unaware of the North's extraordinary opportunities and its contributions to the national economy. This government has been working to change that. Northern Australia punches above its weight in terms of economic contributions to this country. Only 5% of Australia's population lives in the North, but the estimated gross regional product for Northern Australia is between 8.5% and 11.5%. This is well above the per capita production across all of Southern Australia. That output is hard won. People in the North work hard, travel long distances, and don't always have the support or infrastructure that people in big cities do. They are true pioneers. At the Developing Northern Australia Conference in August, I announced the Albanese Government's Northern Australia Action Plan. At the core of the action plan is a commitment to adopt practical solutions driven and designed by the communities they are designed to serve. The government has identified 6 policy priorities in the Northern Australia Action Plan, and these are activating the northern economy, supporting infrastructure to unlock growth, creating a safe and secure North, growing the Northern Australia workforce, supporting livable, healthy and resilient communities, and protecting the North's environment and cultural heritage. The Albanese government is delivering on these promises. The action plan points to 178 actions being taken since this government came to office. Actions like maximising the benefits to local communities from our $18 billion investment to enhance the resilience of defence bases in the North. Actions like prioritising local organisations based in the North for competitive grants that are to be delivered in the North. The action plan will be accountable, and next year's annual Northern Australia Statement to Parliament will include the first annual report on the delivery of the Northern Australia Action Plan. The Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility is at the heart of this government's agenda for delivering economic development. The NAIF is funding real, tangible projects in the North that are creating good, skilled jobs and are supercharging the economy. Projects that are improving people's lives. The NAIF has committed over $4.6 billion in investments across the North, supporting more than 20,000 jobs and generating nearly $40 billion in public benefit. NAIF projects range from large-scale critical minerals and energy developments to social infrastructure. And I recently joined the Prime Minister and Minister O'Neill in Cairns to announce Queensland's biggest social and affordable housing project, delivering 490 homes in Warree. It's aimed at older Queenslanders looking to downsize from their current home, which will in turn free up larger homes for families. Improving the prosperity of First Nations Australians in the North is central to the Northern Australian agenda. The strength of the NAIF is its requirement that proponents engage productively with local traditional owners to develop an Indigenous engagement strategy. We have seen over 1,100 of the jobs forecast from NAIF-funded projects filled by First Nations people. Indigenous procurement across NAIF projects has exceeded $87 million. Through initiatives like the new toolkit and guidelines I announced earlier this year, we are committed to increasing those figures. Importantly, the toolkit was developed in consultation with First Nations communities, including members of the Northern Australia Indigenous Reference Group. The IRG's advice has been instrumental in ensuring that the Northern Australia agenda incorporates First Nations perspectives and supports Indigenous outcomes. And I thank the IRG members for the invaluable contributions they have made. Recognising their important work, I've taken the decision to extend the IRG for another 2 years to December 2026 to support the implementation of the Northern Australia Action Plan. The world is transitioning to a net zero economy, and the North is the engine room of Australia's role in that transformation. $840 million in government finance, including $200 million from the NAIF, is being provided for the Arafura Nolans Rare Earths project just outside of Alice Springs. A further $400 million will support the Alpha High Purity Alumina First project near Gladstone, including $200 million from the NAIF. Projects like this will contribute to Australia's clean energy transition, the government's critical mineral strategy, and foster long-term prosperity. The government will offer further support for these job-generating projects in Northern Australia through more than $17 billion in production tax incentives, designed to grow processing of critical minerals and rare earths right here in Australia. As we know, gas will play an important part in supporting the shift to renewables, and Northern Australia is home to all of Australia's large gas export projects. Gas is a transition fuel and is our insurance policy for energy security as we transition to cleaner and greener renewables. The Beetaloo Sub-Basin in the Northern Territory has the potential to join the ranks as a major gas-producing region. While there remains a range of environmental approvals needed before gas production reaches scale, the real opportunity lies in the Beetaloo's potential to diversify and grow economic opportunities for thousands of workers in the Northern Territory. Investment is crucial to unlocking the region's potential. The Cooperative Research Centre for Northern Australia's Cotton Grains Cattle Program is an example of the role research and development plays in building capacity across the North and with key partners like the NAIF. The NAIF's $34 million loan for the Kimberley Cotton Gin project is providing essential infrastructure required for cotton processing, which will help to realise productive broadacre cropping in the Ord. Elsewhere, through the Making Water Work program, the CRCNA is working with government, industry and communities on a co-designed framework for new water infrastructure at Rookwood Weir in central Queensland to improve water security for the region. The government has made housing a priority. We are working to address the unique logistical, cultural and environmental needs for housing in Northern Australia. The Queensland, Western Australia and Northern Territory governments will receive $355 million, $190 million and $55 million respectively this year under the new National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness. And the Australian and Northern Territory governments have committed $4 billion over 10 years to improve housing in remote Northern Territory communities and homelands. We are also supporting the development of the North's airport and port infrastructure. $11.9 million is being invested in airstrips in northern jurisdictions through the Remote Airstrip Upgrade Program. With the support of a $155 million NAIF loan, the North Queensland Airports project will support upgrades at the Cairns and Mackay airports. NAIF loans are also supporting airport upgrades in Darwin, Tennant Creek and Alice Springs, and a loan to Alliance Aviation will enhance Rockhampton's aviation landscape. And in February, we announced that the Port of Broome will be supported for expanded border services, supporting local industries and bolstering trade capacity. And the stunning Cable Beach will get the iconic upgrade it deserves through the Regional Precincts and Partnerships program. The Albanese government committed an additional $888.3 million through the 2024-25 budget for 17 new road projects and 17 existing projects across the North. This includes $132 million for projects along the Great Northern Highway corridor in Western Australia, $115 million for flood resilience projects on major highways, the Industry Roads corridor, and to duplicate Berrimah Road in the Northern Territory, and $68 million for the Cape York corridor in Queensland. The government also remains committed to its $1 billion investment toward sealing the Outback Way, plus over $1 billion toward the Tanami Road and almost $580 million for the Stewart, Victoria and Barkly highways. Another key piece of job-creating infrastructure supported by this government for the North is the Middle Arm precinct in Darwin. This government will provide $1.5 billion in planned equity to support the development of Middle Arm, together with $444 million for regional logistic hubs along key transport links to connect Katherine, Alice Springs and Tennant Creek to Darwin. Our funding will go toward infrastructure that supports industries critical to our commitment to meet net zero. Darwin is one of the few capital cities that does not have a significant industrial precinct. Middle Arm is about changing that and trying to take advantage of the energy future that is needed for this country and about bringing that advantage to the Northern Territory. It will provide the people of the Northern Territory with new jobs and an economic revenue stream that allows them to fund hospitals, schools and services for its people. It is through projects like this that this government is taking the North from strength to strength. Supporting Northern Australia in accessing the skilled workforce required for economic growth is a key priority for the government. People in Northern Australia should be able to access education and training where they live. To support this, the Australian Government is investing $30 million to create opportunities for First Nations peoples in remote Central Australia to access on-country training to deliver local sustainable jobs. We are also supporting the establishment of a new medical school at Charles Darwin University for up to 40 new medical students each year, with $24 million provided over 4 years. Kids living in the North deserve the same opportunity as kids living in the big cities. Under the landmark Better and Fairer Schools Agreement between the Australian and Northern Territory governments, all Northern Territory public schools will be fully funded. Over the next 5 years, the Commonwealth will contribute over $736 million in additional school funding. This is the largest investment in Northern Territory schools from the Australian Government ever. Not only that, every student in the Great North of Western Australia will attend a fully funded school by the first day of school in 2026. This government is investing an additional $785 million and the WA government will invest an equivalent amount to make that happen. And my colleague, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, recently announced that 3 schools in Alice Springs were offered grants under the $18 million Central Australia Boarding Response Fund. Mr. Speaker, when the North does well, Australia does well. The Albanese government is delivering real outcomes for Northern Australia. Working together, we will champion the North into the future, and we will create a fair, sustainable and secure North now and for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, we are building Northern Australia's future, and I'm very confident that the best is yet to come. Thank the House.
I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and deliver this statement on behalf of the Federal Coalition to affirm and highlight the crucial role that Northern Australia has when it comes to the economic prosperity and social fabric of our nation. It's a contribution which is truly immense because Northern Australia is vast, it's diverse, it's a region where there are opportunities for the government to seize which exist now nowhere else. The North comprise 53% of our landmass. Just picture 3/4 of Queensland, half of Western Australia and the whole of the Northern Territory. Looking back, we know that the North has provided so much to our nation's history and to our Australian character. The determination, resilience and bravery of the early explorers and pioneers of the North continues to live on, and we are reminded daily in this place of the legacies and sacrifices of proud Australians such as the Durack family, Ludwig Leichhardt and Edmund Kennedy, and their contributions to the wealth of this country. The Federal Coalition has always recognised the significant place of Northern Australia in forging our country's identity and the importance of securing its future by harnessing its potential for economic development. And I want to take a moment to recognise the members elected to this place who represent the North. They do an incredible job advocating for their people and these communities. Currently, of the 151 members of the House of Representatives and 76 senators, only 12 are based in Northern Australia. When Parliament comes together, these MPs are renowned for speaking up and fighting ferociously for many essential priorities. such as strengthening roads, bridges and transport, protecting our biosecurity frontline and the future of the agricultural industry, securing our water resources, incentivising businesses, mining and tourism investment, delivering stronger infrastructure and defence, building reliable communications, providing affordable insurance, improving life-saving response times from emergency services, and increasing the number of doctors, nurses, allied health professionals and hospital beds. Although many residents in Northern Australia live with these challenges every day, they face them with tenacity and ingenuity. But it is essential that these communities have a federal government that has their back, that they have a government which designs and delivers targeted policies which aim to make this region an even better place to live, work and invest. Indeed, the sense of urgency to support and build the North needs to escalate. Faced with a dynamic geopolitical backdrop, an increasingly hungry world demanding quality food with reliable supply chains, and our allies seeking a secure supply of critical and traditional minerals and rare earths to electrify the world, there's an opportunity which exists at our northern gateway. Proudly, the Federal Coalition demonstrated through our track record in government that we recognise and care about the families and communities, the industries, the businesses, the workers and the incredible economic assets of the North. And rest assured, if elected, the Coalition will again provide the comprehensive framework which creates and fortifies all the opportunities for Northerners to live and work to their fullest potential, so that in turn every Australian can prosper. In government, it was the Coalition who developed the White Paper on Northern Australia, Our North, Our Future, in 2025, which laid out an ambitious vision for a strong future. Born from this White Paper and announced by the Coalition in 2016, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, the NAIF, was a key part of our plan to grow the North by encouraging private sector investment through loan mechanisms for nation-building infrastructure projects to the tune of billions of dollars. And on this front, the Coalition acknowledges that last year this government honoured our existing commitment back from January 2022 to increase the NAIF appropriation from $5 billion up to $7 billion, which has allowed for the ongoing establishment, growth and enhancement of business activity in this part of the country. To date, the NAIF has now financed 33 projects with $4.6 billion in committed loans, which are forecast to provide $39.6 billion in public benefit and over 20,000 jobs. I'd like to recognise the industry-led research conducted by the Cooperative Research Centre on Northern Australia, which de-risked the development of the region by providing business with greater efficiency. Along with contributions of NAIF, this centre improves the competitiveness, productivity and sustainability of the North. I also express thanks to the work of the Indigenous Reference Group for their role in developing Indigenous opportunities and connecting our communities. I acknowledge the Shadow Minister for Northern Australia, Senator McDonald, and her leadership in establishing the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia, and for the inquiries for this committee into a range of vital issues, including the cyclone reinsurance pool, as well as energy, food and water security and workforce development. We're confident that the outcomes of these inquiries will lay further foundations and structures for Northern Australia to continue to grow. It's well known that the North has long proven competitive advantages in agricultural resources, critical minerals, energy, defence, manufacturing and tourism. And that's why we need to capitalise on it now. It's well known that the North has long proven competitive advantages in agricultural resources, critical minerals, and the resource sector is deeply invested in the North, and the returns are generated here, benefit every Australian. The latest ATO corporate tax transparency report shows that Australia's mining industry continues to be the nation's biggest taxpayer, paying $43.1 billion in company tax and $31.5 billion in royalties for 2022-23. These numbers highlight the essential role that mining has in underpinning the strength of our economy and the funding that goes into the essential services that all Australians rely on. In fact, the resource industry has paid more in tax than all other Australian industries combined for the second consecutive year. It should never be forgotten that this goes into our schools, our roads, our aged care facilities, our hospitals and our national security. The taxes and royalties which flow from the northern mining sector benefit every town and every city in Australia. Importantly, our rich geological regions continue to produce traditional minerals, as well as the critical minerals that the entire world is demanding. This same geology that makes the north so abundantly resource-rich has also created a remarkable array of natural tourism attractions. There's no doubt that domestic and international travellers are drawn to the natural beauty of Northern Australia. Each visitor to the Great Barrier Reef in 2023-24 financial year helped support the 60,000 jobs that exist through marine tourism, and this made an invaluable contribution to the $6.3 billion that the reef pumped into the national economy. Meanwhile, visitors to the Northern Territory, who include the Red Centre and Uluru on the itinerary, as well as Kakadu National Park and other awe-inspiring attractions in this part of the country, helped generate a total direct and indirect tourism gross state product of $2.6 billion. In Western Australia, those who've enjoyed the Kimberley or the Pearl history of Broome and the White Sands and Sunset camel rides on Cable Beach have boosted the state's tourism gross state product to $13.2 billion. Despite the enormity of tourism, this is where we need to be reminded that the population who call this vast region home amounts to just 1.4 million people. This is only 5.2% of Australia's total population, living on more than half of our entire landmass. It's a reality which reinforces and reflects how much people in the north punch well above their weight, regardless of the weight of the challenges. Cities like Cairns in far north Queensland can be populated by an extra 30% on any one night by visiting tourists. The additional city infrastructure required to accommodate such major increases in the transient population is considerable, and this is one example of where the federal government needs to consider the billions of dollars that the Great Barrier Reef delivers to the national coffers and reciprocate these benefits by supporting critical infrastructure in places such as Cairns. And by critical infrastructure, I'd like to refer specifically to the Cairns Water Security Project. This is a call for drinking water, a basic human right, which would support local residents, assist with disaster resilience, boost economic development, and above all demonstrate a profound show of government confidence in the north. And let's not undervalue Australia's longest shortcut, the Outback Way. The Outback Way is one of the great Australian road trips as it winds 2,700 kilometres through the heart of the nation from Winton in Queensland in my great electorate via the Red Centre to Western Australia. While the Outback Way is one of Australia's most scenic drives, actual life along the route is less than ideal when it's closed for several months a year due to rain, flooding, potholes, corrugation and basic reduction to dirt. Sealing the final 1,200 kilometres of the Outback Way should be a national priority because it's Australia's third transnational route connecting the east and west coasts. A fully sealed Outback Way will boost our national productivity and GDP by expanding tourism, mining, agriculture and freight efficiencies. It will provide a corridor for commercial investment and access to agricultural markets, allowing suppliers to service remote communities and ensure that product gets into supermarket shelves, helping reduce prices at a time when these Australians are feeling the pain of a nationwide cost of living crisis. Getting this done will also facilitate access to mining projects and critical minerals and provide sustainable outcomes for these communities by creating jobs while boosting health, education, safety, emergency access, closing the gap initiatives and social connectivity. Overall, this transformational project will improve the quality of life for Northern Australians, and it's an important example where the federal government needs to consider the economic input of this region to the bottom line and reinvest in that relationship and boost its ongoing economic growth. Our roads, our rail and our port connections connect the whole nation. They provide essential trade routes, they deliver our food and they have a major role in unlocking and harnessing the true potential of the north. And that's why the Northern Australia Roads Program and the Northern Australia Beef Roads Program must remain as essential links to strengthen the resilience of agriculture supply chains, improve safety, reduce freight costs and strengthen links to markets. Currently, there are 12.5 million beef cattle in Northern Australia. They supply around 90% of Australia's annual live cattle exports, while the industry itself covers about 60% of the North's total land area. Meanwhile, 95% of our sugar, 96% of our banana crop and 92% of our mangoes come from this region. With so much of the regional economy based on agriculture, having an extensive, safe and reliable system of road, rail, port and airport connection to feed ourselves and to export to our trading partners is absolutely critical. Ultimately, Northern Australia is the powerhouse of our economy. It's a treasure chest of resources, it's our food bowl, it's a tourism superpower. It's the home of 3 great universities, James Cook University, Charles Darwin University and Central Queensland University. And through a national security lens, it's our first line of defence from northern approaches and against those ever-evolving biosecurity threats. Importantly, it's worth recognising that with more than 17% of the population in Northern Australia being Indigenous, this region holds a central key in terms of a nationwide effort to effectively close the gap for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. To conclude, Mr Speaker, the Federal Coalition stands in solidarity with Northern Australia, and our commitment to this unique part of our nation is resolute. And with most of the political landscape in the north being proudly held by the Coalition, the seats of Flynn, Maranoa, Capricorn, Dawson, Herbert, Leichhardt and Durack, combined with two of our senators being based in North Queensland and 1 in the Northern Territory, those living here can be assured that a future coalition government will give Northern Australia the voice, the investment and the support that it needs to secure its future. Because on this side of the chamber, we know that a bright future for the North means a bright future for all Australians.
Yeah. Call to the Minister of Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Apologies, I should have done this earlier. I present a copy of my ministerial statement and I move that the House take note of the Minister's statement on developing Northern Australia.
The question is that the House take note of the document. I'll put the question. Those opinions say a debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted? The member for Wannon.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you. I move that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the Minister's statement on developing Northern Australia be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Cybersecurity Bill 2024. Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment, Cybersecurity Bill 2024, and Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment, Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024, and 2. Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024, Customs Amendment, ASEAN-Australia-New Zealand Free Trade Area Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024, and Navigation Amendment Bill 2024 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the time and order of business for this sitting.
Call to the Assistant Minister.
On behalf of the Leader of the House, I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for this sitting and the terms in which it's set out in the notice paper.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator McKim has been appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll give a call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill 2024. This bill responds to this Parliament's inquiry into the 2022 election conducted by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. Each Parliament conducts such an inquiry to both consider the performance of the electoral system and its legislation following an electoral event, and to consider any further changes that might be required to keep our electoral regulations consistent with current behaviours and practices. The bill that was introduced by the government yesterday looks to implement recommendations from that committee's work, which the Assistant Minister referred to as being, quote, multi-partisan, but not multi-partisan in the agreement of the recommendations of that committee and its inquiry. Coalition members of that committee reflected our position when they provided a dissenting report to that committee's work. As Coalition members stated, the Coalition believes that any proposed electoral changes should support our system of fair, open and transparent elections which treat all political participants equally. Our system must encourage political participation that protects freedoms of speech, belief, association and thought. No participant should have fear of retribution for their beliefs or their support. The Coalition believes that those who join or actively support political parties, like those who support civil society movements or not-for-profit organisations, do so on the basis of sincerely held beliefs and a genuine desire to participate in their democratic society. Members of established political parties are not less worthy than those who support other forms of political campaigning, movements or civil society causes. Changes to regulations at federal and state levels of government have increased the regulatory burden on political parties, making it harder for active grassroots participation. This is not a good outcome for democratic participation in Australia. Financially stable political parties with active membership representing the broad political spectrum are important foundations for a healthy democracy. The governing legislation and regulatory framework for political parties should ultimately encourage grassroots participation, not make it harder. This bill looks to implement recommendations 1 to 10 of the Joint Standing Committee's interim report tabled in June 2023. Recommendation 1 proposed to lower the disclosure threshold of donations to $1,000, and this legislation reflects this. As the Coalition stated in the response to the committee's report, we are concerned that there must be a balance between privacy and transparency. We have seen political intimidation by some in the community recently, often on the offices of parliamentarians. Any threshold should not be a discouragement to participation in the electoral system, where there is any fear of intimidation or retribution from publication of the support of political parties or candidates. The Grattan Institute argued for a higher threshold of $5,000, noting this important balance, and stated, quote, "This would protect the privacy of small donors and keep administration costs manageable, while ensuring that all donations big enough to matter are on the public record." Recommendations 4, 5 and 6 of the interim report are also reflected in the legislation. These proposed to introduce donation and expenditure caps to the electoral system. The bill proposes to introduce a cap of $20,000 each year, indexed annually, which will apply to individual donors and entities. On expenditure, the bill proposes to introduce a cap of $90 million for each political party. A cap of $800,000 will apply to expenditure by any party or candidate on any individual electorate. A Senate cap will apply for a state or territory that will be valued at the number of electorates in that jurisdiction. The key concern for Coalition members through the process of the committee's inquiry on this matter was that caps be applied fairly and equitably. The ability to set the caps of donations for the Commonwealth system that has never had this limitation is new ground and may require review. Another important aspect of the government's legislation is that it will capture political entities outside parties and candidates. As Professor George Williams stated on the potential loopholes with caps when he appeared before the Joint Standing Committee, quote, "Unless we actually have a holistic regime, people will set up the equals, whether they be charities, third parties or the like. we need to make sure that they are equally covered with appropriate caps, disclosure and the like. Otherwise, we'll just end up with the electoral fundraising and the fight moving from parties to third parties. We welcome the view of the government that these caps should also apply to significant third parties, associated entities and third parties who will be subject to expenditure caps of $11.25 million annually, with other limits at an electorate, state and territory level. Recommendations 2, 3 and 7 have been implemented through measures to implement faster disclosure timeframes, alter the definition of a gift under the electoral law, and to establish a system of common accounting for Commonwealth campaign accounts. These recommendations were all supported in principle by Coalition members, and we see merit in these as improvements to the current system's integrity. It has taken the government nearly 18 months to bring forward legislation in response to the interim report of Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters into the conduct of the 2022 federal election, and nearly a year to bring forward legislation to address the final report of that committee. The government has had this time to consider and draft the legislation before the Parliament today. And instead of providing the House with time to debate it in the normal manner, it has introduced it in a rush on a Monday for immediate debate on a Tuesday. We will continue to work with the government on this legislation, as there are aspects with which we agree. However, the process for its debate and introduction have not been conducive to considering the wide-ranging impacts on the electoral system or the broader Electoral Act. As such, the opposition will be reserving our final position on this legislation, noting that we have yet to receive advice on some aspects which the government has undertaken to provide.
Order. I thank the honourable member and I call the Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. And I'll call the Minister.
I move that the order of the day number 2, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Migration Amendment Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And we are obviously looking at this bill very closely. We want to make sure that it is assessed and we want to make sure that there won't be any unintended consequences. There is obviously always deep concerns on our side when it comes to anything this government does on migration. They have made a complete and utter mess of migration, whether it comes to the amount of people that have come into this country in the last 2 years, over 1 million people and growing, when we're in the midst of a housing and rental crisis, to what has occurred through the High Court, where the government and the former Immigration Minister failed to be able to defend the right for a government to be able to protect its citizens, and in an agreed statement of fact said when it came to the detainees that were being held by the government after they had committed serious crimes, agreed to a statement of fact which basically said there was no likelihood of them being removed from this country, and gave the game away, which then saw 150 hardened criminals released into the community. That number has grown now to 224 and continues to grow. And we've now had a decision, a further decision in the cascading effect of the government's complete and utter ineptitude and incompetence, which has seen ankle bracelets and curfews being removed from these 224 hardened criminals. Now, we want to help and support the government keep the community safe, because that is their number one duty, and is something they have single-handedly failed to deliver in this term of government. As a matter of fact, they have been so weak and so incompetent when it comes to immigration that we've already seen one minister go, the immigration minister. We've seen one Home Affairs minister go. Now we have one individual trying to do both jobs, Home Affairs and immigration, and the sad reality is nothing has improved. As a matter of fact, things continue to get worse. So while we think that the government needs to act to keep the community safe, we want to make sure that the government for once is actually getting it right, and that's why we will closely examine this bill in a Senate inquiry. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Wannon, and I call the minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And as everyone in this House knows, and knows very keenly, when it comes to customs tariff amendments, we've got to make sure that we have proper discussions on these issues, because when it comes to tariffs in particular, this is something which is dear to my heart, that we as a nation have to be doing everything we can to reduce tariffs globally, because as a trading nation, and a nation which has relied on trading for many, many years, we have to make sure that we get it right, because if we see an increase in protectionism, that will harm Australia. That will harm Australia. And I speak from experience as former Trade Minister who successfully negotiated the UK Free Trade Agreement and the Free Trade Agreement with India. It is incredibly important that we continue to advocate strongly to see that the world doesn't go down a protectionist bent. Now, the sad reality is that is what we are seeing, and in many quarters we're seeing increased protectionism, which isn't in our interests at all. And we've got to be showing by example that we continue to advocate for free trade. Now, the purpose of the Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation Proposal and Other Measures Bill 2024 is to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995, and the amendments are largely administrative, covering notably enhancing productivity, abolishing over 450 nuisance tariffs, setting the general rate of customs duty applicable to tariff headings and subheadings to free, and also support for Ukraine, extending duty-free access for goods imported from Ukraine by 24 months from 4 July 2024 to 3 July 2026, and repeal of spent phasing rates of duty. As the rate applicable to goods classified have been reduced to free, they are considered spent provisions and are therefore no longer relevant and not required. This change will result in the relevant general customs duty rates being set to free. And, Deputy Speaker, I just want to talk for a moment about the key to us continuing to support Ukraine. It's 1,000 days today since that immoral and objectionable invasion by Russia of Ukraine. The suffering that we've seen on the Ukrainian people has been deplorable and despicable at the hands of Russia. There has been senseless loss of life. A country has been partly destroyed because of this immoral act by Russia. The only thing that has kept Ukraine going is its extraordinary fortitude, its extraordinary ability to fight for the freedoms that Russia wants to take away from them. And it has been a lesson for the globe about standing up for tyranny. And I couldn't be prouder of the way that the Ukrainians have fought and fought and fought to protect their sovereignty and to protect their way of life. Now, Australia has played a role in supporting Ukraine, and that is something that we should all be immensely proud of. And we have to make sure that we continue to provide that support, whether it is by providing support to enable Ukraine to export their goods here to Australia, by making sure that we continue to say to Russia that what you have done is morally wrong, and we will make sure we oppose it every single day, and we will make sure that your exports to this country will not be allowed to come here. We have to fight this tyranny, and we have to help support the Ukraine fight this tyranny. And that's why, in particular, this aspect of this bill, which extends the duty-free access for goods imported from Ukraine by a further 24 months, from 4 July to 3 July 2026, is so welcome, and especially when it was a coalition that initially put this measure in place after that heinous act by Russia. So I will leave it there, Deputy Speaker, and I think the Shadow Trade Minister might want to add to my words.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Wannon, and I call the Assistant Minister.
I move the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Customs Amendment, ASEAN-Australia-New Zealand Free Trade Area Second Protocol, Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I rise to support the Customs Amendment, ASEAN-Australia-New Zealand Free Trade Area Second Protocol Implementation and Other Measures Bill 2024. This protocol upgrade, if you like, is modernising the agreement to better align with a digitised world that we now live in. Protocol adjustments are done on a timeline. It's very appropriate that we do this when you do FTAs and you do these agreements every 5 years or so. We look at the agreement and we look how can we modernise the agreement to upgrade it to make sure it's taking into account new technologies and new things that might be happening in the trading world. This agreement is going to mean that the ASEAN is the highest quality. It's eliminated tariffs, Deputy Speaker, on 96% of Australian exports to Southeast Asian markets. And we know, Deputy Speaker, that ASEAN as a bloc, if you like, is going to become, by any measurement, probably the 4th largest trading bloc in the world over the next number of years. That they're our neighbours and in a very exciting part of the world. Upgrades are across several areas to ensure that it retains its relevance to business and adds values to developments across the frameworks, including RCEP, and the RCEP itself was signed by the coalition government in the 15th of November 2020. Was that you, member for Wannon, who did that?
I'm not quite
Not
sure.
quite. Anyway, I'm
I
sure.
can't remember.
Well, you
I
did it.
so
Well,
much,
you did a great job.
I did
You
such
did a great
much,
job.
It's hard to remember.
Through
it
you,
all.
Deputy Speaker, you did a great
Yes,
job. But
I think I did.
yeah, I'm sure you did. Now, the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties completed an inquiry into this agreement in May 2024, and a lot of this bill has come from their recommendations, and they include the upgrade. What they found that the original agreement has not kept pace with new opportunities such as in education, services, investment, mobility, and digital trade. Since this agreement's come into force, the best practice for FTAs has changed because of technological developments in the digital economy, the uptake of e-commerce to facilitate greater e-commerce in the region, enhanced consumer confidence, data transfers, privacy issues, and also to combat fraud. The original agreement also lacked modern FTA outcomes in areas such as environmental protection, competition, government procurement, and labour rights. The upgrade also solves the problem of the current version no longer meeting the consumer and business requirements for a high-quality contemporary FTA. Key Australian stakeholders, including peak industry bodies, saw a requirement for this upgrade and supported the things in this bill. They saw a particular need for streamlined rules of origin processes and updated services and investment outcomes to increase certainty for Australian businesses and investors. They also sought trade facilitation measures for positive trade outcomes such as on competition, sustainable development to be included in the upgrade. The amendments, Deputy Speaker, in this will enter into force 60 days after Australia, New Zealand and at least 4 of the ASEAN members have notified the completion of their domestic processes. We have agreed to this bill as to ensure entry into force of the agreement as soon as possible, so it's desirable so exporters can benefit from the improvements. It's to enable Australia to celebrate this important milestone in our partnership with ASEAN and to support our business and expand regional economic integration. And we, more than anyone, Deputy Speaker, I might just transgress a little bit, we more than anyone understand the importance and the benefit of open and free trade. And it's very appropriate that I speak here with the previous Trade Minister here, the member for Wannon 2, Deputy Speaker. And I just remind the House that, and in fact the member for Wannon was the person who told me this, that when in government, I think from 2013 to 2022, goods and services exported by Australia, Deputy Speaker, went from in the mid-20s, and the deal that I know that the member did with India and the UK, some of the last 2 agreements we did, increased that to almost 80%. Yep. So, our exporters have just, the markets that they had access to at a cheaper, more competitive rate because of the tariffs that were removed, has just given our exporters enormous opportunities from that time. And I actually think it goes to one of the great accomplishments of the coalition government from 13 to 22 in that area of trade. And I think, and I remind the House too, I think we can always, can never, especially remind our city cousins, and I know the member for Wannon is a rural MP as well, remind our city cousins that Australia's exports, where do they come from? The 4 biggest exports from this country are coal, iron ore, gas and food. Now, Deputy Speaker, with all due respect to our city cousins, all that's from the regions. Yeah, it is. All that's from the regions. So the regional Australia is driving the economic outcome of our country right now. For just those 4 alone, let's round them all at roughly 100 billion each. It goes up and down depending on the terms of trade, but that's roughly about 400 billion, just those 4 things alone, of the 650 billion that we exported last year. So regional Australia is certainly punching above its weight in generating the wealth of this country. It's all based on the free trade agreements that we did in government, and it's very important. And it's interesting too, and I often remind people, Deputy Speaker, that when we look at the history of Australia, this wasn't always the case. I mean, we look back to Federation, there were 2 parties, Deputy Speaker, and the Labor Party was around just. We weren't. The Country Party didn't exist until 1920. I don't know, the Liberal Party had sort of more metamorphoses around that. But the 2 major parties in Australian politics in 1901 who had first sat in the federal parliament were the protectionists versus the free traders. And so that's interesting to remind ourselves, Deputy Speaker. And we have some challenges now. I think, I'm old enough to remember things, which may be good or may be bad, I don't know. But, I think for the last 30 or 40 years, really, that the world has embarked on an open trading system, and I think people saw the benefits of trade, and we're really, for the last 30 or 40 years, global trade, in fact, Deputy Speaker, has gone from $6 trillion a year to over $30 trillion a year in the last 20 years. And another figure that's interesting to that, Deputy Speaker, is global poverty as a percentage of the world's population at the same time has gone from 30% of the world's population to 10%. So I always say to social welfare advocates who are arguing for the improvement of people's social and economic outcomes around the world to be free trade advocates, Deputy Speaker, because I think those two are interlinked. And we as Australia, as we opened more up to different countries and economies, like we said with the figures when we were in government, have made us a more open trading economy to our betterment, Deputy Speaker. And I tell you, if anyone wants to see how important regional Australia is to our export capacity and our export performance, I encourage everyone. Are there any Western Australians in here, Deputy Speaker? I don't know if there are. Go, and some airports are saying, but go to Perth Airport at 6 o'clock in the morning, any morning, Deputy Speaker, and look at the people who are filing through the security systems and the baggage systems. They're all high vis, and they all work, all of them, in export industries. It's quite phenomenal to see because there are thousands there every morning. So anyway, Deputy Speaker, always good to get up and talk about trade in this place. Do this with great pleasure and privilege to stand in front of a previous Coalition Trade Minister and do this, but the Coalition is supporting the update in the protocols within this amendment because we are the free trade champions in this place. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour on this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 6, Navigation Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Shadow Minister.
Hear, hear. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I, on behalf of the Federal Coalition, rise to speak on the Navigation Amendment Bill 2024, which we will be supporting. This bill proposes minor modification to the Navigation Act 2012 to implement an amendment to the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea 1974, or SOLAS. In Australia, the Navigation Act 2012 implements our obligations under SOLAS, including regulating international ship and seafarer safety and protecting the marine environment. The IP Code is a mandatory set of regulations aimed at ensuring the safety of personnel who are transported to and from work at offshore facilities. Expansion of the maritime, offshore and energy sectors has created growth in new offshore industrial activities and demand for carriage of industrial personnel to and from offshore facilities. The changes to the Convention were to address a lack of international regulations for cargo ships transporting more than 12 personnel who do not work on board the vessel. The transport of industrial personnel is distinct from conventional passenger carriage as it often involves offshore support vessels operating in challenging and hazardous environments. Consequently, the safe transfer of industrial personnel necessitates specialised skills and control measures that are not typically required in standard passenger operations. The amendments future-proof the descriptions of passenger, seafarer, industrial personnel and industrial personnel vessel by adopting the SOLAS definitions. Additionally, this bill introduces a regulation making power specifically for industrial personnel vessels. This bill gives effect to the SOLAS amendment and ensures Australia's compliance with its international obligations under the Convention and will allow foreign vessels in Australia to rely on the newly established International Code of Safety for ships carrying industrial personnel. On 20 March 2024, the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties resolved that binding treaty action be recommended to give effect to the SOLAS amendment. The Joint Standing Committee on Treaties noted that the government considered the bill is expected to have only minor practical, legal and financial effects on Australia. The government assured the committee that this is because it is rare that an international vessel would carry industrial personnel to an Australian offshore facility and that Australia's current regulatory arrangements on the safety of vessels engaged in offshore operations likely meet, if not exceed, the amendment's effect. As stated at the beginning of my remarks, the Federal Coalition will be supporting this bill and we commend it to the House.
I thank the Honourable Shadow Minister. The question I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour on this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 7, Free TAFE Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And as we know, nothing is free in this world. Nothing is free in this world. Yet, sadly, the government seems to think that if you call something free, then that somehow makes it free. But that goes to the fact that this government knows nothing about how you manage money, goes nothing about how you manage money, in particular in government spending, in a cost of living crisis. Because if you cannot deal with the number one priority facing this nation at the moment, which is that we are facing a cost of living crisis due to the fact that this government cannot get its spending under control, then you sadly are failing the Australian people. What the Australian people are facing at the moment is their gas bills are going up. Their electricity bills are going up. Their rents are going up. When they go to the supermarket, their grocery bills continue to go up and up and up. Yet what we're seeing from this government is scant recognition that people are facing a cost of living crisis. And if the government keeps spending, then what we will see is inflation will continue to be way above that of nearly every one of our major OECD partners, our major G21 partners, and that will mean that interest rates will stay higher for longer. And what does interest rates staying high for longer mean? That means that, sadly, people's cost of living will continue to rise. And, you know, there's this serious question that needs to be answered now, and the government should think about this every single day. And that is, when they look the Australian people in the eye, can they say that the Australian people are better off today than what they were when the Albanese Labor government was elected? No, they cannot. And that is a damning indictment on this government. It's a damning indictment on the failure of this government to be able to deal with inflation, to be able to deal with the cost of living crisis that is facing everyone. Now, all of us understand the need and the ability to be able to deal with skills, education in this nation. And it's incredibly important that we can develop the skills that we need locally so that we can address the skill shortages. And that is what us on this side and the Deputy Leader and our Shadow Minister has articulated this magnificently. That is what, as a nation, that we need to do. And in particular, what we've got to make sure is that when it comes to people undertaking apprenticeships, when it comes to undertaking vocational education, that people not only sign up, but they complete their courses. Because it's all very well encouraging people to say, oh, TAFE's free, but we know that it's actually the taxpayer that's paying for it. And we want you to join up. But if people just join up for the sake of it and then don't complete, and when you've got a Shadow Minister who used to be an immigration minister and who made a complete mess of that and who potentially is just going to do exactly the same in that space, who doesn't have the wherewithal to know that it's not just about people getting in the front door, it's actually about them learning, being educated and being able to address the skill shortages that we face, then this idea that fee-free, i.e. brackets, taxpayer pays, TAFE, won't achieve anything. Now, I know the Shadow Minister has a lot more to say on this, so I will leave it there, Deputy Speaker, and I will enable the Shadow Minister to continue on. But it is incredibly important that the new minister, who was the failed immigration minister, does not make a complete mess of this. And the sad reality is, I think we're on the path to that, because my hell, he left a mess in immigration, and I don't think this government is going to be able to clean it up. I think it's going to require a change of government to do that. But I'll now the Shadow Minister to continue while I've got still some time left.
Order. I thank the honourable member for one. And the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Farrer.
Acting Speaker, and I appreciate the remarks of the member for Wannon, like me, a regional Liberal who understands absolutely the importance of representing our rural and regional communities, and a wide-ranging brief across so many issues, but with complete understanding of the disastrous nature of this government's policy when it comes to skills and training. So yes, I'm delighted to speak on the Free TAFE Bill 2024 and say how disappointed I have been by what we have already uncovered about this bill. Now, I'm going to outline our issues with the bill shortly, but I do want to make it very clear that the Coalition does value TAFE, and we value the students who go to TAFE. It is all about the students. It's time for Labor to stop using TAFE as a shield for their incompetence. That incompetence is writ large in this bill. Can I say that I regard my role as the Shadow Minister for Skills and Training as an enormous privilege. As Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I get to pick my portfolio, and I picked skills because I understand that skills is a critical area of policy for the future of our nation and for the future of our young people. When I finished school, I couldn't think of anything worse than sitting in an office, so I went to my local training provider and pursued a vocational qualification in aviation, and it changed my life. That's why I love skills. There's nothing more motivating than meeting the next generation of workers who are either on the tools, on a work site, in a TAFE, in a school classroom, anywhere. Speaker, I studied at a TAFE in Belconnen to get my pilot's licence, and that training changed my life. So I not only value TAFEs, but I know what it's like to study at them. Now, the Minister may want to try to attack me as anti-TAFE, but as far as I can see, only one of us has actually studied vocational education. So skills policy is personal to me, and that's why I'm so disappointed with what we've seen in this bill. I want to start with what we were told would be in this bill by the Prime Minister. In a media release announcing the free TAFE policy to be enacted by this bill, Anthony Albanese claimed, "The Albanese Labor government will introduce legislation to establish fee-free TAFE as an enduring feature of the National Vocational Education and Training System, funding 100,000 fee-free TAFE places a year from 2027. He backed that in his Building Australia's Future speech when he claimed, "Today, I am proud to announce our government will lock in free TAFE and make it permanent, nationwide. We will legislate to guarantee 100,000 fee-free TAFE places each and every year." Now, I thought this was a big commitment for the government to make. It's a decision to permanently fund a program that has cost the taxpayer around $1 billion over the past 2 years. Making it permanent would be a huge financial commitment. So as soon as the bill was introduced, I went into the official documents and I was shocked by what I saw. Page 3 of the explanatory memorandum of the free TAFE bill states, "There is no financial impact resulting from the free TAFE bill 2024. This means Labor has not allocated any funding to making free TAFE permanent at all. No financial impact." Further, a footnote in the legislation indicates that under Labor, free TAFE courses may not be free for students. So despite Anthony Albanese promising to make free TAFE permanent. Labor's free TAFE bill neither guarantees free TAFE courses will be permanent or free. Speaker, we've uncovered that the Prime Minister has badly misled the Australian people about making free TAFE permanent, because clearly this hasn't been done. The Prime Minister is trying to cash in on TAFE's brand to boost his bad poll numbers. But you can't claim that you're permanently funding 100,000 free TAFE places and refuse to allocate a single dollar. After uncovering Labor's commitment to make TAFE free permanently is unfunded, the Coalition will oppose the free TAFE bill in the Parliament. Australian students deserve better than fake pledges on skills and training. The Coalition will oppose Labor's free TAFE legislation because it is unfunded. It could permanently increase Commonwealth spending by $500 million a year. Permanently commits the Commonwealth to fund free TAFE before it has even reviewed its existing product. Senate estimates confirmed there has been no review conducted into Labor's fee-free TAFE expenditure to date, which totals almost $1 billion from the Commonwealth. Only the Labor Party would seek to legislate a commitment to permanently fund a program without telling Australians how much it will cost or reviewing it to make sure that it actually works. I'm so disappointed in this, Deputy Speaker, I really am. And I know that colleagues on our side, and look, I'll be generous on the Labor Party side, enjoy meeting people who've walked many miles in the shoes of those who are doing skills and training. It actually is something that we all appreciate. But there's a difference between meeting those people who are undertaking skills and training and having walked a mile in the shoes of the people who've done skills and training. And as I look behind me in the ranks of the Liberal and National Party, I see so many people, I'm not even going to begin, Deputy Speaker, you know them too, who have lived real lives, have worked really hard, who've gained trades and qualifications. Some have gone on to university, many have run their own small businesses. But when I look at the Labor Party benches, I see people who've never risked a dollar of their own money in a business that might not succeed, who don't understand what it's like to not know what is happening in the next week, the next month or the next year because of the uncertainty they face under this government's cost of living crisis. And that's why we have to be really careful about every dollar that we spend. That's why we have to say, look, if $1 billion has been spent on fee-free TAFE, sounds good. Is it working? What does it actually look like in the real world? I've heard some horror stories. Really, I mean, the member for Petrie reminds me when I was with him only last week, people who say that TAFE courses are being put on, but no students are turning up because it's a fee-free product and somebody decides that it's good to offer in that particular TAFE at that particular time, but nobody actually asked any students, did they want to study there? Or you've got hard-working people at Workforce Australia who know that they've got to get long-term unemployed people into work, so they allocate them to a TAFE class thinking that that's the answer. But maybe it's not the answer because it might not be the course that that person wants to study. And remember this, and it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. So if you're told your TAFE is free, all you have to do is turn up and then you actually have to do some work, and then you have to get a qualification at the end. If that's all that it is, but you haven't paid for it, you don't see it as something that makes a difference to you in your life. You don't see it as something valuable. And your idea of your pathway into a job might be completely different from this one that's been articulated for you by fee-free TAFE. We value, Deputy Speaker, the role that industry-led training plays in this country. And I've made it clear in my remarks, I'm not anti-TAFE, having studied at TAFE. But we value the fact that we've got private providers who do an incredible job and who have much higher pass rates than the ones that we've been able to we've been able to find from the government. Their pass rates, their failure rates, their dropout rates, to the extent that they've informed us of those under fee-free TAFE, have been extraordinarily low. It was the Minister's own question time briefing that demonstrated that only 13%, the dropout rate is extraordinary. And I was quite horrified to hear that. And I then thought, if there's going to be a new policy that comes from this, it needs to have proper evaluation and it needs to have proper consideration. because it's not good enough to invest this much taxpayers' money into something that isn't developing the skills and training pathway for the youth of today. Because young people of today and those who undertake skills and training are worth much more than this. They're worth a government that understands what they need, what they deserve, and how to best equip them for a future in the workforce.
I thank the honourable member for Farrer, and I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 8. Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I now move the amendment circulated in my name. I rise to speak on the Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024 and move the second reader's amendment circulated. This bill establishes a legislative framework to require designated sectors to prevent and respond to scams. The concept of a scams prevention framework is broadly supported in principle by all stakeholders, including the proposed regulated sectors, which would be banks, telcos and digital platforms. Actions on scams is also something the Coalition supports. Scam losses have increased exponentially in recent years, with losses reported of $2.7 billion for Australian consumers in 2023. The latest ACCC data also suggests scam losses have started trending up again since May. That is a huge amount stolen from Australians, often by overseas criminals, and it destroys lives, it destroys families. I know there are even people in this place, members of parliament or senators, who have themselves been victims of scams. So Australians must be vigilant. But scams are becoming more sophisticated, and we agree there must be a minimum standard in place and a consistent approach to how banks, telcos and digital platforms act. The Coalition has acted in good faith and waited patiently for the government to bring this forward. We have not politicised it or drawn attention to the delays. Unfortunately, the legislation served up for us today is rushed and half-finished, and another example of the government's legislating these priorities to the last minute. The most important protections are still yet to be drafted, and it's looking impossible for the full framework to be operational before an election is called. The Albanese government promised sector-specific mandatory codes, but has not delivered them. The Albanese government promised a simple redress mechanism for consumers, but has not delivered it. And delivering the best model to protect Australians from scams should have come ahead of the minister's attempt to save face by rushing this bill into Parliament. Now, I'll say that there are features of the design that we do agree with. First, the whole of ecosystem approach is supported. The scam attack chain is complex, and focusing on where there is the most risk across banks, telcos and digital platforms is a sensible idea. Second, while consumers should have simple access to redress, I agree a mandatory or automatic reimbursement model is not the right approach. The proposed 3-year statutory review will provide a good opportunity to assess whether this model is working, and also something we strongly support. I commend the Minister for bringing legislation to Parliament on this issue today, even if we believe it's a bit late. This is something that the Minister clearly cares about. We've had 14 media releases from the Minister on scams just this calendar year, a press club address where it seemed like this legislation was going to be released, but unfortunately it took another 3 months to surface. And you could describe the Minister as a single-issue minister in the sense that with his singular focus on this at the expense of broader portfolio responsibilities, there has been a lot of talk, but not a lot actually come through the Parliament, as Australians have been left waiting for too long for the Albanese government to follow through on many of the announcements on scams. This was an election commitment from the Albanese government. It's unfortunate that after taking 28 months in government to get their act together, this has now been done in a rushed, half-finished and last-minute manner. For something that is often spoken about by the government and the Minister as a top priority, it hasn't necessarily been treated that way. This delay serves as an example of the government's legislative priorities that aren't often clear, of deprioritisation of Treasury portfolio legislation under the Minister's watch. While this legislation has finally made it here into the House of Reps today, the same can't be said for many of the other priorities in financial services. And time is running out. The runway for new legislation has likely already closed, given there'll be an election next year. Items like Tranche 2 of the Levy financial advice reforms has been left too late and is at risk of falling apart. A licensing framework for payment service providers, stored value facilities and stablecoins is nowhere to be seen. A licensing framework for digital assets platforms seem to have been abandoned, and ASIC is making policy via litigation. Buy now, pay later regulation remains stranded in the Senate, leaving CDR, consumer data right legislation, to languish in Parliament for almost 2 years, and the financial services regulatory grid has completely stalled. Now, the Albanese government is more focused on announcements and follow-through, and we've seen it more and more recently with the government's plan for a plan, and thought bubble policy announcements completely lacking in detail, dominating rather than delivering on its initiatives that they promised prior to the last election. We're now 2.5 years late. This process has been sloppy, and it serves as an example of the direction that this government is going in. They are already more focused on starting their election campaigning for May next year. We've seen it from ministers here during question time, rather than actually governing and getting some of the items through that I mentioned. The government does need to wake up. You're in government, and the election's not until May next year. An announcement is different from follow-through. The work still needs to be done. There are good intentions with this bill, intentions the opposition supports, but good intentions don't always equal good policy making or good legislation. The consultation on this legislation has been unnecessarily rushed, and as I've already said, the government took 28 months to come up with this and then ran a shortened 3-week consultation period on the draft legislation. The bill was then turned around for introduction 4 weeks later, with little of the consultation feedback incorporated as a result. This is complex legislation. These aren't minor amendments without a regulatory burden that can be rammed through without scrutiny. Every stakeholder I talk to is disappointed by the slash-dash approach. And it's no surprise when a recent Freedom of Information release revealed the government gave special treatment to the banks, particularly to the ABA, to conduct special hothouse targeted consultation sessions. Other regulated sectors claim this opportunity was not afforded to them, and aspects of the final design were a surprise. Now, I don't begrudge the banks for this. They have every right to have input and argue for their interests. But it is the government's responsibility to ensure there is proper, meaningful consultation, and that all of the sectors that face significant penalties for breaching this scheme have at least some input. And I'm seriously concerned about the impact of this secretive approach to consultation the Albanese government has made the norm, particularly over the last 12 months. We are seeing this again with the development of the second tranche of Levy financial advice reforms. The government has started up another hothouse with selected stakeholders in secret, all bound by non-disclosure agreements. And as we have seen with this scams legislation, I'm sure that the government will again lob draft legislation on financial advice reforms out for another shortened consultation period and ignore the majority of the advice community that has been excluded. And then the government will again wonder why nobody is standing with them to endorse it. Now, although the government truncated consultation and some stakeholders couldn't even make a submission in the time provided, the feedback that was provided was critical. The bill has been described as rushed, heavy-handed, complex, unclear and stacked against consumers. For context, I note the bill has 3 key aspects. 1, enforceable principles-based obligations in the primary legislation which apply to each sector once designated, with the ACCC as a responsible regulator. 2, a regulation-making power for the Minister to designate sectors and regulators, and 3, a regulation-making power for the Minister to make mandatory sector-specific codes with prescriptive obligations. So once this legislation is enacted, the government will then have to consult on and make sector designation instruments and the mandatory codes. Despite being Minister Jones's top priority, this bill has been left to the last 6 months of the term at best and is unlikely to be fully operational before an election. These delays haven't been caused by the opposition. It hasn't been the Liberal National Party that has caused these delays. We've been given just a week before debate has resumed. A significant amount of stakeholder feedback has focused on the uncertainty created by the use of broad overarching obligations in the primary legislation which require taking reasonable steps. At previous stages of consultation, the government's focus was on prescriptive obligations contained in the sector-specific mandatory codes which clearly outline the practical minimum standards expected for each sector. With these codes still yet to be developed, the government has instead created these principle-based obligations with significant civil penalties attached in the primary legislation, which I assume will eventually be supplemented by codes. The regulator sectors say it is difficult to understand how these obligations will be interpreted.
I thank the Honourable Assistant Minister. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and I call the Honourable Member for Forde.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in a wonderful leafy eastern pocket of my electorate, you'll find the proud and storied suburb of Eagleby, and with more than 14,000 residents living there. One of the mainstays of the Eagleby community over the past 4 decades has been the Eagleby Community Association Incorporated. And last Saturday night, it was my privilege to attend the association's annual Eagleby Achiever Awards. Ably led by President Arthur Joyce, the association received 42 nominations across 9 categories. And let me tell you, Deputy Speaker, the number of worthy nominees and recipients from that community is far greater than could be acknowledged in any one evening or in this speech. It was my great pleasure to personally present the Business of the Year award to Cafe in Eagle, an exceptionally worthy recipient and wonderful little cafe in the Eagleby Shopping Centre. But first cab off the rank for the awards was the Arts Achiever of the Year award that went to the Eagleby Rock Choir from Eagleby State School. Sports Achiever of the Year went to Amalek Forde. Senior of the Year was awarded to the wonderful Sue Bischoff. William Baldock was named Eagleby's Young Person of the Year, while Educator of the Year was Amy Hopewell, and Volunteer of the Year went to Catherine Flutter. Nightlight Outreach Homeless Service won the Community Organisation of the Year, and the Spirit of Eagleby went to Hayden Campbell-Pearce. Thank you to all of our wonderful community.
Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last week I attended just 3 of the wonderful schools in Werriwa. St Francis Catholic College at Edmondson Park for the blessing and opening of their new administration and junior years school rooms and library. It was a wonderful day of celebration in the company of Bishop Brian Mascord, Peter Hill, the Director of Schools, and the entire St Francis community. Next, I went to Malik Fard School at Hoxton Park. I was met by Principal Dr Zachariah Matthews and the Acting Head of Campus, Miss Tulin Bragg. The occasion was the opening of the solar panels and batteries, which were funded by an Australian Government grant. I was so impressed by the Year 6 student Zara's explanation of sustainability and its relationship to teaching and the Quran. Again, the occasion was a great cause of celebration and excitement. Finally, I attended Al Faisal College at Liverpool for the opening of their Stage 2 library building. Thank you to the founder and managing director of Al Faisal Colleges, Mr Shafiq Khan, and the executive principal, Mrs Safia Khan Hassan, for welcoming me so warmly. The Stage 2 buildings feature lecture rooms, 11 general learning areas, and a state-of-the-art, beautiful library. Congratulations to all these communities, and thank you so much for the invitations.
And Member for Casey.
As I talk to locals in my community, I hear so many stories from people about their concerns of home ownership. Now, Graham has shared with me his concern for his grandchildren in their mid-20s with good-paying jobs and who have virtually given up on the dream of owning their own home. Right now, it feels impossible to get into your own home, no matter how hard you work and save. And that's why a Peter Dutton coalition government will help speed up the construction of up to 500,000 homes with $5 billion to fund the essential infrastructure that's delaying them, unlocking more homes more quickly. This includes at sites such as Kinley Estate in my community, with funding being able to be used to build critical road infrastructure that will not only help unlock more homes in Kinley, but reduce congestion on our existing local roads in Lilydale and Mooroolbark. And to further help first home buyers, will allow Australians to access up to $50,000 of their money from their super to buy their first home. It's time to rebuild the great Australian dream of home ownership, and only the Coalition has a real plan to get Australians out of renting and into their own homes.
Member for Ben.
Speaker, public schools in the ACT will receive more Commonwealth funding following a landmark agreement signed by the Albanese and ACT Labor governments today.
Good to hear.
I was pleased to join with the Federal and ACT Ministers for Education at the Evelyn Scott School in Denman Prospect today to make this announcement and recognise the benefits that will flow to ACT students for many years to come. The new agreement ties additional Commonwealth funding to practical reforms which will help ACT students to catch up, keep up and finish school. It also commits the Australian Government to increasing its funding to ACT public schools. The Commonwealth will contribute an extra $110.5 million to ACT public schools from 2025 to 2029, with more than $1 billion in total funding being provided to ACT public schools across the 5 years. The Australian Government's funding increase is conditional on the ACT maintaining its funding share for public schools, something they already do. The new agreement includes practical things like Year 1 phonics checks and early years of schooling numeracy checks, evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring to identify kids who need additional support and make sure that they get it. Deputy Speaker, this new agreement is proof positive to the benefits of governments at a national and territory level working together and the importance of education to this government.
Member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I wish to amplify the voices of Ava and Noah, two young people in Goldstone who were part of Raise Our Voice Australia's campaign. The topic, their vision for Australia. 17-year-old Ava said the Australian story has always been one of resilience and innovation. As we look to the future, it's imperative that we continue to harness an unwavering commitment that has fuelled our past successes. Ruth Bader Ginsburg once said that real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time. As we envisage the future of Australia, we must keep this in mind. I can't imagine the state of our nation a decade from now, yet I'm confident that the strength of our democracy, sustained with visionary leaders, will allow us to flourish. 15-year-old Noah had a more pointed message for this place. He said, "I dream of becoming a politician. I lie awake envisioning the difference I can make in the lives of Australians. But every time HECS and Medicare are brought up, I'm reminded I'm not a citizen. Legally, I can't become a politician, never mind that I've lived here for 7 years, or that my mum works 10 hours a day in childcare, nurturing the next generation. Work sponsorship legislation must be amended so that regardless of the employee's salary or age, immigrants can apply for citizenship. I don't want to wait a decade for change. Our parliament should act now." Thank you, Ava and Noah.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Hunter has produced a remarkable stack of professional and elite athletes, and I want to make sure that we support the next crop of our local sporting talent so that our next generation of superstars also comes from the Hunter too. Participating in high-level sport comes at a cost, and it's mostly the parents who put their hands in their pockets to get their kids to these competitions. The Local Sporting Champions program provides financial assistance to young people to compete, coach, umpire in their chosen sport. These small grants make a significant difference to the athletes and their parents. Speaker, I want to congratulate our recent local sporting champions Aaliyah Kilroy competed in the National Youth Championships for soccer. Hudson Caban went to the Australian School Sport Championships for hockey. JC Coote competed in the Karate Australia National Championships. Valentina Costa swam in the Australian Short Course Open Swimming Championships. Phoenix and Lura Russell both went to the 2024 School Sport Australian All-Girls Australian Football Championships. Joel Beschel competed in the 2024 Youth Match Racing World Championships, an international sailing event. And finally, Drew Kremer went to the Australian Junior Motocross Championships. Congratulations to all these local sporting champions from the Hunter. Stay committed, train hard and keep doing what you're doing. We'll always continue to support you. Thank you.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, Australians are dealing with an unprecedented housing crisis 3 decades in the making. Rising interest rates, cost of living pressures, soaring building costs and a growing housing shortfall have led to decreasing home ownership rates and a critical shortage of rentals. Many first home buyers are losing hope of ever buying a house unless they can receive financial support from their parents. All levels of government and all politicians have to address this issue. Federally, it has been extremely disappointing to see the Liberals, the Nationals and the Greens refusing to work with the government and the crossbench on housing reform. At the same time, the Victorian State Government has announced sweeping plans to allow very large-scale developments in electorates like Kooyong, without giving communities the appropriate reassurance that they need and deserve about how we can increase housing density sensitively, prioritising good planning, inclusiveness, sustainability and local amenity. Every policy lever needs to be pulled on housing. Our communities know that and they deserve better from their politicians. We have to remember that housing is a human right and we have to work together, consultatively and conscientiously, so that the next generation can afford to live in well-designed, sustainable homes in our cities and not on their peripheries, close to their family, close to their friends.
Member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Saturday, the 23rd of November, South Australia's Croatian community will host its annual Croatian Festa at the Croatian Sports Centre within State Sports Park at Jeps Cross. The Croatian Festa, which showcases Croatian culture, food, entertainment and spectacular fireworks finale, has become a popular major event in the South Australian cultural calendar. It is a family-friendly event with a range of stalls and plenty of kids' entertainment. Croatians have a long history as part of the South Australian community, with sailor Christopher Dabovic being possibly the first to settle in South Australia in 1854. Notably, Dr Matthew Bijevic, the son of a Croatian who migrated in the 1880s, became the longest-serving Catholic Archbishop of Adelaide, holding that office between 1940 and 1971. Today, around 10,000 South Australians are of Croatian heritage, and they have very successfully integrated throughout South Australia across all walks of life. From business to the professions, trades and sports, their contribution to South Australian life has been extensive. South Australian Croatians have much to be proud of, and their hospitality and good cheer will be on display at the Festa. So for anyone in Adelaide this coming Saturday wanting a family fun day outing, I encourage them to get along to the Croatian Festa.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take the opportunity to share a speech written by 12-year-old Harriet for the Raise Our Voice campaign. She wrote, aptly, "Cyberbullying is a real problem that affects many children my age. Social media is a huge part of everyday life. It has many advantages, though these come with disadvantages such as social isolation and risk of cyberbullying. Cyberbullying involves using technology to harass, intimidate, embarrass or target someone. I believe that we need to have more protection in the online space to prevent cyberbullying. 1 in 3 teenagers in Australia faces cyberbullying. Children who are cyberbullied struggle to concentrate at school, which affects their learning capabilities. Cyberbullying is linked to anxiety, depression and other stress-related symptoms such as panic attacks. I believe on each of our social media apps we should have an option to say if we are feeling threatened. Blocking bullies is not enough to save victims from being cyberbullied." Well said, Harriet. I want you to know, Harriet, that your parliament is doing its best working in this place to try and make the cyber world a safer place for you and all your friends, and we won't rest until we do.
Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, people often ask me, what do I stand for? I stand for mums who want a choice on where their baby is born, be that at home, be it in a culturally safe practice on country or in hospital. And I stand for that choice. And I stand for the nurses and the midwives to ensure they have the access to the Medicare and insurance to be able to stand by those mums' side and to offer that service. I stand for families with children in government schools to ensure that they are fully 100% funded. I stand for young people who want to gain new skills, older workers who want to reskill by providing fee-free TAFE. I stand for students who want to be able to do teaching and nursing and not hold down two jobs by offering paid practicum. I stand for every single taxpayer who now gets a tax cut, not just for some. I stand for people who are ill, who need access to affordable medicines. I stand for free and accessible education in the TAFE system that ensures that we have a pathway for people working in aged care and early childhood educators and that they are fairly paid. These are the things that I stand for. The people in my electorate of Hasluck have no idea what those opposites stand for because they've opposed these policies. They are absolutely not on the side of all Australians, and I will stand for every Australian.
Member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to ask why are left-leaning parliamentarians in Labor and the Greens so hypocritical about the plight of women? Let me be clear, they have had plenty to say in this place and the other about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza as it is affecting Palestinian women, yet they are silent about Israeli women who were raped to death on the 7th of October last year. They are silent about the 101 hostages, including 5 young women, still being held in underground tunnels by Hamas, a recognised terrorist organisation. I have heard no condemnation about the women-hating regime of the Taliban in Afghanistan, where women now are prohibited from speaking, from praying and singing in public. Young girls are banned from education, married off as teenagers to elderly men, denied employment, as well as the freedom to dress as they please. There has been silence from this side about the fate of the young Iranian woman Ahu Dareh, who was last seen walking around the campus grounds of an Iranian university dressed only in underwear. Deputy Speaker, she walks slowly, her actions and steps deliberate and courageous in the face of the abhorrent, misogynistic, violent Iranian regime where Sharia law is the law of the land, a regime supported by the Albanese government and the United Nations, a government that proudly spruiks a record number of female parliamentarians. Where are those strong female voices?
Member for Robertson has a call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And my office recently had a plumbing issue that required immediate and expert attention. We were fortunate to receive a visit from local Avoca Beach plumber Cohen Ianson. Cohen comes from an extensive line of plumbers. 8 members of his family have completed their plumbing trade, which is certainly an impressive lineage of family history. Cohen was able to rectify our plumbing issue marvellously, which the whole team and I were appreciative for. We continued chatting to Cohen and became aware that he and Kia Mitchell, also from Avoca Beach, recently competed in the World Skills Regional Competition for Plumbing and Heating hosted by TAFE New South Wales. The event took place at Wyong during July of this year, and a direct quote from World Skills Hunter was that both students competed at a very high standard, with Kia being awarded a bronze medal. The feedback from clients of the businesses that these young plumbers work for is exemplary, and their TAFE teachers have applauded their efforts. It is fair to say that these 2 young men have done themselves and the Central Coast proud. Their families are equally as proud that the young men that they have become and that they will become in the future. A significant contributor to the success of Cohen and Kia is TAFE. TAFE continues to be there for working families across the nation, and we must never underestimate the power of TAFE and the role that it plays in supporting young people to achieve their dreams. The federal Labor government will continue to fight to maintain TAFE's position as the leading provider of vocational education and training across Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Mallee.
Deputy Speaker, we learnt this week that Labor's fiscal recklessness on radical energy policy will cost taxpayers a mere $642 billion, $500 more than they had claimed. But in my electorate of Mallee, it's worse. Labor are acting like feudal lords. Mallee farmers are being treated like peasants. Farmers thought that they had private property rights. However, Labor has pointed at Mallee from their capital city ivory tower, knocked over the safeguards, and lo and behold, the energy sector raiders have swooped in to carve up Mallee farms and stir bad blood among small local communities. In Mallee alone, over 50 energy projects have been enticed by a proposed 350 kilometres of huge towers to transmit energy south from Warwick-Nabil through Bulgana, then north through Charlton and Tregal. If those 50-plus projects get up, there'll be many more transmission lines on that. Mineral sands companies are also carving up swathes of Mallee's prime agricultural land. Farmers severely doubt mining companies' claims that they can restore the land after they take their chunk of premium topsoil out. Labor are traumatising farmers who are treated like serfs, all so that Labor can rob regions to buy votes in the cities.
Member for Chisholm.
So much, Deputy Speaker. I know how important vocational and higher education is to my community in Chisholm. It's really important to me too, and I will always fight to ensure that people in my electorate can access the high-quality education that they deserve. I'm really pleased to be part of a government that prioritises education and that is taking significant, tangible steps to reduce the cost of living for those pursuing an education. We are wiping student debt. We are lowering the threshold for repayments of HECS and HELP, and this will put money back in the pockets of tens of thousands of people in Chisholm. If re-elected, we will ensure free TAFE is permanent after we've successfully seen hundreds of thousands of students across the country access opportunity through this program. Our community of Chisholm cannot risk the prospect of a Peter Dutton-led Liberal government. We know that when they were last in power, they made university more expensive and absolutely neglected vocational education and training. They slammed shut the doors of opportunity that Labor has always worked hard to open. Peter Dutton will send our country backwards and deprive people of a chance of success, and none of us, especially us in Chisholm, cannot afford that.
Member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, Saturday the 16th of November was McHappy Day. This is a day where a percentage of McDonald's sales across Australia go towards the Ronald McDonald House charity, which provides a home away from home for families with seriously ill children. I was extremely McHappy when I received the invite from owners Andrew and Jade of the local Macca's in my hometown of Bowen to be part of the fantastic fundraising event. Deputy Speaker, I was stationed at the drive-through where I was lucky enough to see a lot of familiar faces coming through in support of this charity. A big thank you to Nicole, who I was paired with, for her patience and help getting the meals out on record time. Local fireys Mitch and Jack, who I can say were a bigger hit with the kids than me, joined in the fundraising action. A huge thank you and well done to store manager Casey, who kept everything running smoothly and even taking the time to show me how to swirl a soft-serve ice cream. Deputy Speaker, Sam from Ronald McDonald House in Mackay was in store. Sam carries out incredible work to ensure the families with children receiving medical treatment are as comfortable as possible. A huge congratulations to the Macca's team of Bowen. You do fantastic work. Thank you to the support for Ronald McDonald House. You guys rock.
Member for Macarthur.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I met with the Council for Intellectual Disability and with their senior advocate...
Member for Macarthur, I don't think your broadcasting is working. Can you please put the mics on for the member for Macarthur?
That's good to go.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was in the wrong seat. Today I met with the Council for Intellectual Disability with their senior advocate Jim Simpson and the delightful Miss Laura Nang. Laura is a 27-year-old woman who lives with intellectual disability, and she told me in no uncertain terms that people with intellectual disability deserve better health care. We know that they have poorer life expectancy. We know that they have trouble at getting treatment in primary care. We know that their outcomes in hospital treatment are worse than other Australians, and it's time for change. The Albanese Labor government has funded the Centre for Excellence for Intellectual Disability in Health at the University of New South Wales, but more needs to be done within the health profession. We need to make sure our doctors and our nurses are trained to care for people with intellectual disability. It takes a little bit more time, it takes a little bit more effort to look after people with intellectual disability, but they deserve better care, and I'm committed to try and make sure that we continue to improve outcomes for people with intellectual disability in the health system. Laura was a wonderful advocate, and I cannot sing her praises highly enough. She delivered her message very clearly, and I thank her for that.
Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And hot off the press from COP29 in Baku, the Australian online website states the British government has announced the Australian government is expected to join its UK and US allies in signing an agreement to speed up the development of civilian nuclear energy and decarbonise industry from March next year. This comes hot on the heels of the Frontier Economics Report No. 1, developing a base case to assess the relative costs of nuclear power in the NEM, which is exposed at Labor's $122 billion lie. Their modelling shows the true cost of Labor's renewal plan will be at least $642 billion, and this does not include their plans for my home state of Western Australia. Recently on the Country Hour, Jay Thomas, Coordinator of Energy for a new WA government initiative called Powering WA, estimated the level of investment required for WA's energy system will be, and I quote, in order of $200 billion over the next 20 to 25 years. So the true cost of renewables is becoming clear. Nuclear as a part of Australia's balanced energy mix to firm up renewables is increasingly obvious. I look forward to the December 16 collie hearings of the House Select Committee on Nuclear Energy and thank those who have already lodged submissions. I envisage science will prevail and collie will continue its vital role of keeping the lights on for WA long into the future.
Well said.
Member for Solomon.
A strong vocational education and training sector is critical to ensuring Territorians get a secure, well-paid job. So, our government, the Albanese Labor government, is investing in the skills that the Territory needs by making fee-free TAFE permanent for young Territorians, helping relieve cost of living pressures and building Australia's future. Last month, my colleague, the Minister for Skills and Training, saw firsthand how fee-free TAFE is benefiting young Territorians in Darwin. We visited the Renewable Energy Microgrid Hub for Applied Research and Training, otherwise known as REMHART, at CDU East Arm, an innovation hub for renewable energy systems. Training and developing a Territory workforce that is equipped with practical skills essential for a net zero transformation. I acknowledge the work of Professor Suresh Thenadal and his team at REMHART. We plan to further develop a renewable energy centre of excellence at CDU that brings together CDU, industry and unions in a powerful collaboration to drive skilled jobs across the Territory. So there will be a choice next year. There will be no fee-free TAFE under the Liberals. Only Labor will keep free TAFE. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and thanks to the people of Bonner for yet another fantastic year. Being a part of a strong community is one of the most important and rewarding parts of life, and every individual has played a vital role in making Bonner the wonderful community that it is today. Today, there are a few groups that I would like to acknowledge in particular. To the teachers of Bonner, I thank you for your passion and commitment to education, shaping and inspiring our young people, and I'm sure it's not always an easy task, but you play a key role in nurturing our community, and I'm sincerely grateful for all your hard work and dedication. I'd also like to recognise our local businesses in Bonner. Reflecting on my days as a small business owner in Carina, I understand how challenging it can be, even at the best of times. But I also know that your work is crucial to bringing our community together, and I thank you for your continued efforts. Finally, I would like to thank our amazing Bonner locals. I'm so proud to be part of this community and to stand alongside my neighbours and friends It is my greatest honour to represent this incredible people of Bonner down here in Canberra, and I'm looking forward to all the success that awaits Bonner in 2025. Thank you.
Call to the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Speaker. Labor is the party of education, whether through TAFE or universities. We are delivering policies that invest in people and their future while keeping education costs down. Now, 2 weeks ago, the Albanese Labor government introduced legislation to make permanent free TAFE a feature of Australia's education system, guaranteeing 100,000 free TAFE places annually and creating vital pathways for Australians to gain the skills that our nation needs. Last week, the Albanese Labor government announced a new university study hub in Melton, in my electorate, ensuring that where you live doesn't limit your access to university education. This hub will give local students the resources and support to pursue university studies close to home, creating more opportunities for education and upskilling. These important initiatives come alongside investments by the Victorian Labor government, including funding for new TAFE campuses in Melton and Sunbury. Alongside permanent free TAFE, these projects will deliver world-class vocational education, meeting the needs of both students and local employers. Deputy Speaker, after nearly a decade of neglect under the Liberals, which saw TAFE gutted, the Albanese government is rebuilding our vocational education and training sector. While we're making free TAFE permanent, the Liberals are calling it wasteful. Speaker, the Liberal Party have no vision for education and no plan for skills. Peter Dutton's arrogance is putting Australia's future at risk.
Has concluded. A reminder all members, including the member for Hawke, to refer to members by their correct titles. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I inform the House of the death on 6 September 2024 of John Richard Coulter, a former senator. John Coulter represented the state of South Australia from 1987 to 1995. As a mark of respect to the memory of John Coulter, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Overnight at COP29, the United States and the United Kingdom signed a new agreement for civil nuclear reactor collaboration. The UK Labor government has stated the agreement is, and I quote, expected to also be signed by Australia, and it will, quote, speed up the deployment of cutting-edge nuclear technology to help decarbonise industry and boost energy security. Can the Acting Prime Minister confirm Australia will sign this civil nuclear reactor agreement?
Order. The member for Fisher is warned. I don't want people interjecting, and I don't think anyone wants people interjecting before a minister or the Acting Prime Minister speaks. The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. I can confirm that the Australian government will not be signing that agreement. For Australia, pursuing a path of nuclear energy would represent pursuing the single most expensive electricity option on the planet. For Australia, pursuing a path of nuclear energy would be pursuing a path which would see $1,200 added to the household energy bills of each household in this country. For Australia, pursuing nuclear energy would be pursuing a path which wouldn't see any new electricity into our grid in 20 years. For Australia, pursuing a path of nuclear energy would be pursuing a path which would only see, at best, 4% contributed to the electricity grid 2 decades from now. Because we do not have a civil nuclear industry, this agreement does not apply to us, pure and simple.
Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. What measures is the Albanese Labor government introducing to provide secure, well-paid jobs to help with the cost of living? What is standing in the way of this and other cost of living measures?
The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question and acknowledge her service. Last week, I attended the Regency Park campus of TAFE SA, where the government made announcements about a couple of new programs in training, which included more apprentices for AUKUS. And this was the next step in a set of policies which was really underpinned by the announcement that the Prime Minister made 3 weeks ago that under an Albanese government, free TAFE will be an enduring feature of Australia's educational system. 100,000 free TAFE places each and every year from 2027. And already, since we've come to power, 500,000 Australians have taken up the opportunity of free TAFE. And that includes 35,000 in construction, 49,000 in IT. This is accessible education, which is generating skills, which is transforming lives, which is building our nation's economy and making Australia smarter. But according to the Leader of the Opposition, all of that is just a waste. And perhaps we should not be surprised, because the Leader of the Opposition has opposed all of our cost of living measures, including free TAFE. He said no to energy bill relief twice. He said no to more affordable childcare. He said no to cheaper medicines. He said no to increases in the minimum wage. What is more surprising is that this Leader of the Opposition is teaming up with the other Leader of the Opposition in this chamber, the Leader of the Greens political party, and the two of them are having quite the love affair, because off in the Senate they have worked together to oppose the building of more social housing. They've worked together to oppose a more business-responsive environmental protection agency. And last night,
the member for
they
Gippsland.
worked together to oppose caps on international students. The Liberals and the Greens are working together on immigration. These two are holding hands, walking off into the sunset. They have completely abandoned everything they believe in, and they are cooperating simply to maximise the political damage to our country. So every Australian should be clear that if you vote Liberal or if you vote Green, here in Canberra, it's just the one team. And all those parties over there are utterly committed to their own self-interest.
The Prime Minister completed his answer. Has the Acting Prime Minister completed his answer?
No.
The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on a point of order, I wonder if the Deputy Prime Minister can just clarify whether or not he's still providing preferences and accepting preferences from the Australian Greens.
The Acting Prime Minister is in the seat. The Minister for Defence Industry is now warned. The Leader of the Opposition has abused the standing orders in a grievous way. And I'm reluctant to do this, but he's now warned. We simply can't have people jumping up. If that was the case, there's no point of having question time. Rules are put in order. Standing orders are put in place so that we can run this effectively and efficiently. And if people are going to just take advantage or take the mickey, we're doing the people of Australia the disservice. So there's just far too much noise. Everyone's going to calm down. And we're just going to hear from the Acting Prime Minister for the remaining 16 seconds. Order. The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
Their embarrassment is manifest. Australians should also know when they vote Labor, they are voting for a government which is utterly focused on them, utterly focused on their household budgets and utterly focused on their future.
The member for Latrobe, I'm trying to hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. You're warned. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition has the call.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Did the Australian government make any representations to the UK government for the reference to Australia contained in the press release titled UK and US join forces to speed up advanced nuclear technologies to be withdrawn?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Shadow Minister for her question. The position of the Australian government has been completely clear. We're not signing this agreement. This agreement is in respect of two countries which both have a civil nuclear industry, and we do not. And it's completely clear that for Australia to—
Order.
Well, I take the
Order.
interjection. The idea that the reactor in Lucas Heights is about to power cities around Australia says everything about how those opposite have no idea how nuclear energy works. I mean, the Leader of the Opposition was here earlier saying that all you need to do— The Leader of the Opposition came up here previously and said that all one needs to do is get some uranium together and burn it. And if we burn some uranium, that's how we'll create energy. I mean, that's the level of their understanding. And the idea that Lucas Heights, which is a research facility which produces medical isotopes, is somehow going to be a reactor which powers cities, says everything about how they have no idea what they are talking about.
The member for Mitchell will cease interjecting. Order. Order. The member for Braddon. Is the Deputy Leader seeking to take a point of order? She's entitled to do so under the standing orders, and she has the call.
The point of order is on relevance, and the question was very direct about whether representations were made to the UK government about the title of a press release, and the Acting Prime Minister could say yes or could say no.
Yes, he could say those things, but under the standing orders, as the Deputy Leader knows, he doesn't have to. He needs to remain directly relevant. So he needs to remain directly relevant to the policy topic and to the question that he was asked about, and I'll ensure that he follows the standing orders, just as I ensure everyone follows the standing orders. The Acting Prime Minister in continuation.
Well, what I am saying, Mr Speaker, is that the Australian government is not signing this agreement because it is agreement which goes to civil nuclear energy. That means nuclear reactors which provide energy to cities and to electricity grids, and we do not have that in this country. And so, as a result, this agreement is not relevant to Australia.
The call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How are the Albanese Labor government's policies and reforms helping to close the gender pay gap and supporting women's economic security and equality? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Canberra for her question as well as her continued advocacy for progressing the cause of Australian women. This government is working every single day to make women's lives better, fairer and more equal. We've taken targeted action to improve women's economic security and equality and, of course, to close the gender pay gap. We've increased the pay for early childhood educators. We've secured record pay rises for hundreds of thousands of women on award wages. We've fixed the bargaining system to get wages moving in feminised industries. Under this government, women's average weekly earnings have increased $173.80 a week since May 2022. We've been publishing employer gender pay gaps to hold companies to account, and we've reached record highs in women's economic participation. Under Labor, the gender pay gap is the lowest it has ever been, 11.5%, down from 14.1% when we first came to office. Yesterday, the ACTU released research that shows that our policies are closing the gender pay gap at a rate 3 times faster than it did under those opposite. We're closing the gender pay gap at a rate of 1.3% per year compared to a rate of 0.4% under the coalition. If we had continued down the path of those opposite and not done the hard work of implementing policies such as making gender equality an object of the Fair Work Act, expanding paid parental leave and banning pay secrecy, the average full-time working woman in Australia would be $1,900 a year worse off than they are now. The research, of course, also points to a whole-of-government commitment to gender pay equality through our national strategy, and putting women at the centre of our economic agenda is making a difference. We've made these changes because women deserve economic security, they deserve economic equality. And we've made these changes because we want to put women at the centre of our economic agenda, and those policies are working. Now, I'm asked about other policies. The Liberals and Nationals have not put forward a single meaningful policy to improve outcomes for women. They've opposed many of Labor's reforms that have delivered those real outcomes for women. It is frankly clear that this Leader of the Opposition is a risk to this progress, the progress of women's equality, because we know his record. We know that his record of pushing wages down, pushing prices up and not supporting all of the measures that Labor has put into place to make sure we actually close the gender pay gap. The Leader of the Opposition's reckless arrogance has real costs for Australian women. His agenda is wrong for Australia, and it is wrong for Australia's women.
Before I call the member for Brisbane, I'll just do some quick acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today as guests of the member for Bass is the Mayor of the City of Launceston, Matthew Garwood, the CEO of the City of Launceston, Sam Johnson, and the CEO of Regional Development Australia, Tasmania, James McKee. In the gallery today is also a delegation of business and industry leaders from tropical North Queensland, led by Advanced Cairns, and in collaboration with Tourism Tropical North Queensland and the Cairns Chamber of Commerce. Also joining us today is the Honourable Mark Monaghan, former member for Fong Lim and the 14th Speaker of the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly, and also a delegation from the Pharmacy Guild of Australia National Council. On behalf of all members, welcome to you all. And I give the call to the Honourable Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Students and young people are saddled with billions of dollars of student debt. These debts can be in the tens of thousands, if not the hundreds of thousands of dollars, making it harder for people to get their first home and to make ends meet. If the government can introduce its bill for free TAFE this week, why can't a bill to wipe 20% of student debt be introduced this week as well? Why should young people and students be forced to wait to see the outcome of an election when the government could work with the Greens to get this done now?
Order. Order. The member for Griffith will cease interjecting. So will the Assistant Foreign Minister. The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. If the member is going to the legislative productivity of this parliament, that could be improved if the Greens actually supported government legislation instead of teaming up with their partners here, the Liberals, to make sure that they ultimately oppose everything. But the member did raise the policy, which is an important policy, which was announced by the Prime Minister, which is doing something about the increasing student debt that we are seeing in our country, and that is removing 20% of the debt that is incurred or that is held by those who have gone through university and have incurred a student debt. Now, that is a step that has been taken, which is being opposed by those opposite, to actually improve the cost of living, but improve the lives of those who study and make university and study in this country much more accessible. So Australians know that when they vote for this government, They are getting a government which is going to be focused on cost of living, but focused on the cost of living impacts in terms of education. Fee-free TAFE, making sure that that is accessible to all Australians, and reducing student debt. That is the focus of our government. That has been the focus of our education policy. That has been the focus of our Prime Minister. And I would encourage the Greens, if they are so fervent in their support of this, to reflect that support in the way in which they behave in this parliament.
Call to the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. Why is today's announcement of the first investments for the National Reconstruction Fund for Australian manufacturing and Australian jobs so important? And what risks are there to the future of these jobs?
Call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Patterson, who's a huge supporter of regional manufacturing. And today is a landmark day for Australian manufacturing. It's the day that the Albanese government delivers on our promise to back Australian manufacturing. That we are a country that makes things, that we can stand on our own 2 feet, that we aren't dependent on vulnerable or concentrated supply chains, and that in the process we can make secure, well-paying jobs in our regions and in our suburbs. And today, the NRF announced a $40 million investment into Toowoomba's Russell Mineral Equipment, an Australian success story. Since 1985, making cutting-edge mining equipment, employing 450 workers, exporting 90% of what they make, and $1 billion of earnings for our country. And overseas investors always knocking on their door, trying to take them off our shores and the jobs that are with them. But the NRF, teaming up with private investors, has basically kept Russell Mineral Equipment in Aussie hands. Regional jobs safe. And Dr John Russell, who founded RME, a proud Australian who says we can do whatever we turn our minds to. And he says, and I quote, the NRF is a blessing for Australian manufacturers.
Order.
Now, I'm asked about risks. Well, the risks are all the negativity from that side. I noticed they put out a statement in relation to the NRF. It was less a statement, more a ticker tape of criticism, of negativity, wringing their hands about the fact that we're backing in Australian manufacturing. So negative.
Order.
They boo Santa. They boo Santa. 'Tis the season to be jolly unless you're a lib or a nat. 'Tis the season to be jolly. And you don't have much to be proud about, do you? In office, they saw off 100,000 manufacturing jobs. We created 70,000 of them. They saw off 100,000. They sneered and they goaded and they dared Australian car manufacturers to leave our shores. Wouldn't back the National Reconstruction Fund. And on top of that, Speaker, they would not back energy price relief that shielded manufacturers from the worst of energy price rises. They have nothing to be proud about, no ideas, no plans for Australian manufacturing. They'll always turn up for the photo op, but they're never there to back up Australian manufacturing. And frankly, all want to take Australian manufacturing backwards and the country with it. We think better can be done, and we are showing how that will happen.
Has concluded. Before I call the member for Canning, the member for O'Connor, the member for Fisher was warned in the first question and has continued his interjections despite knowing the rules, so he'll now leave the chamber under 94A. To remind everyone, there's consequences for actions in this place. So if you get warned, it's a really big tip. Don't interject, no matter who you are. Call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Why did Labor sign up to the AUKUS nuclear submarine program when Australia had no pre-existing Australian nuclear submarine industry?
Order. 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 The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the member for Barker. We haven't started the answer yet. So members on my right will cease interjecting. Members on my left will join them so we can hear the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I really do appreciate the question from the Shadow Minister, but it does worry me that the Shadow Defence Minister of this country doesn't understand Submarines 101. But then again, that perhaps should not be a surprise because those opposite, the ones who gave us a 10-year capability gap in our submarines as they were in and out of a deal with Japan, then in and out of a deal with France, and it was not until the 9th year of their government that they actually came up with a solution to the successor of our Collins-class submarines. And really, they've only succeeded in that solution by virtue of the fact that they were elected out of office a few months later, and Labor has been the ones who've been able to deliver it. The answer to the Shadow Minister's question goes directly to the question of our nation's submarine capability. We know that in order to have an enduring long-range submarine capability into the 2030s and 2040s, which matches the capability that in fact we had in the 2000s with the introduction of the Collins class, we have to move from a diesel-electric powered submarine to a nuclear-powered submarine, and we make no apology for that. But what is astonishing is that the Brains Trust over here, Mr Speaker—
Members on my left, the member for Fairfax.
What is astonishing is that the Brains Trust over here, Mr Speaker, somehow believe that 8 nuclear reactors, which will each power a single machine, somehow is the basis for them grounding a policy to establish a civil nuclear industry in this country, which is intended to power cities and states and, in fact, the entire nation. It is the equivalent of saying that there is a similarity between a coal-fired power station and a lawnmower because they both burn hydrocarbons. It says everything about how they do not understand what is at stake here. The simple fact is this. If this country moves down the path of a civil nuclear industry under this Leader of the Opposition, this country will be embracing the most expensive form of energy, the most expensive form of electricity. And no amount of these questions can escape that fact. $1,200 per household extra. That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about it in 20 years' time. And in 20 years' time, we're only talking about 4% of the electricity grid. That's what their policy amounts to. That's why it's a dog of a policy.
Call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Why is decent pay such an important part of the Albanese Labor government's efforts to help ease cost of living pressures? How does this approach differ from what has failed in the past?
Call to the Treasurer.
Well, thanks to the member for Boothby for her great question and an even better representation, Mr Speaker. Inflation is coming down, wages are going up, and cost of living relief is rolling out to every taxpayer and to every corner of our country. 1 million more people are working, they are earning more, they are keeping more of what they earn, and participation in work is at record highs. Now, consumer confidence is still relatively weak, but it's rising. It rose again today in new numbers today, the highest in a couple of years, and it showed that household confidence in the 12-month economic outlook has risen almost 11 points since the tax cuts began in July. So, Mr Speaker, we know when it comes to the cost of living it's far from mission accomplished because people are still doing it tough, but we have made some really substantial progress together. Inflation's more than halved, it's back in the Reserve Bank's target band. The underlying measure has come down a lot as well, Mr Speaker. Now, I remind the House that those opposite said that it wasn't possible to have inflation moderating substantially and wages growing strongly. And not for the first time, Mr Speaker, they have been spectacularly wrong. We've got wages growing, we've got inflation falling, and that means that we are seeing real wages growth in our economy
for 4 consecutive quarters in the new data that came out last week. And as the Infrastructure Minister pointed out a moment ago, one of the things that we are proudest of is that the gender pay gap is now the lowest on record. The ACTU Minding the Gap report released today shows that if the previous slow rate of progress under those opposite had continued, women would be $1,900 a year worse off than they are now. Under this government as well, minimum wage earners have got $7,000 extra per annum, and there's wage rises for aged care and early childhood educators. And that's because we see decent wages as part of the solution to this cost of living challenge and not part of the problem. But not everyone in here agrees. We know that the opposition leader doesn't. We know that the Leader of the Opposition is a risk to wages because we know his record, gutting Medicare and coming after wages and pushing wages down. And that's why real wages were falling when those opposite were in office. 9 years of deliberate wage stagnation because they want Australians working longer for less. Now this, Mr Speaker, is one of the many ways that the opposition leader's reckless arrogance has real costs for real people in real communities. Australians would go backwards under him and under them. This side of the House has got real wages moving again, but we know that Australians are still doing it tough. That's why we're coming at this cost of living challenge from every responsible angle, and progress on decent pay is a big part of our efforts.
Call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Following the 2007 election with no mandate, then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd massively increased migration under what he called a Big Australia policy. Prime Minister Rudd appointed the now Immigration Minister as the Minister for Population to help deliver his Big Australia policy. Acting Prime Minister, is net overseas migration currently higher or lower than under Kevin Rudd's Big Australia policy?
Call to the order. The Minister for Social Services is warned. No one is to interject before a minister begins their answer. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I rarely thank shadow ministers for their questions, but I'm really grateful for that one. I am really grateful for that one. Because I'm asked that on the exact day that those opposite commit publicly that they are going to vote to push net oversized migration higher. That's a decision that they've made today. Today they have made the decision and announced it in a press conference where you can see him desperately trying, don't give the grab, talk about everything other than what he's actually doing. They have decided that one of the areas where this parliament can put some control on net overseas migration, because let's face it, you don't have control over every lever. Part of it, for example, is Australian citizens. Unless you believe that we should control how many Australian citizens come home, is that your view? Do you think we should put a restriction on Australian citizens coming home? Because that feeds into net overseas migration. But apparently you don't know that. Do you think we should put limits on whether Australian citizens are allowed to work overseas? Because that's part of net overseas migration. But the one that we can have an impact on, student visas, you've decided to let it go sky high.
Just going to get the Leader to pause. And we're going to hear from the member for Wannon, who's entitled to raise a point of order under the standing orders.
It goes to relevance. The former Minister for Population, now Minister for Immigration, was asked a very simple question. Is net overseas migration higher or lower than under Kevin Rudd's Big Australia policy? Very simple.
The member for Wannon knows being directly relevant to the question has to be adhered to under the standing orders, and the minister was talking about immigration levels and numbers, so he is being directly relevant. He was talking about another topic. The member for Deakin, you're not helping either. So we're just going to take the temperature down. We're going to listen to the answer. We're going to make sure the minister is being directly relevant to the question he was asked about net migration, and he has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. So, of course, those opposite apparently don't know what the different constituent parts of net overseas migration are. So let me just give one of the easiest stats for them to know.
The member for Hume is really not helping. So I'm going to ask him to cease interjecting in light of the remarks I made earlier today. Let's just get through this answer. The Minister has the call.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker. I do want to get through this answer because they want to compare, and of course Australia over time, net overseas migration has gone up, and so if you take that 2010 benchmark, what year was the highest? When did we hit a record number of visas issued? When did we hit 9.6 million visas issued? The biggest upward pressure you could get on net overseas migration. 2017 to 2018. And who do you think was in charge overseeing issuing each of those 9.6 million visas granted? The Leader of the Opposition now. And so out of full respect to him, out of full respect, that media conference of their decision today was completely true to form. Because while they will run the opposite rhetoric, every time they have had the chance, they have put upward pressure after upward pressure, and this time they've made an announcement that they will vote for more upward pressure, that they will vote to let it rip on however many student visas get issued, however many come in, although I'll say any immigration minister in the future will have a hell of a time trying to catch up with the number of visas issued by that man.
Order. Give the call. Order. Members on my right, the member for Reid. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government cutting costs for Australians so they can get the skills they need for the jobs they want? And is there any opposition to this?
Give the call to the Minister for... The Minister will pause. The member for Herbert will cease rejecting. The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, this has been a pattern from the government in questions which I'd suggest to you are not consistent with Standing Order 98C. Ministers can be questioned on matters for which they're responsible or officially connected. By definition, the minister is not responsible for opposition.
The Deputy Leader of the House.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a very common part of questions. The former government made an absolute art form of it, so it doesn't really sit very well in the opposition manager's mouth to object to it now after 9 years of it.
I'm just going to listen carefully. Oh, the Leader of the House.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, if I can just refer to page 553 of practice, where it refers to what constitutes matter relating to a minister's public responsibilities, which concludes public affairs, which that tag clearly goes to.
Order. Members on my right, the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Manager of Opposition Business. Further to the point of order.
Well, Speaker, the question is clearly structured to deal with firstly what the minister is responsible for and then opposition. It could not be clearer on the wording of the question that what the minister is being asked about is not within his responsibilities.
Whilst this has been a feature of question time for a very long time, certainly as long as I've been here, about the compare and contrast, I'm just going to listen carefully to the minister to make sure. Obviously he can't have an answer, and the manager is correct simply about alternative approaches, because he wasn't asked about alternative approaches. He was asked about opposition. Now, I hope that's not just going to be one part of what the opposition could be. So I'm just going to make sure his answer reflects on what he's doing and has responsibility for, but also ensuring that it's just not an answer simply about alternative policies or approaches, because he wasn't asked about that. I hope that's clear to everyone in terms of what the minister can and can't do, and if he strays from that, I will have to take action. Give the call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks for your guidance too. And I thank the member for Bean for his question, as he knows Labor is bringing costs down so that more Australians can access high-quality, affordable training. Free TAFE is delivering the training that Australians want and the skills they need to get ahead. And this morning I was so pleased to be part of a ceremony that welcomed our Skilleroos, vet students from around Australia who competed so well on the global scale at the World Skills event in France. Now, these Skilleroos were also joined by Free TAFE students from the Canberra Institute of Technology, students in nursing, early childhood, individual support, as well as mechanical apprentices. And as I welcome MPs and senators from across the aisle, including the member for Farrer, the Shadow Minister, to celebrate our world-class TAFE and vet students. Now, the contribution of these students to building Australia's future simply cannot be overstated. And it was so good to speak with them, to celebrate their achievements and to discuss how it's inspiring others. And on this point, I spoke with Lachlan from Western Australia, who told me about the importance of fee-free TAFE to him. Now, Labor is listening to students like Lachlan, and Labor is bringing people together, working with all states and territories, Liberal as well as Labor, putting TAFE at the heart of our skills and training system. Last year, we brought in fee-free TAFE, and 500,000 Australians have enrolled. We're supporting these Australians by bringing their costs down, and we're opening the doors of opportunity. Now, I was asked if there's any opposition to this, and shortly after this morning's event, members will be shocked but not surprised to hear the Shadow Minister, she snuck away. She turned her back on these TAFE students, announcing that the Coalition will oppose our free TAFE bill. It is a shame, but for years on this side of the House we have fought against the Liberals' resentment towards public education and against their efforts to undermine TAFEs. And we always will. We always will. There will be no free TAFE places under the Liberals, who still call this wasteful spending. They will cut this cost of living support. They refuse to allocate $1 towards the hard-working Australians getting the skills they need for the jobs we need. And last time they were in government, we saw the damage their disregard for the vet system and skilling Australians did. They left Australia with the worst skills shortage in 50 years. And now, worse than that, they are standing in the way of us fixing it, while slamming the door shut on hundreds and thousands of Australians looking to get skills they want, whilst we are assisting them with cost of living pressures, showing arrogance towards the students and recklessness towards the needs of our economy. But, Speaker, as long as there is a Labor government, free TAFE is here to stay.
Call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Deputy Prime Minister. Acting Prime Minister, what mandate does this government have to increase our population by a projected 1.6 million over the next 5 years, the biggest intake in Australian history, to rip funds out of infrastructure, creating a housing crisis and to destroy our economy and the cost of living? Given the Prime Minister refuses to take responsibility for his government's bad decisions, which are hurting the economy and Australian families, will his deputy take responsibility?
Order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And I thank the Shadow Minister for the stream of consciousness. You have to make a decision as to whether you want to take action to contain and start to put downward pressure on the number of people who are arriving in Australia or not. And that doesn't involve media conference, it involves decisions. Now, there is a decision that this government took that we would put restraint on the number of student visas. That's one of the areas that government can quite directly control. I was reminded by a colleague after the last answer that those opposite actually were willing to put restrictions on whether Australian citizens could come into the country, but that's not something that we're about to do. But if you are not willing to vote, for measures that will put downward pressure on net overseas migration, then just acknowledge you're going to let it rip. Like, if that's the actual approach, but if you do as the opposition has decided to do today, which is to think they can run their rhetoric in one direction and their actions in the other, that sort of reckless arrogance gets found out, and this Leader of the Opposition was found out today. Because today, despite all the rhetoric, he had a decision as to whether or not to act on net overseas migration, and he has made an active decision. So for anybody out there who might feel that they're missing out on a rental accommodation because an overseas student is taken, just know the Leader of the Opposition wants to make that situation worse. If anybody out there is thinking that because of the rate of immigration they're having trouble getting into a home, just know the Leader of the Opposition has decided to make that worse. And if you decide that you're going to not take the cuts, that you're not going to take the cuts on something like student visas, then the large area of the caseload that's left in terms of where the big numbers are skilled visas. And where does it go if you make the cuts on the people we need to get here to build the homes? You end up with the Leader of the Opposition going down a pathway that hits in both directions. You made this decision, you've got to own it now. Too late to retreat.
The minister's completed his answer. The call to the member for McEwen.
This is the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to improve integrity and sustainability of the international education sector? Are there alternative approaches?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the marvellous member for McEwen for that question. I was at a school in his electorate with his granddaughter Ava just last week. Mr Speaker, since COVID, international students are back, but so are the shonks and the crooks who feed off this sector, using it as a backdoor for people to work here. We've got to take action to protect the integrity of this sector, and that's what the legislation that's in the Senate does. But we also need to protect community support for this sector as well. And 70% of Australians agree that the government should be able to put a cap or a limit on the number of international students that come to our country every year. And that's what this legislation that's in the Senate does. Mr Speaker, we make no apology for working to bring migration back to pre-pandemic levels, and a key part of that is putting a limit on the number of international students who come to this country every year. And up until this week, the Liberal Party agreed with that. In the biggest speech that an opposition leader ever makes in any given year at that dispatch box, the opposition leader got up in May and said this. He said that he would, quote, set a cap on foreign students. About an hour ago, he did a press conference just out there where he said, quote, we are happy for there to be a cap, end of quote. But that means nothing unless you're prepared to vote for it. And this opposition leader has just instructed his team down in the Senate to vote against legislation to put a cap on the number of international students. That legislation doesn't set a number, Pete, it just sets a power to create a cap, and you're voting against it. Never in my life did I expect to see this opposition leader get into bed with the Greens on immigration, but that is exactly what is happening. We shouldn't be surprised, because for this reckless, arrogant opposition leader, it's never about the public interest or the national interest. It's always about his private and political interest, even if it means getting into bed with the Greens. Now, the opposition leaders talked about the Group of 8 today. Let me remind him, they've put out a statement welcoming your decision to block this. That should tell you everything about what they think that you're doing. I've got a letter from 16 small and regional universities telling us that they want this. 70% of the Australian people say they want this, and the Liberal Party and the National Party and the Greens are getting into bed to stop this. Australians are fast starting to realise they can't trust this bloke on anything.
Before I call the member for Kennedy, just want to do one more acknowledgement. You'll get the call. I'm pleased to advise the House, as a result from the member for Dawson letting me know, that there's a delegation from GW3, mayors from Mackay, Isaac, Whitsundays and their CEOs. 9 mayors in total. Welcome to you all. The call to the honourable member for Kennedy.
Leader of the House, in the Queensland election, the LNP averred, do the crime, do the time, a flagrant lie. The jails had been full and overflowing for 3 years. Then a vote for KP is a vote for Labor. Perish the thought. Another lie. Townsville's crime rate warranted KP detouring from his trademark alternative, how to vote, and actually preferencing the Liberals. Oh, well, shame, but anyway. The muckraking, dredging up a youth indiscretion. Leader, would you agree LNP's strategies successful? LNP moral conviction in the gutter.
I have some difficulties with that question, only because it is asking for opinion, but it's a very broad. The member for Kennedy does not have the call. The leader is willing to answer the question. It's barely within standing orders, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah, I'll give it a go, Mr Speaker. And the question goes to the conviction of people's views when they get to the House, as Leader of the House. And with the member for Kennedy, who I've had many portfolios over the years where he has lobbied me right back from when I had the agriculture portfolio back in 2007, or even immigration as a shadow. And I will say for the member for Kennedy, what he says outside the House, what he lobbies you with privately, and how he votes inside the House are always the same thing. And whether you agree or disagree with the views of the member for Kennedy, he is always fearlessly in support of his electorate, and he always has utter conviction in how he votes in this chamber. I can compare and contrast that behaviour because it would not be consistent with the rogue point of order that the Leader of the Opposition gave today for the opposition to then be voting with the Greens on, of all things, housing, the environment and immigration. And yet they have a unity ticket now on all three of those. The member for Kennedy would never do anything like that. But housing, environment and immigration, voting Liberal or voting Green, gives you the same outcome in this chamber and in the Senate. The reckless arrogance of the announcement today is extraordinary. To claim and to make the case of the connections between immigration and housing and then to decide to vote that there be no cap is reckless arrogance beyond belief. The Leader of the House will pause. The member for Page on a point of order.
Yeah, a point of order of relevance, Speaker. I think you were very lenient to allow the question to be in order, but the minister now is straying across a whole board. It's all compare and contrast. It's all about this side of the parliament and out of order.
To be fair, the question was framed in that way, and I wasn't comfortable with the broad nature of it. And order, and as members know, I try and allow all questions in where possible, as what I try to give everyone a fair go. And given the broad nature, and the minister was happy to ask the question, and the huge relevance issue within that question, it's going to be hard for me to make sure everything isn't directly relevant. So just if the minister can...
No, Mr Speaker, and I accept the caution that's made, because the question actually made no reference to the member for Kennedy, but made multiple references to the LNP, so I will stay relevant to that for the remainder of the answer. Because the Leader of the Opposition wants to make it harder for people. He wants to make people worse off. And the example today with the announcement in the Senate is part of a consistent pattern from this Leader of the Opposition. Why did they vote no to energy bill relief? Because they want to make it harder for people. He wants to make people worse off. Why are they opposing free TAFE? Another announcement today. Because he wants to make people worse off. Why are they opposing the cutting of student debt? Because he wants to make people worse off. Why did they oppose cheaper medicines? Because he wants to make people worse off. every single element that comes before this House on cost of living. When he has an opportunity to show conviction, he runs a mile every time. And don't look at what he says, don't look at the rhetoric, look at how he votes. On immigration, environment and housing, he votes with the Greens, and on cost of living, he votes no to helping people every single time.
With the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water. How many renewable energy projects has the Albanese Labor government approved? How will these projects ease the cost of living for all Australians? And what government approaches how do government approaches differ to other proposals?
Very quick.
The call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Bendigo for her question. I know that she is a great supporter of lower power bills for people who live in her electorate and for the businesses in her electorate. She supports the $300 energy bill rebate and she supports cheaper, cleaner, renewable energy. And I'm very pleased to report, Mr Speaker, that the government has now approved 65 renewable energy projects. That is more than enough to power well over 7 million homes across Australia. And the most recent one is right up the road from the member for Bendigo, the 250 megawatt Muskerry solar power station. That will produce enough renewable energy to power more than twice as many homes as in the Greater Bendigo area. And what is terrific about this proposal, or this proposal that will go ahead, is that it was approved in just 20 business days. So as well as more renewable energy, we have doubled on-time approvals since coming to government. Now, of course, the renewable energy transition is cracking along under this government. That means that we're already seeing falls in wholesale power prices down around 16%. What is the biggest risk to this? The biggest risk to this is the uncosted, risky, 20-year in the future renewable nuclear energy fantasy proposed by those opposite. It's going to cost around $600 billion. It's going to take 20 years. It'll add $1,200 to bills. And one of the things that is truly troubling about it is that it will keep coal in our system for much longer. And because of that, will add around 1.7 billion tonnes of extra carbon dioxide pollution to our atmosphere. So we've got a real choice. We've got a slow, risky, expensive transition to nuclear, or a fast, certain transition to renewables that's already happening under us. You've got $1,200 added to domestic power bills under those opposite. You've got the $300 energy bill relief under us, and cheaper renewables for families and businesses.
Order. The member for Hume has the call.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. RBA Governor Michelle Bullock has said that aggregate demand in the economy is still too high and, quote, what's keeping the level high is population growth. Given population under Labor has increased by a record 1.67 million, can the Acting Prime Minister confirm that this government's Big Australia approach is putting upward pressure on inflation?
No, we're going to do this again because there was far too many interjections. The Treasurer will pause. The Treasurer will just resume his seat. The Minister for Infrastructure. We can't have— I don't know why this is so hard. Members are entitled to ask their questions in silence and should be shown the respect without snide or comments on either side. In case you haven't worked it out, I'm not a fan of that. So we're just going to do this properly and invite the member for Hume, because he's earned the respect to ask his question, and I want everyone to show it to him. He has the call.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. RBA Governor Michelle Bullock has said that aggregate demand in the economy is still too high and, quote, what's keeping the level high is population growth. Given population under Labor has increased by a record 1.67 million people, can the Acting Prime Minister confirm that this government's Big Australia approach is putting upward pressure on inflation?
Call to the Treasurer.
Well, it must be 3 o'clock, Mr Speaker. I welcome the question from the Shadow Treasurer. I say to the Shadow Treasurer and to his colleagues, they need to decide, do they want immigration to be lower or higher? Because they say they want it to be lower, but then they say they'll vote for it to be higher. They have to make up their mind, as the Minister has pointed out to them repeatedly today. Now, I'm asked what the RBA Governor has said about some of these matters, and the two most important things that Governor Bullock has said is, first of all, public demand is not the main game when it comes to the outlook for inflation, and secondly, that the government has the right attitude when it comes to inflation. She couldn't be clearer. The Governor of the Reserve Bank couldn't be clearer, Mr Speaker. Now, the Shadow Treasurer could be a little clearer. The Shadow Treasurer could be a little clearer. And the reason why his colleagues have been in the Saturday paper saying he's vacated the field and he's not providing any direction and he's just throwing rocks is because, Mr Speaker, he has provided absolutely no coherent, costed or credible economic policies.
The Minister for Social Services on a warning. Order. The Minister for Regional Development is now warned. Completely inappropriate to interject while someone's trying to raise a point of order. The member for Hume has asked his question. Now he's entitled to raise a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The question was very specifically about the big Australia strategy of this government, with population growing by 1.67 million, and how that is driving up inflation.
The question was specific, so I'm just going to make sure that I didn't hear exactly what the Treasurer said because I was talking to the Leader of the Opposition about an important matter, but I thank the member for helping me out. The Treasurer has just got to ensure that he remains directly relevant.
Said at the beginning, Mr Speaker, if the Shadow Treasurer has that view, why is he voting for even higher migration with the position that they've announced on the student caps? They've got to make up their mind. They say they want lower migration, but they're voting for higher migration, and that's because they put their own political interests ahead of the national economic interest. And I went through the things that Governor Bullock has said about the government's policy and how it relates to inflation, the right attitude, helpful to surpluses and the like, Mr Speaker. Now, we've been clear, the Governor's been clear, those opposite haven't been clear. The reason why those opposite are saying of the Shadow Treasurer he's vacated the field and not providing direction and just throwing rocks is because he has no coherent, credible or costed alternatives, Mr Speaker. So to learn what they think about the budget and inflation, we've got to go to the Deputy Liberal Leader, Mr Speaker, who said today about free TAFE, and I'm quoting, remember this, it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party. If you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Now, Mr Speaker, the reason why this is relevant, is because I'm...
Just pause a moment, we'll get through this. I don't want the Treasurer straying into alternative policies and approaches unless he is making it directly relevant to his answer. So I can appreciate where he's going, but I'm going to listen carefully, otherwise I'll have to sit him down. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When it comes to budget settings and demand, the Deputy Liberal Leader has said if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. And here we draw a direct line between the approach they're taking on fee-free TAFE, voting against it, and what this opposition leader did when he came after universal Medicare, when he came after universal health care. And the point that I'm making is the reason why we know that these characters are a risk is because we know their record. They vote against education caps. They vote against fee-free TAFE. They went after universal Medicare last time, and that's why they are a risk to household budgets and to inflation.
Has concluded. We'll hear from the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening our international trade relationships to benefit Australian farmers?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I do want to thank our great member for Gilmore. She is a terrific supporter of Australian farmers. She knows how important they are to our country and how respected they are in our country and indeed around the world.
Order.
Here at home, our agriculture sector employs hundreds of thousands of people, Mr Speaker. The total value of agriculture, fisheries and forestry production has increased around 47% over the last 20 years. Indeed, it hit a record level of $100 billion in 2022-23, $100 billion. And our Aussie farmers continue feeding the world through $76 billion worth of agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports annually. We have the globe's best produce and the world knows it, Mr Speaker. That's why it was such an honour to represent Australian farmers last week at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Ministers' meeting. Indeed, for more than 3 decades, APEC has been vital for promoting open and inclusive rules-based trade and practical market-orientated regulatory reform in our region, Mr Speaker. It was clear that among—
The Minister's going to pause. The Minister's just going to pause, so that means not saying anything. The Leader of the Nationals is not going to just give a running commentary all through the answer, and same alongside the Deputy Leader, just to continually to be back and forth and back and forth. We're just not going to have that for the remainder of the answer. It's unbecoming. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm surprised they're not supporting our farmers. I mean, it was very clear amongst the 21 member economies of APEC, where the Prime Minister and I met with a number of our counterparts, that Australia is considered a critical partner globally, not only for trade, but for helping the direction of the rules-based order that our trade relies on, Mr Speaker. We punch above our weight internationally, and I'm proud to be part of a government that's restored our international standing. Since the election, the Albanese Labor government has been working successfully to strengthen our trading relationships across the APEC region and indeed around the world, Mr Speaker. And of course, it's ensuring more trade with more trading partners. And this means more jobs here at home in Australia. Today, 1 in 4 jobs is dependent on our trade, Mr Speaker, 1 in 4 jobs in this country. It also means more opportunities for Aussie farmers. We've seen our hard work pay off through the stabilisation of our relationship with our largest trading partner in China, where we inherited, of course, from those opposite $20 billion in trade impediments. We have removed most of those, Mr Speaker, delivering big wins for wine, grains, red meat and seafood. And in the past year, these wins have now seen record-breaking exports of agricultural products to China, Mr Speaker. We've delivered a new free trade agreement with the UAE, and indeed that's our first in the Middle East region, and I talked about that in this place just a few weeks ago. Importantly, Mr Speaker, we recorded 88 market access achievements to open, improve, maintain and restore access, including 10 new markets. We are now exporting over 70% of our agriculture, fisheries and forestry production to 169 markets globally, Mr Speaker. This is our highest and most diversified trade ever.
Give the call to the honourable member for Calais.
To the Health Minister. The rural doctor shortage crisis is having devastating consequences for the health of our residents in central western New South Wales. Gulgong no longer has any doctors. Practices in communities like Mudgee, Molong and Canowindra have closed their books to new patients, and it takes 2 months to see a doctor in Wellington. What are you doing to fix this appalling situation, and will you personally visit our region and meet with local doctors and concerned residents to see the shocking effects this crisis is having?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his interest, obviously, in his community broadly, but particularly about the challenges in delivering good quality health care in regional Australia. We've had a couple of discussions about this already. Let me say a little bit about what we're trying to do to address, frankly, a real shortage of doctors in rural Australia. We've delivered more doctors over the last couple of years. The last 2 years have seen the biggest increase to doctor numbers in a decade. Now, that's not fixing every problem in every single community, but more doctors, more bulk billing and more urgent care clinics are starting to turn around the challenges that we inherited. But we know there are a range of different levers we need to pull. We put in place in our first budget a range of increased incentives for doctors to practice in communities like the member's community. A range of dollar incentives that are very significant and particularly reward doctors moving to regional Australia with the skills that we need. They might be emergency management skills, they might be mental health skills or obstetrician and gynaecology skills. We've also, through the Minister for Education, put in place very significant help debt relief for medical and nursing graduates who move to regional Australia. Depending on the level of regionality, they will have very significant reductions in their university debt or student debt. We've put in place a number of single employer model trials, including in New South Wales, to try and deal with the industrial disadvantages that GP registrars face in regional communities compared to their hospital-based equivalents as well. And the bulk billing changes that we put in place 12 months ago are benefiting regional Australia more than our cities. We know that about 40% of the more than 5 million additional free visits to the doctor that took place over the last 12 months happened in regional Australia. Now, we know there is more to do. We've got GP incentive funds that are seeking to plug some of the holes that the member just referred to. I met with a terrific delegation from North Queensland earlier today where that's been able to address the sort of challenges the member has talked about. I'm more than happy to sit down directly with the member, as I have done with, for example, the member for Kennedy, to deal with the doctor glut in doctor shortage, in Cardwell and in Mission Beach in Queensland. If there's the sort of approach that we took there can help with the members' community, I'm more than happy to sit down with him and I'll reach out soon.
Give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How are Medicare urgent care clinics making it easier for Australians to see a doctor, and are there any threats to the continued success of these clinics?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Blair for his question. He knows that a big part of our plans to strengthen Medicare was to roll out a network of Medicare urgent care clinics, open 7 days a week, extended hours, and very importantly, Mr Speaker, fully bulk billed. We promised to open 50 clinics last year and we opened 58. We promised to open 29 more clinics this year, Mr Speaker, and all 29 will be opened by the end of next month. And already 900,000 Australians have gone through these clinics since last June. 1 in 3 of them kids under the age of 15. 1 in 3 visiting during the weekend, and every single one of them fully bulk billed, Mr Speaker. And last week I was delighted to visit the Ipswich Medicare Urgent Care Clinic with the member for Blair. It was open pretty early and already it's seen 12,500 people from the member for Blair's electorate, taking real pressure off the emergency department of the local hospital there. We're told that semi-urgent and non-urgent presentations to that ED are down by 25%. 25%. But it's not just relief for the local hospital, Mr Speaker. Those patients are getting top quality care in a timely fashion, completely free of charge. Now, I have literally page after page of positive Google reviews for the Ipswich Urgent Care Clinic. I only have time to name a couple of them, Mr Speaker, and maybe I'll table the rest of them. But Esther said, I went in on a Saturday night.
Order.
I saw someone within 10 minutes, out the door in 20,
Order.
happy and friendly
Members
staff. This is a great substitute to the emergency department or waiting days to see a GP, Mr Speaker. Kerry said, I went in for a suspected broken foot and I was seen by the triage within 10 minutes and had my results back within an hour. Great service to take the pressure off the ED, Mr Speaker. I could go on if standing orders allowed me, Mr Speaker. I could go on. Mr Speaker, we promised the Australian people we would strengthen Medicare. We would make it stronger. We're delivering more doctors. We're delivering more bulk billing. And we're opening more Medicare urgent care clinics. And while this is making a real difference, including to the people in the member for Blair's electorate, we know there is more to do, Mr Speaker. We know there is more to do, but we also know that those opposite in the Liberal Party pose a direct threat to that progress, a very direct threat. Just this morning, yet again, the Shadow Treasurer was out on radio saying that our investments to strengthen Medicare and deliver cheaper medicines would be on the chopping block under a Dutton government. Bulk billing would go back into freefall under those opposite. Medicines would become dearer, not cheaper. And, Mr Speaker, the Medicare urgent care clinics will close. That's what you'll get from the Liberal Party.
Call to the Acting Prime Minister. The Acting Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Before we go to papers, go to the member for Hughes, the member for Groom and the member for Wannon. The member for Hughes has seeking the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to make a personal explanation.
Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, the member for McEwen issued a social media post claiming that I was asked questions about robo-debt deaths and responded in a certain way. Mr Speaker, this is disingenuous. The post followed a speech I gave on Services Australia in the Federation Chamber. I made no reference to robo-debt. However, there are a number of aggressive interjections and shouting by the member for McEwen during my speech,
Order.
such that the Deputy Speaker called order. Mr Speaker, I further note that the member for McEwen chose not to interject during a speech substantially similar to mine given by the honourable member for Casey, a male colleague. Thank you.
Member for order. The member for Bowman will withdraw that remark. The member for Groom has indicated he's seeking the call.
On with Standing Order 105B, I wish to draw your attention to multiple overdue questions in writing, questions 730 and 734. Speaker, can I ask that you write to the Treasurer and the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry and seek their explanations as to why I've not chosen to answer my excellent questions in writing within 60 days.
I shall do so as the standing order provides. I'll call the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Fairfax proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's risky and expensive plan to rely wholly on renewables to meet Australia's energy needs. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. There was some encouraging news last night coming out of COP29. I'm not sure if everybody read the media release from the UK government, but it talks about a new deal being signed to speed up advanced nuclear technologies. That sounds pretty good, Mr Speaker. In the media release, it talks about the importance of nuclear energy to speed up the deployment of cutting-edge technology to decarbonise industry and boost energy security. And here's the best thing of the lot, the last paragraph. For those who haven't read it, the new agreement will come into force from 1 March 2025 and is expected to also be signed by Canada, France, Japan, Republic of Korea, Republic of South Africa, China, Euratom, Switzerland, and I'm not sure if I can do a drum roll, can I, Mr Speaker? Australia. How good is that? Congratulations to the Albanese Labor government for committing to sign a deal for nuclear energy with our AUKUS allies and a string of other nations. Isn't that fantastic, Mr Speaker? You see, I think the Albanese government have come to the realisation that when it comes to a decarbonised electricity grid, history shows that 5 of the 10 fastest decarbonisations in history come from nuclear energy. I think the Albanese government have realised that, with the exception of Australia, all advanced economies in the G20 either use nuclear energy today or they are moving towards it. I think they have come to realise that all the major banks in the world are now out there seeking deals to back in to finance nuclear energy plants. I think maybe they found out that the biggest tech companies, whether it be Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they're all looking to nuclear energy to power their future. And so I got excited, you see, because I thought, indeed, we've signed a deal to join the rest of the world when it comes to nuclear energy. But then I felt a bit sad. I did. I felt a bit sad. I felt sad because the government seems to have changed its mind. The government has put out a set of comments in response to The Guardian, and The Guardian asked the government, in quotes, to please explain. And the government says, no, Australia is not signing this agreement, as we do not have a nuclear energy industry. It goes on to say, we will not be signing up to this agreement. You know, this is extraordinary, because you would think, when we're talking about pulling out of a deal that's just been announced by the UK government in one of their media releases, either the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, or at the very least the Climate Change and Energy Minister would come out and make a statement. But true to form, true to the cowardly, weak performance of the Albanese government, guess who made this announcement on behalf of the Albanese government? A spokesperson. Oh, the spokesperson made it. Oh, that mystery person. When something tough has to be said from the Albanese government, out comes that mystery person, the spokesperson. Seriously. But here's the most, or let's say the second most concerning piece of the information that came out from the Albanese government. The first, of course, being that they are now pulling out of this agreement. But they talk about Australia through ANSTO, the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, Australia's engagement through the Gen 4 International Forum, which is an international forum that looks at advanced nuclear technologies. They refer to Australia now having observer status. Now, where this is important is Australia has not been an observer. No. This international forum, Australia has had full membership. No. And we find out from the mystery spokesperson that Australia's role in this international forum, since 2017, by the way, has now been demoted. What country demotes its own status in an international agreement, in an international forum? The Albanese government has. From membership status to observer status. So I thought I'd better check out what's this about, and I did. I went to the Gen 4 International Forum's annual report of 2023. And it's very clear in here because it says Australia is a member. And it makes it very clear. I mean, the first paragraph under Appendix 1 says Australia continues to be a committed and cooperative member of the Generation 4 International Forum. You know what else it says about the Australian government's view on nuclear? Nuclear energy, no less. It says about the Australian government continues to recognise that nuclear energy is a mature technology, delivers reliable electricity, has zero greenhouse gas emissions, has low life cycle emissions, higher standards of safeguards, safety and security. Aha! And I'll take the interjection. I'll take the interjection from the Assistant Minister. You can always sniff a rat when the socialist left from Labor start sounding like economic rationalists. Now the argument from Labor is, oh yes, nuclear energy, tick, 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 but the economics doesn't stack up. And so you can just imagine when the Prime Minister was over there meeting with President Biden, of course, he was explaining the economics don't stack up to the US's plan to sign this agreement. I'm sure he said the same to Chinese President Xi Jinping. I'm sure he said the same to Prime Minister Starmer from the UK, showing him those intelligent memes from the Labor Party to demonstrate the economics do not stack up for nuclear energy. The Climate Change and Energy Minister has been on record many a time suggesting that the real cost of Labor's plan to deliver a net zero electricity grid is $122 billion. $122 billion. Now, when you're looking at the pathway to a net zero electricity grid, you have to compare one pathway to another, and we will be showing all the economics before this next election. So the Frontier Economics team, before the member leaves after having a giggle, listen to this one. Listen to this one. The Frontier Economics team, an independent body, costed Labor's plan. Did it cost $122 billion? I give it to you once, twice. Are you going to interject? No, he doesn't. Guess how much it really costs? $642 billion. Now, guess how many times more expensive that is than what the minister had told us? 5 times more expensive. That's how much, before you leave the chamber there, 5 times more expensive is what your minister told you and the rest of Australia, which is not true.
Seconds left, go for it.
So let me, in my 35 seconds, point out some of the reasons why it's 5 times more expensive. Firstly, hidden costs for transmission lines, $62 billion. The current asset base is $26 billion. They're going to add another $62 billion they haven't told the Australian people. They have a shadow carbon price. $70 it's worth now. Remember, Gillard introduced it at $24. It's going to be over $400 by 2050. This is the secret cost of their plan, and this is why it's going to be a complete disaster under this Albanese government. Tell the truth, I ask the Assistant Minister.
Time has expired, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today's matter of public importance debate was brought to you by the outfit that can't be bothered to have a national energy policy. They couldn't be bothered to have a national energy policy for 10 years when they're in government. They don't have a national energy policy now. The Shadow Minister for Energy was challenging me to tell the truth. When are we going to learn the details of their nuclear scam? He just said before the next election. It's previously been said before the end of the year. The clock is ticking. There's never been an opposition that's been given as much licence as they have in relation to this ridiculous policy. I mean, he's just had 10 minutes. We still don't know. We still don't know when the reactors are going to be delivered, who's going to build them, how much they'll cost to be built, how much they'll cost to operate. We don't know anything about the one single idea. The one single idea. There is no policy, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is no policy.
Member for
There is no policy, Deputy Speaker. There is just a fantasy.
Stop. Please. Member for Fairfax, no more interjections, please. Assistant Minister has the call.
Speaker, the outfit that never bothered to have a national energy policy in their entire 10 years in government and doesn't have a national energy policy now has never seen a dodgy scare campaign that it doesn't want to grab with both hands. This is an outfit that loves nothing more than a cocked-up, made-to-order, independent report from its mates at Frontier Economics. Does it ever listen? Does it ever listen to expert advice and analysis? No. Does it ever give respect to organisations like the Australian Energy Market Operator? No. But Frontier Economics, the same crew that developed Tony Abbott's direct action plan, yes please. Come in, Spinner, Deputy Speaker, and how did that go? We inherited high and rising prices from those opposite, including energy prices, and we've done two things. We've taken action to provide relief, and we've taken action to set Australia up for a better future. We've taken action to deliver a cheaper and cleaner energy system in the long term. What has the Coalition done, Deputy Speaker? They've obstructed every single piece of cost relief that has been designed to help Australian households doing it tough, and they've obstructed every bit of reform that we have pursued in trying to clean up their awful mess. They obstructed the gas price caps at the end of 2022. They've obstructed energy price relief on every occasion that we've tried to deliver that to Australian households. And of course, every single bit of reform that we've come along with after a decade of neglect, after a decade of no national energy plan, a decade in which energy generation in Australia went backwards by 1 gigawatt. And the only thing that the former Minister for Energy was prepared to do in the face of high and rising prices, in the face of decreasing energy supply, was to come along at the last moment and try to hide the fact that energy prices were rising from the Australian people in the shadow of election. So, Deputy Speaker, we will continue to focus on supporting Australian households and supporting Australian businesses, and we will continue to focus on creating a cheaper, cleaner, more secure and self-sufficient Australian energy system. That will have direct benefits to households, that will have direct benefits to businesses, but of course it has other benefits too, because the world is going through a clean energy transformation, and there are opportunities for us to have with our comparative advantages when it comes to wind and solar and storage and other forms of green technology. And we have to get them for the benefit of businesses in this country, for the benefit of exports and for the benefit of Australian workers. What we have done has seen electricity prices fall. Indeed, they've fallen 12.3% since June 2023. And without the direct energy bill relief that we've supplied, they would be 15.4% higher now. That is relief to Australian households that those opposite oppose. So every time people get their bills and see the relief that we've delivered, they should know how much worse it would be if those opposite had their way. Deputy Speaker, we know that building a cleaner and cheaper energy future requires more renewables and storage because it's the cheapest form of new energy generation. And frankly, Australians know that because 1 in 3 Australians have home solar PV. It delivers cheaper energy to them. And last week we crossed for the first time 4 million households out of 11.5 million households, 4 million households in Australia with solar PV. We have the highest penetration of solar PV in the world because it allows people to have access to cheaper energy. And that technology has become more efficient over time, a lot of it with Australian innovation built into it, and it's become cheaper. In fact, solar PV for households become 85% cheaper over the last 10 years. And we are now working to extend those benefits to more Australians, particularly to those who face the most disadvantage. We have the Social Housing Energy Performance Incentive Program, which is delivering the benefits of solar and batteries to social housing tenants around Australia. I was glad to be in South Australia when we announced that program earlier, and I've seen a couple of community batteries that have been opened in South Australia where you've got, in each case, 300 social housing tenants getting the benefit of virtual power plants to bring down their energy prices on average by $550 a year. That's the kind of work that we are focused on. That's the kind of better future we are trying to build for Australians. Now, the Shadow Minister was part of a do-nothing government that gave Australia high energy prices, that gave Australia energy insecurity and a reduction in energy generation. And now those opposite, after having done nothing for 10 years, are only in the game, Deputy Speaker, of fear-mongering and obstruction and dodgy made-to-order reports. And while those opposite try to deceive and scare Australians with the daft, renewables energy slogan that we hear so often, the Australian community knows that they're looking at what is in effect an obstruction-only coalition, a fear-mongering-only coalition, and unfortunately a nuclear only coalition. And the Shadow Minister before was talking about some of the things that are true about nuclear technology. It's mature. It's been around for 70 years. It's not a new technology. It has never been able to address its biggest flaw, which is its unbelievable eye-watering cost. I just talked about solar energy getting cheaper, 85% cheaper in the last 10 years. Nuclear energy has got more and more expensive over time. The capital costs have become more expensive. The operating costs have become more expensive. We know that if they got their chance to inflict nuclear energy on the Australian community, it would take 15 to 20 years. It would cost $600 billion. It would cost every Australian household $1,200 or more per annum. That is the reality of nuclear energy. It is slow to deliver. It is inflexible, uncommercial, uninvestable and uninsurable, not to mention dangerous and risky. And it is in decline worldwide. The Shadow Minister tries to tell a story that suggests that actually nuclear is going big elsewhere. It is not. Nuclear energy peaked as a proportion of energy, global energy, in 1996. 28 years ago, nuclear energy peaked as a proportion of global energy, and it has been falling since then. The number of reactors worldwide peaked in 2002. 22 years ago, the number of reactors peaked. There are fewer now. Last year, globally, the world added 440 gigawatts of new non-hydro renewables, and nuclear energy generation went backwards by 1 gigawatt, plus 440 gigawatts of new renewables, minus 1 gigawatt of new nuclear. You look at the United States, which is currently the largest generator of nuclear energy. They added 39 gigawatts of new renewables last year and no new nuclear. That is the reality. China, 217 gigawatts of new renewables and only 1 gigawatt of new nuclear. That is the reality of nuclear worldwide. It is in decline. It is not growing. The proportion of energy is lower than it was 28 years ago, and in countries like France and the US, it's at a 25-year low. One of the things that they have promised is that there will be small modular reactors for some communities in Australia, including Collie in Western Australia. There is no such thing as a small modular reactor. They don't exist. The poster child of the modular reactor world, was the NuScale modular reactor, which the Shadow Minister himself was deeply in love with. It began by claiming in 2019 that it would deliver in 2024, that it would be operative this year, 720 megawatts for $8 billion. In 2023, the revised projection was going to deliver 1/3 less power for $14 billion in 2029. So it revised its initial estimates by saying it would deliver 1/3 less power for 75% more cost and a 5-year delay. And then, tick, 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 boom. It disappeared altogether. It disappeared. It crashed and burned, and it took $900 million of US taxpayers' money with it. That is the kind of nutty project that those opposite would like to inflict on the Australian community.
And I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is extraordinary to know that our representative at COP29, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, has turned his back on our closest allies, possibly after confusing them when the UK put out that media release, as the member for Fairfax highlighted. And I'll just read some points from the Australian where it says the UK and the US expected Australia to sign the agreement as well as willing parties, including Canada, France, Japan, Republic of Korea, Republic of South Africa, China and Switzerland. But through a statement from his office, Mr Bowen totally rejected the invitation. I was wondering what he was doing at that time that was so much more important than responding to our closest allies' invitation. Australia is not signing this agreement as we do not have a nuclear energy industry. Nuclear power is outlawed in Australia. We will continue to work closely with our international partners to reach net zero. Well, I think we declined that invitation to work closely with our international partners. Our international partners understand that Australia's abundance of renewable energy resources makes nuclear power, I don't know what it says, he goes on and on and on, but he declined the invitation. Oh, but here he says, he argues that Australia is much sunnier than the UK. That's extraordinary. What a great reason to say no to our closest allies, the United Kingdom and the United States, some of the world's leading leaders in civil nuclear energy. They know nuclear is a future for defence, for industry and to power homes and to lower emissions. The minister is refusing to engage with our allies, just refusing. And it's quite an embarrassing approach for our nation. Every day in Parliament, since the Albanese Labor government was elected, we've fought back against this silly renewables-only approach because it is harming Australians who believed in that $275 promise. And now where are we on that? Not a peep, not a word, just a broken promise. And it's a pity that the minister isn't here today to take part in the battle of ideas on our nation's future, to have lower energy prices. He's at COP, but he's not responding to invitations, so we don't really know what he's doing because he's sending out his spokesperson to do his work for him. We need a consistent, reliable and cheap energy power system. Unfortunately, as we've just said, missing in action. But I also want to talk about gas, because this is the form of energy that every single manufacturer across Western Sydney, when I go and speak to them, are desperately crying out for. And they were confused as well by this government and the minister on their approach to gas. The market operator has noted more gas is needed to ensure that the lights don't go out, but Labor is constantly chipping at the needs of our gas companies. Gas is needed to heat our homes, to cook our food, and as I said, to heat our heavy industry. Without gas, our sovereign capability will fade away. In the face of growing tensions in our region, we need to ensure that we can rely on energy sources that keep the lights on and power our businesses. The Leader of the Opposition and I attended brickworks at Austral recently, and they needed gas. They need gas desperately to produce bricks that are needed to build the homes that will get us out of this housing crisis. Right. Mascot Steel in Emu Plains needs gas to fabricate steel to ensure that we do have sovereign capability in this country. Pendrell in Blacktown needs gas to make parts for our railways, again ensuring that we have sovereign manufacturing in Australia. Our railways are the lifeline for many state transport networks when parts are needed. These are just a few examples in Western Sydney alone where gas is needed. And this is why we're backing gas, along with nuclear energy, along with so many other countries around the world. And in fact, as we've just heard, we've been invited to join them. Households in Western Sydney are paying $1,000 more for their energy bills. Unlike what the previous speaker, the member before me, stated, people are actually paying more, and they're lining up at those food banks and they are struggling like never before. Ideology over practicality on energy is failing Australia. In fact, this government is failing Australia at every step when it comes to energy affordability.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Yet again I have to stand in this place and speak on a motion moved by those opposite that just doesn't make sense. And it's a pleasure to rise today to speak on this matter of public importance because, Speaker, this is an issue of vital importance to Australia's future and energy security. But I must admit I'm baffled by the opposition with their renewables and their obsession with nuclear power. It's like they've been watching too much sci-fi, imagining a future powered by reactors that, let's be honest, will take decades to come online and cost taxpayers an absolute fortune. Now, Speaker, I've had the joy of spending time with the Shadow Minister recently, and I'm the first to say that he's not a terrible bloke. But let's call it for what it is. He doesn't give a stuff about facts. He doesn't give a stuff about regional Australia. Because here's the difference between you and me, champ. This isn't a political game to me. I'm a former coal miner who lives in one of these regions. I actually care about the future energy needs and the future of our region because they're my mates and they're my family. I actually think people in the regions deserve facts on this nuclear dream of his. It's a costly nightmare for the regions and for the taxpayers. But let's look at the facts because someone in this chamber has to. Building a nuclear power plant in Australia will take at least 20 years, even if everything went smoothly. Meanwhile, coal-fired power stations like Collide and Tarong are closing as soon as 2028. That That's a gap we just can't afford for jobs and energy security. Electrical Trades Union Secretary Michael Wright told the committee no worker engaged in a coal-fired generator anywhere in the Hunter or more broadly in Australia will be able to transition straight into a nuclear generator. It is simply not conceivable. The committee has heard from experts telling us it will take 8 to 10 years just to get regulatory framework in place for nuclear energy in Australia. The Shadow Minister's own US-based experts let slip this week it will take at least 12 years to build a single nuclear reactor. That's 20 years lead time before we see a watt of electricity for their nuclear fantasy. And as he's just left the place, he didn't want to hear this. So that's mid-2040s. And what's the price tag for this, as he's still not in the building right now? The best estimates are tens of billions per reactor, and that's before we account for cost overruns, delays and the massive subsidies required to make it remotely viable. We trust the experts. We have crunched the numbers. Replacing a fraction of Australia's retiring coal-fired generation with nuclear will cost $600 billion. This is money we simply don't have. The experts at the Smart Energy Council predict that Dutton's 7 nuclear reactors will only provide 3.7% of Australia's energy mix in 2050. Instead of spending billions on nuclear power that won't come online until the 2040s or 2050s, we could invest in renewables and storage solutions firmed up by gas that are cheaper, faster and ready to deliver now. But here's the kicker. The opposition hasn't provided a single detail of their nuclear plan, or policy, so-called policy. All they have provided is a list of sites. They haven't told us how many generators they will be putting into each site, just that it will be a multiple. Where's their plan for waste disposal? Where's their funding model? The Shadow Minister can't even answer these questions because he hasn't done the work. And do you know why? Because he doesn't give a stuff about regional communities who will be left holding the bag when the costs blow out. The opposition's lack of detail is frankly insulting to Australians who just want answers. It's easy to throw around buzzwords like clean and reliable, but when you dig beneath the surface, their nuclear plan is little bit more than wishful thinking. Speaker, Australians deserve better. They deserve leadership that prioritises solutions, not delays. They deserve policies based on facts, not fantasies. And most of all, they deserve an energy strategy that delivers affordable sustainability and jobs, not a nuclear black hole that will leave us all poorer. We care about creating jobs now, not decades down the track. So, Speaker, those opposite should stop drinking the nuclear Kool-Aid and get on with the job of powering Australia's future. Ignoring facts does nothing to provide cheap and reliable energy to Australians. Those opposite misled the Australian people on energy prices, and now they're misleading them about our energy policies. Peter Dutton can't be trusted on energy or anything else for that matter. Have a good hard look at yourself, Mr Dutton.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for the Hunter talks about misleading on energy. I'd just like to remind the member that this was from a government that promised $275 off power bills, and there's people in my electorate who are paying $1,000 after that promise more. So they've already been misled. The member from Hunter also talked about affordable and sustainable energy. Well, Labor is failing Australia on both of those measures. Labor has failed to bring down energy prices. Since Labor has taken government, prices are more than 20% more than since they were elected. More than 20% more. Labor's failing to adequately decarbonise the grid where no expert believes we're on track to reach 2030, 2035 or 2050 carbonisation targets. Labor's plan means higher prices and risking rolling blackouts. And Australians know this. They know it because they feel it. Every time they look at their bill, every time they struggle with the cost of living, they know this plan is not delivering what it promised. And why are prices going up? Why are we on track to missing our targets? Because there isn't really a real plan there. They don't know what it will cost. AEMO and the nuclear inquiry admitted they don't know what it costs. They admitted their plan doesn't cost the actual Labor plan. It's narrowly prescribed what they can cost. And for the first time, we've had someone research the entire cost. Frontier Economics, an independent organisation which has modelled $640 billion. That's more than $25,000 for each Australian. Now, this is because Frontier looks at it and says most of the costs that many that are still yet to be incurred are treated by AEMO and the NEM as sunk costs, even though many of these projects are yet to be developed. They went on to say customers and taxpayers will, of course, pay for these projects, irrespective of how AEMO chooses to categorise them. So therefore, this will likely be an underestimate of the costs, given the propensity of these project costs, particularly for transmission projects. Australia is now being left behind the rest of the world. Of the G20 countries, there are only 3 nations with no plans to build nuclear reactors, and of these 3 nations, the other 2 being Germany and Spain, we're the only market that does not import nuclear energy. Microsoft, Amazon and Google are now investing billions of dollars. Figures given to me from the Parliamentary Library show Canada, the US and Korea, all countries with nuclear power as part of their mix, have much lower prices compared to Australia. Canada is US 127, US 137, Korea US 151, where Australia is US 212. US Department of Energy recently released a report where it modelled the Californian grid. California, a state with on the Pacific Ocean, lots of wind, lots of inland land with lots of sun, and they looked at what would it cost the Californian grid to be on solar and wind. Then they looked at what it would cost to be on the Californian grid with solar, wind and nuclear. What did the US Department of Energy find introducing nuclear into a solar and wind grid would find? It found prices would go down 37%. Now, with all this new information, understanding we have an energy plan that predates the advent of AI, predates the advent and the takeoff of AI, that has seen some of the most environmentally conscious companies in the world, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, invest billions of dollars in nuclear. What have we done? We've actually reneged and exited an agreement with our closest allies, the US and the UK. Now, this agreement, we were talking about projection, or where nuclear is at the world. Well, there was 31 countries last year at COP28, 31 countries who signed up to triple nuclear energy, 300% increase by 2050. Then they followed that up this year, announcing us, France, Korea, Japan, Canada, Switzerland would all be joining a collaborative research group to actually share research, share intelligence into nuclear energy. What is the downside for the Australian people in being a part of that? But no sooner had the US and UK announced this, embarrassingly, Australia just reneged from this information, reneged to add facts, reneged to have a mature debate. And look, I am also part of the Nuclear Committee, and we've heard a lot of testimony, most recently from a Green, Tyrone Delisle, who challenged Peter Dutton in 2013, and I quote him from last week in the area where he's from in Queensland. I came to look at the scale of climate challenge and what would be required to genuinely address it. We just won't be able to achieve it unless we include technologies like nuclear energy.
Time has expired, and I give the call to Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Risky and expensive. It sounds like a good working definition of the Coalition's half-baked nuclear plans to meet Australia's energy needs. You can add to that useless, unless you plan on going to sleep like some sort of Rip Van Winkle for the next 20 years or more. 20 years of paying a fortune to build nuclear power stations. And who will pay? Taxpayers are expected to pay for this Coalition's plan. Member for Fairfax is not a good listener. He certainly didn't listen to his own leader, Peter Dutton, when he last year on the 2nd of March in a sit-down interview said, "I don't support the establishment of big nuclear facilities. I'm opposed to it." He certainly did not listen to the advice from the CSIRO about the terrible costs of nuclear energy, which are put out for a single large-scale reactor in Australia of around $16 billion, and with 20 years to build, multiplying that across the number of reactors required, according to their only piece of detail provided, would be about $600 billion that taxpayers have to pay. The member for Fairfax isn't listening to people like the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, who was unimpressed and advised Australia to prioritise our untapped potential in solar and wind power. And he's certainly not listening to the coal mine operators, because if he did, he would hear that generators will be decommissioned by the early 2030s. And in fact, in Western Australia, the coal power plant there at Collie is expected to have its end of life by 2027. So any nuclear power in Australia, assuming that the legislation that is banned its use by the Liberals was revoked, whether we could find the experienced, skilled nuclear physicists and engineers needed to be able to commission such a facility, assuming we've got all the regulations in place, the planning, the community support. At its earliest, it would be the mid-2040s. So the economics are junk. The reality of the policy, or the plan, because it's really not a policy, is it, is junk, because you've got this massive gap between the end of life of our existing coal facilities and their supposed solution instead. You know, and I have a thought for the member for Fairfax. If he thought that his party room were united around it, surely he has to think again. He only needs to look to his left and he'll see the Coalition National members who would dearly like to have this nuclear bomb go away, especially in their electorates with an election coming. The member for Fairfax could then look to his right and he'll see an LNP member who additionally knows that the Liberals and Nationals have only ever talked about nuclear energy in opposition, never while they were in government. They did nothing on this policy while they were in government, and they've certainly done nothing on this policy today. It's a policy in name only. And the member for Fairfax could look behind him, and he should. And he should start looking behind him more often. And there he will find more than one LNP member who understands that our energy future is a renewable energy future. And they really just wish that their party would get on board with this transition and bring this debate where it needs to be, in the future, and not stuck in the past. The LNP simply hasn't thought it through together yet, and the coalition isn't fond of thinking things through, and they literally love just the talk. And renewables, they lump them together as if they're all the same thing. With a casual use of that word, they dismiss the possibilities of wind, solar, hydro and geothermal power. Australia has all of these energy sources to work with, to work out and to balance, and it will take work, and work that has already begun and is bearing fruit, with already the installed renewable capacity generating power for some 3.5 million homes. And we've approved 60 renewable energy projects which will power a further 7 million homes. So the only risk with regard to renewable energy is not taking action. So, building nuclear power stations, apparently eventually all the other problems along the way will just go away and everything will be fixed. And then what do we do in the meantime? In the 20 years that it will take one to get up and running, we keep them out of government and are seen in a renewable pathway the whole way.
The member for Nichols has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always good, I think, for members, particularly first-term members, to go back to their maiden speech and just have a look at the values and principles and ideas that they came to this place with. And I did that in relation to a number of issues, but with this one. And I said at the time, climate change is a complex challenge for our country. And that we need to, as a planet, reduce our emissions. And I said that we need to act is not in question. But how we do it, without causing huge economic damage to our nation and its people, is the question. It's the how, not if. And I said at the time, done in a reckless manner, with unrealistic timelines, out of step with our global competitors, we could face a situation where industry moves emissions overseas. So Australia's economic strength would be reduced, but global emissions would not. And it's a reality that we need to face. And I also said, I think we need to keep our mind open to the range of technologies that can get us there, and also that it's a just transition, and that means that the justice, human rights and dignity of those most affected by any change needs to be protected, and often that's people in regional areas. Now, as far as the renewables-only energy policy, I mean, Labor's been saying for years that the price tag for their plan to achieve net zero electricity market is $122 billion, applying their approach. Now, that's now been exposed as wrong by a report done by Frontier Economics, who estimate that it will now cost at least $642 billion. Not $122 billion, but $642 billion. We've got to have a serious conversation about that in this place. And not only that, but the system will have real instability as a result of having too much intermittent power generation. Now, the questions have been asked about their renewables-only plan at the top of my mind have not been sufficiently answered. How is the renewable energy going to be firmed? What happens to the renewable energy facilities at the end of life? And end of life for a lot of these projects is estimated to be between 25 and 35 or 40 years. How much does the decommissioning cost? How much does the rebuild cost? And how does that impact the system cost? And what happens to the components that cannot be recycled? The stakes are really high in this debate. Writing in The Australian yesterday, respected columnist Robert Godliebsen said, "Nothing in our history matches the looming renewable energy conversion financial disaster." He points out, as many others have, that due to the lifespan of renewables, after 2050, we might have to scrap everything and start again. Now, the minister's fond of saying that the sun and the wind might not send a bill. Could I advise the minister that whilst the sun and the wind might not send a bill, the panel installers, the turbine manufacturers and the decommissioning operators all will send bills, big bills, and they'll potentially send them every 30 years. I'm amazed that we have an ideological and not a pragmatic approach to the best way to get to net zero. Nuclear is acknowledged the world over as the only existing technology, with the exception of hydro, but that's geography specific, that can deliver net zero emissions energy 24/7. Now, why, when almost every other developed economy is increasing nuclear, we are being too pig-headed to embrace it? It can't be on safety grounds because the government has agreed to AUKUS. So we'll have nuclear reactors moored in Australian harbours, metres away from Australian naval personnel. So now they're starting to argue that it's on cost. Well, if the cost is so prohibitive, why are our economic competitors embracing it? And now that we have a real comparison with the true cost of Labor's renewable plan, we can have a more honest discussion as about which is the best way to go. And the real cost is well over $600 billion for the renewables-only plan. But also the mere dispatchability of the power 24/7 needs to be considered as well. And renewables can't do that, but nuclear can. And this, just reported today, the Albanese government has rebuffed an invitation from allies UK and the USA, amongst other countries, a generous invitation, I might say, to join a global movement to speed up the spread of civilian nuclear energy. Talk about being out of touch with the world. The blinkers are on and their head's in the sand. But that's the high-level energy debate. What about the poor Australian who was promised their household electricity bills would be reduced by $275? Now, that's not going to happen in the next 6 weeks, so we're not going to get there in 2025. Their bills have soared, and not only have their energy costs increased, but the renewables-only policy of Labor threatens to move their places of employment and emissions offshore. That's bad for Australia's economy and bad for global emissions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This MPI talks about risk, and I'd call it risky business, actually. It's just like the scene from the movie, because today the member for Fairfax has slid into the chamber in his socks, his air guitar firmly in hand, to live out his greatest nuclear fantasy, to let go of reality and let his feelings, not facts, take control. And he's definitely playing that old-time rock and roll, Speaker, trying to sell a policy drag kicking and screaming from decades ago, which will take decades more to actually work because it hasn't been thought through. And just to clarify, Speaker, I'm not saying the member for Fairfax is anything like Tom Cruise. He and his colleagues opposite are more like Tom and Jerry, beating science over their head with an oversized mallet because it doesn't match their policy, making statements to say Australia is wholly reliant on renewables, which there is no evidence anywhere to suggest, and playing a cat-and-mouse game with the Australian people, which I'm happy to lay out in front of you today. And I note the member for Fairfax, he'd like to do a bit of reading when he walked into the chamber at the start of the MPI. So important that he actually left the chamber just during the member for Hunter's rebuttal speech. Just absolutely amazing. But I want to start with the famous nuclear policy. Our plan for zero emissions nuclear as part of a cheaper, cleaner and consistent energy future. That's their policy. 6 pages of nothing. 6 pages that was announced on the 19th of June 2024. Yes, that's a bit over 6 months ago. And like the people that I met in Anango last week when we were doing our committee in Queensland, they're feeling a little bit miffed that they didn't get the opportunity to get a bit more detail, given that it's been 6 months since the announcement of this policy. And I want to go to a couple of points in this policy because it's got a little bit of information in it, albeit not a lot, but it's got a little bit. A balanced energy mix, because we're being told that we've got a renewables-only policy plan. Well, this is directly from the Liberal National Party's policy. This means our energy mix today of renewables, gas and coal will shift to a future energy mix of renewables, gas and nuclear. Really interesting. Where will they be built? Well, they've identified 7 locations. 7 locations. These are the only locations in scope, and the Coalition has ruled out all other locations. That's part of their policy. Can you believe that? Haven't done any geoscience at all whatsoever, haven't been out there and done the site surveys, but all other locations are ruled out. Now that ponders the question, what happens if one of these sites gets ruled out because it's not stable after a geological site survey? Well, then we go from 7 locations maybe down to 6 or 5. And we're only talking about 4% of the energy mix required by 2050 possibly being supplied under this policy. Just beggars belief. I'm going to go to another part in this. It's interesting reading this, and I encourage, if you can find this, because it is really difficult to find this policy. This is the first announcement policy paper that was delivered back on the 19th of June 2024. It took my staff quite some time to be able to dig up the original policy because it had gone missing on their website, which I'm not sure why you would hide something that you're so proud about. But anyway, timelines. The timeline for establishing a civil nuclear program in Australia, including building 2 establishment projects, is 10 to 12 years from the government making a decision until zero emissions nuclear electricity first enters the grid. Now, why is that important? Well, first of all, the experts that we've heard from have clearly told us, best case scenario, 10 to 15 years for the construction phase. And when you look across the globe, that is clearly what the timelines are showing. That 10 to 15 years, closer to 15, is actually the more reliable. But we heard from another expert, Claire Savage, who has extensive...
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and much as I like the member for Spence, as per much of the other contributions from those opposite in this debate, there was little substance in his response to this debate, and let's have a look at what we're actually talking about, Deputy Speaker. We're talking about the Frontier Economics Report and their assessment that Labor's energy plan will cost in the order of $652 billion. It will be a disaster in the making, with costs 5 times higher than what the government has previously admitted to. Now, that is an enormous cost to the Australian economy. But it sort of got me thinking, Deputy Speaker, which
I remember reading a piece of research done not so long ago on an economy in Europe that has decided to follow the path that those opposite in government wish to pursue. So I thought I'd dig that little piece of research out, and this was a piece of research done by a professor of civil engineering from Norway's NTNU University, and it was an assessment of the consequences of Germany's switch away from nuclear power in this case as its affordable and reliable source of baseload power to their ambitious green renewable energy targets under their energy turnaround policies. Well, it was interesting to read, Deputy Speaker, that the analysis by this professor suggests that somewhere in the order of $330 billion of costs to the German economy have resulted from this switch away from nuclear power to their so-called green energy revolution. That is an enormous cost. So if those opposite, well actually I would correct the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's some 600 billion euros that it's cost them, and that doesn't cover all the costs. But that covers things like construction costs, expensive grid upgrades, subsidies, etc. And what has the German economy got to show for it? Some of the highest energy prices in the world. This is the path that those opposite want to take us down. So they're saying, well, so here's a real-world example of your policies in full action, and I would estimate that the cost will be far greater than the $642 billion that Frontier Economics outlined in their report. And we had this government come to the last election saying they're going to lower electricity prices. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has not happened. And when I talk to my businesses across my electorate, particularly those that use gas, and I was speaking to one the other day, their gas bill's gone from $125,000 to $350,000, a 180% increase. And they're talking about closing their doors as a consequence. So when you look at that $642 billion figure, I'd say that's just the bottom end of the range when we take in the broad economic costs of higher electricity prices, higher gas prices, and our inability to then compete in a global marketplace and manufacture the goods that we need in this country to have a degree of sovereign capability and sovereign reliability. And the interesting thing in the real-life example of Germany, as I've outlined, they still need nuclear power via the umbilical cord from France. We don't have that luxury. We're a standalone economy.
The member's time has expired and I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I feel like sometimes there's a lot of negativity in this place, and so I'm going to start with some positives. And so I'll start by saying that I am a proud member of the Albanese Labor government, and I'm proud to be a part of a government that accepts the science of climate change. And not only do we accept the science of climate change, we are acting on climate change. One of the first things that we did when we came to Parliament is we legislated a 43% reduction on greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. And I am proud that Australia can be a part of the renewable energy transition. And let's just think about it for a moment. We live on a desert continent. We have rich geological resources under the ground. And a lot of those resources are actually critical minerals that we need in the renewable transition. But not only are we rich with resources under the ground, let's look above the ground. We are a desert continent. We have ample amounts of solar resources and wind resources. And you know what? You know what Australians want? They want cheap, reliable electricity. And so we're really unique and well positioned to be a part of this renewable transition. And one of the things that I would say that I disagree with the statement is there's this language that's called wholly renewables. Well, the truth is it's renewables plus energy storage plus energy firming. And so one of the types of technology that we use with renewable electricity is around pumped hydro. This is where you pump water basically up a hill when the renewable electricity is working, and then when renewable energy is not, like when the sun's not shining, you let the water basically go through a turbine, and then you have electricity, cheap electricity that is available at the drop of opening a tap. Also, there's these things called batteries, and I'm not sure if the Coalition has heard of batteries. I know that when I first grew up, we had the phones where you used the dial-up, and the thing that we have now are mobile phones that use batteries. And I would say that so many people are using batteries as a part of their life, and we use them because it means that we can have energy when we need it. And you know what? That's what we want to do with renewables. We want to have the ability to store energy so we can use it when we need it. I feel like when the opposition talks about base load electricity, I hate to say that, but it's like so 1990s. It's a bit like dial-up internet. I don't know if people remember the days of when you would try and connect to the internet to chat to someone on MSN. You do the beep, 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 shh, and then you actually get to then you actually get to speak to a friend. The truth is we're not doing dial-up internet anymore, and that's because we actually have hotspots on our phones. And so the thing that we see with renewable energy is that we have the opportunity to be able to do energy cheaper and cleaner and in a new way. And I'm just amazed at how antiquated the Coalition is. But then if I think about it, Coalition, coal, yeah, okay. They're putting the coal back in Coalition. Yeah, thank you. And one of the things that the member for Hasluck was talking about earlier was around half-baked policies. And I think it's really interesting that they had 22 energy policies. I know that climate change action killed a few leaders, and that was pretty traumatising. But what I would say, no, I wasn't here, but you know what happens in this place? Everybody watches, right? Everybody watches. Everybody's listening. I'm not going to say that I'm an expert, but I will say that I am an engineer that worked in decarbonisation for 12 years, and I am very proud to be a part of this government. But one of the things that the member for Hasluck talked about was half-baked policies, and it made me think about yellow cake. And when I'm talking about yellow cake, I'm not talking about sponge cake. I'm talking about uranium, an intermediate product that's used in uranium processing. And the thing that I would say is that the people of Australia don't want to eat your yellow cake. They don't want to eat your uranium policy. And the truth is that they want clean, reliable electricity that's affordable.
The discussion has concluded, and I call the member for Gordon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Inquiry into the Department of Defence Annual Report 2022-23, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? I call the member for Petrie.
Yes.
I call the member for Gordon.
Right. Well, thank you very much. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee, and as the Chair of the Defence Subcommittee, I present the committee's report entitled Inquiry into the Defence Annual Report 22-23. Report made a parliamentary paper in accordance with Standing Order 39E. This inquiry examined Australia's assistance to Ukraine, the Defence Health System, Defence's Capability Assurance Mechanism, artificial intelligence and autonomous weapons and armaments manufacture, procurement and inventory. Deputy Speaker, Australia is facing an increasingly complex and rapidly evolving strategic environment with rising tensions and reduced warning time for conflict. Responding to these challenges, Australian statecraft and diplomacy is investing in Indo-Pacific partnerships while deepening engagement across Southeast Asia, the Pacific and with our allies around the world. A cornerstone of our approach remains our unwavering support for Ukraine, a commitment endorsed by our Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs, in fact this government, and importantly the federal opposition. This bipartisan support is not only critical to Ukraine's immediate needs, but also to the need for a stable, rules-based international order. As the conflict in Ukraine endures, it is clear that Australia's support must be carefully coordinated and sustained for the long term. Our Department of Defence and Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade are already doing vital work, managing and coordinating this assistance. However, there is currently no central point of contact for communication and clarity of responsibilities for Ukraine, our partners, and particularly the Australian public. To address this shortcoming, the subcommittee has recommended in this report the creation of a whole-of-government mechanism, a dedicated one-stop shop, if you like, to streamline Australia's support efforts. This will ensure that we are more efficient and effective in our assistance in the future. We must also be strategic about the equipment we provide to Ukraine. The subcommittee believes it is crucial that a Ukraine lens is applied to the decision-making process around the retirement of equipment from military service. Identifying items of equipment well in advance of their retirement will allow more effective planning, while providing more appropriate time to ensure Australia's ongoing compliance with international agreements and treaties. Furthermore, transparency is essential. Public discussions about the potential gifting of military hardware like the Hawkeye vehicles and Taipan helicopters have lacked some clarity. The subcommittee recommends the Department of Defence and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade publish a summary of its decision-making processes, enabling the public to understand the rationale behind these decisions and increasing trust in our actions. In addition to military support, Australia's training contributions to Ukraine through Operation Kudu have proven highly successful. We are committed to expanding this operation, continuing our support for the training of both Ukraine forces and civilians to enhance their resilience. On the diplomatic front, the subcommittee believes there is a strong case for reopening Australia's embassy in Kyiv. Given the long-term nature of the conflict, a physical diplomatic presence would not only strengthen our bilateral ties with Ukraine, but also align us with 70 other nations that have already reopened their embassies. Alongside this, the subcommittee has recommended the posting of an Australian military attaché in Kyiv to provide crucial support for logistics, for equipment and for training efforts on the ground. Turning to domestic matters, we must also address the significant workload facing Defence and its health services contractor in providing healthcare services to over 60,000 personnel across various Defence units. The subcommittee heard evidence that while efforts are being made to address challenges in the healthcare system, staffing shortages and delays in medical appointments remain ongoing concerns. We urge both Defence and its contractor to investigate these issues urgently and take the necessary steps to ensure timely service delivery that meets the needs of our personnel. The subcommittee is also concerned about Defence's oversight of its health services contract, particularly the workforce fill rates and performance targets. Despite ongoing efforts, these issues persist. The subcommittee believes continued attention and remediation are essential. Additionally, the shortfall in recruitment health assessments is affecting Defence's ability to meet its recruitment targets. We therefore call on Defence to work closely with its contractors to address these shortfalls. Looking at the broader picture, the subcommittee reviewed Defence's capability assurance systems and is confident that they are well documented and effective. However, the subcommittee recognises that the cyber and space worthiness systems are still in development, and the subcommittee has recommended that these areas receive urgent attention. The shortage of skilled testing and evaluation personnel was identified as a key vulnerability. This gap could hinder the development of critical defence capabilities, and we've urged Defence and the defence industry to prioritise investment in training and retraining, indeed retaining these highly skilled personnel. The 2023 Defence Strategic Review and the 2024 National Defence Strategy provides a clear roadmap for addressing these challenges. And again, the subcommittee is confident that with a focus on minimum viable capabilities, timely delivery and allocated funding, Defence will be able to meet its objectives and build the integrated force of 2031. Australia finds itself in a rapidly changing strategic environment, facing an elevated risk of state-on-state conflict. To meet these challenges head-on, the Australian Government, in collaboration with our AUKUS partners, is prioritising the development and acquisition of asymmetric capabilities, including autonomous weapons systems. These technologies will empower the Australian Defence Force to project influence effectively across a full spectrum of responses, ensuring our capacity for impactful and proportionate action in any scenario. As we look to integrate these advanced capabilities, it is essential that we assess the full range of artificial intelligence and autonomous weapons systems to ensure they meet unique requirements of our defence strategy. However, we must also remain committed to the principle that all new capabilities be fully compliant with international humanitarian law. The subcommittee acknowledges that rapid advancement in AI and computing will continue to shape the future of weapons systems. To guarantee the reliability and functionality of these systems, Defence must establish robust test and evaluation frameworks, ensuring systems are thoroughly validated before deployment. Additionally, we must address challenges such as automation bias and ensure that our personnel are trained to understand the limitations of these new technologies. The subcommittee heard evidence on the application of international humanitarian law, particularly Article 36 of the Additional Protocol to the Geneva Conventions, in regulating the use of AI and autonomous systems in modern warfare. The subcommittee is confident that existing legal frameworks remain sufficient to govern these advancements, and that state responsibility will continue to apply in situations where individual accountability is unclear. Australia remains committed to contributing to international discussions on AI policy, and we must stay informed of evolving international law and policy developments. As such, the subcommittee strongly urges Defence to continue adhering to the requirements of Article 36 of the Geneva Conventions and other relevant international obligations as we develop, acquire and deploy new defence technologies. Australia's future defence capabilities will be shaped by innovation, but we must always ensure that they align with our legal and ethical obligations. This balance will safeguard our national security while upholding our commitment to international law. Finally, as we strengthen Australia's sovereign defence capabilities, we must address our reliance on international supply chains, particularly around munitions. The subcommittee has recommended sourcing more components domestically to reduce supply chain vulnerabilities in times of conflict or other disruptions. Additionally, a transparent reporting framework for guided weapons explosive ordnance stock holdings has been recommended, which will allow progress to be tracked and Australia's self-reliance in munitions production to be enhanced. While challenges remain, the subcommittee is confident that Defence's ongoing efforts to improve its systems and capabilities will position Australia's defence for long-term success. By strengthening domestic industries, improving transparency and staying agile in response to emerging threats, we can assure that Australia's defence remains robust and resilient, securing our national security both now and into the future. In conclusion, I would like to thank, firstly, the Deputy Chair, Andrew Wallace MP, and other members of the subcommittee for their final contributions to this inquiry, and I also extend my thanks to the former Chair, Julian Hill, for his critical contributions to the inquiry as the former Chair of the subcommittee. I'd also thank the Secretariat and Wing Commander Julian Beju and Kate Porters, Committee Secretary, for their advice and the support to the subcommittee in the past year, and to all the witnesses and contributors to this inquiry, including the significant support from Defence in briefing the subcommittees and supporting its site visits in Queensland and Victoria. I commend the report to the House, and I move that the House take note of the report.
I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to speak to the tabling of this report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Australian Parliament has long enjoyed a generally bipartisan approach when it comes to the operation of its intelligence and security, as well as defence mechanisms. I want to thank the chair for his the new chair for his services. Being a former defence minister of some repute, it's probably like pulling on an old glove coming back into this scene. I also want to thank the member for Bruce, who I have enjoyed a very, very good working relationship with over the last 8 years, and I wish him well in his new job, but not too well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've previously served as the chair of this committee, and I now serve as the deputy chair. I'm also the deputy chair of the PJCIS. And from both vantage points, I'm able to see how important it is when the two parties of government are able to work together with collegiality and consideration. After all, members and senators, no matter their political party or their professional background, should share the same primary objective, and that, of course, is to protect Australians and to secure their future. As the Deputy Chair, I regularly meet with defence contractors, suppliers, policy experts and veterans. Over the last 2 years, those meetings have exposed a worrying trend and disturbing truth. Australia is in a more precarious position than ever. We know that Australia is facing the most geopolitically unstable period since the end of World War II. China, Russia, North Korea, Iran and an axis of resistance and terror are set on sowing discord and dismantling democracies, including our own. But what makes Australia's position so precarious isn't the strong alliance mobilised beyond our borders, it's the weak leadership we are seeing within the corridors of the federal government. Whether you look at personnel, procurement, policy or partnerships, you'll find the Albanese government lacking in the courage and conviction necessary to lead Australia forward. This has been a consistent trend when it comes to space and defence, where we are light years behind our competitors and our counterparts, thanks to this government's mismanagement in that regard. As Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Hamilton of Space Operations Branch at Defence Space Command said, "Space is fundamental to our warfighting ability, and losing access to space would significantly degrade it. We often take our access to space for granted. Unfortunately, it is not guaranteed." Madam Deputy Speaker, in defence circles, we often talk about holding the high ground as being imperative to military operations, and space is the ultimate high ground. And the reality is that under this government, Australia's space and defence capabilities have been denuded. Labor removed space manufacturing from the national manufacturing agenda. Labor slashed funding for the $1 billion national space mission for Earth observation in an affront to our US allies. What about Defence Project JP 9102? This would have delivered Australia's first sovereign-controlled satellite communication system, shoring up our space defence surveillance and observation capabilities for a generation. Now, for those of you who might be listening to this around Australia, this was our opportunity to build and launch Australia's first sovereign-owned and controlled satellite. Our first. Madam Deputy Speaker, do you know how many satellites the United States has? 1,800. Do you know how many the People's Republic of China has? 1,200. Do you know how many Australia has? None. None. And we had an opportunity to build and launch our first sovereign satellite, and this government announced just a few weeks ago the cutting of that project, JP 9102. This government broke their first funding commitment through the Advanced Strategic Capabilities Accelerator, putting innovators on notice that Labor can't be trusted. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday I had the opportunity to sit in on the ASEAN Symposium and I listened with some attentiveness to the CEO, Brent Clark, talking about how this government is on a go-slow with the appointment of contracts for defence industry. And he gave this salient warning to this government that unless and until it pulled its finger out and started awarding contracts to Australian defence industry contractors, the next year, in 2025, when ASEAN does its symposium, its policy symposium, the theatrette of the Australian Parliament House would be full of Australian Defence Force officers, but nobody from Australian defence manufacturing. That is unacceptable. That is utterly unacceptable. The Australian defence industry contractors are bleeding. They are dying a death of 1,000 cuts. What this government doesn't seem to understand is that unless there is cash flow, small to medium and even large-sized contractors will not be here this time next year. They won't be here at the beginning of next year, many of them. They are dying a death of 1,000 cuts. And I would plead with the acting Prime Minister as the Defence Minister of this country to ensure that money is pushed out the door. On the one hand, the Defence Minister talks about how we are in a perilous situation, the worst geopolitically strategic environment since the end of World War II, and yet we are not putting money out the door to feed Australian defence industry contractors. It just beggars belief. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about, and the Chair very appropriately talked about munitions productions. Well, let's talk about NIA. Here's an Australian success story in the heart of regional Queensland, who've supplied our defence personnel and Australian industry with munitions for over 50 years. The Coalition backed them as part of our ambition to establish a world-class defence industry. But instead of getting behind Australian defence manufacturers and existing manufacturing infrastructure, this government chose to pop the champagne on a deal worth over $1 billion in taxpayers' money to subsidise a foreign company, namely Tariff. Now, Tariff is a French company, partially owned by the French government, now competing with an Australian family-owned business. No value for money, no transparency, no accountability. Add to that the delay in the defence industry plan. What about the mismanagement of the Henderson Precinct project? And of course, this government dropped the ball and delayed material support for the people of Ukraine. And they are presiding over a skilled workforce crisis, meaning that the skills we need to deliver AUKUS in cyber, construction and practical trades will be in short supply just as we need them most. After pledging to boost our defence workforce, their consistent pattern on indecision and divisive politics has seen a decrease of 4,747 ADF personnel. To respond to the shortage of defence personnel, they're just lowering the target instead of upping their efforts. Shrinking the target doesn't excuse the Albanese government from their failures. The reality is that Australia's defence is at breaking point, putting lives and livelihoods on the line, and this Prime Minister just doesn't care. Small and medium enterprises dotted across regional Australia are fighting to stay afloat. Groundbreaking Australian researchers and world-class manufacturers are clinging on to hope that our part-time Defence Minister doesn't wake up tomorrow and cancel their contracts. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I do want to thank all of those who have provided submissions to the committee. I want to thank once again the new chair, the outgoing chair and the Secretariat, and our outgoing Defence Advisor, Julian Bazajou, who's done a sterling job over the last 12 months. Thank you.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 8, Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the Shadow Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The regulated sectors say it is difficult to understand how these obligations will be interpreted by the regulator or by AFCA when consumer redress claims are made. This is particularly difficult with the prescriptive content of the codes that will sit alongside and inform these principles still unknown. The Customer-Owned Banking Association, COBA, summed these concerns up well, saying, "The complexity of these obligations evidences why the codes must be created before designation, as key details on how to comply with the principles will be within these codes, without which our members will lack clarity in how to meet their obligations under the framework." Stakeholders have also raised significant concerns about the risks of being compliant with a mandatory code but still in breach of a primary legislation principle. On this point, the ABA has said in some cases there is no assurance that these requirements would effectively reduce scams, and the breadth of certain terms and compliance requirements may create uncertainty that could hinder large-scale investment aimed at preventing and detecting scams. To address this issue, some stakeholders have encouraged greater use of the targeted codes, with the primary legislation being focused on enabling the framework rather than it being a pseudo-code containing its own potentially conflicting obligations. It seems like the government hasn't been able to get all the work done and has resorted to this stopgap approach so that it can look like it's delivered on its commitment. On this point, I also question why the government has not been able to bring forward and consult on the designations and codes alongside the primary legislation. It took almost 18 months to even put forward a model for scams prevention, 2.5 years to finally bring forward legislation, and it's not even enacting the full framework, it's just enabling legislation. The framework relies heavily on delegated legislation, but everyone has been expected to wade this bill through and hope for the best. Significant detail is missing. The government managed to do this when it brought forward the Buy Now, Pay Later legislation. It still hasn't passed, but the regulations were available for consultation before introduction. I wonder if this wasn't possible because the work simply hasn't been done in 2.5 years. Where are the mandatory codes? There is already a code-making power in the Competition and Consumer Act for the government to prescribe mandatory industry codes. These existing codes include the Franchising Code of Conduct, the Unit Pricing Code, and the Dairy Code of Conduct. The Minister could have already have mandatory scams codes in place with this Act. Instead, his choice to over-engineer for the sake of having a bill, to wave around in Parliament and squeeze another announcement out as delayed action. That's the concern here. The Minister himself admits he doesn't get given enough drafting resources, but he's still decided to use the most drafting-intensive, slowest approach to making these codes. This process has been back to front and consumers have waited too long as a result. Even more bizarre is the regulation impact analysis that has been tabled with the explanatory memorandum. According to the government's explanatory materials, regulatory compliance costs of around $228.8 million in the initial year of operation and $88 million for each year ongoing. However, this compliance burden appears to be grossly underestimated based on some of the costing assumptions that have been used. Here are a few of the strangest. 1.1 full-time equivalent staff required for a major bank to uplift anti-scam activity and government's improvements. I was talking to a guy from ANZ today who told me they currently have 400 full-time people in scams. You know, the bank with the little hawk or the eagle on the ads? 1.1 full-time equivalent staff with this legislation? I mean, come on. A $40,000 initial technology investment required for a major bank to comply with the info sharing and reporting obligations and $20,000 ongoing. Okay. A $40,000 initial investment in staff for a COBA member bank, a smaller bank, to administer anti-scam activity and government's improvements and $10,000 ongoing. A $100,000 initial investment for a major telco to uplift anti-scam activity and governments and $50,000 ongoing. When the Assistant Treasurer spoke at the Press Club, he said that this framework will not be the bare minimum. Well, based on these assumptions, it looks a lot like the bare minimum to me. A short conversation with any regulated entity would debunk these assumptions immediately. Either the government expects minimal uplift and investment from these regulated entities, or it is cooking the books by understating what the real compliance costs will be. And I only mention this because we all know when there's compliance costs in place, it all gets passed on to every user. This isn't just an oversight. This is a document signed off by the Minister and tabled in Parliament with the explanatory memorandum. Impact analysis is important, and an accurate estimate of regulatory costs guides the Parliament's consideration of legislation. These are ultimately costs that get passed on to consumers, as I said a moment ago. I hope that the Office of Impact Analysis does not sign off on this document as compliant without first 100% checking this. The Minister and his department should go back and come up with the costings that have accuracy and issue a replacement explanatory memorandum. Feedback from both industry and consumer advocates points to the complexity arising from the lack of clear liability rules and an apportionment mechanism for situations where multiple entities across different sectors are involved in a scam. Uncertainty about liability and apportionment is likely to create a chain of suing and counter-suing between entities to apportion liability for consumer redress. This could result in confusion and delays for consumers seeking redress who will typically not have full visibility of the scam attack chain and the reasonable steps undertaken by each entity. While AFCA will be designated as a single door for external dispute resolution, stakeholders expressed concerns about how their decisions would work in practice and whether it would be creating an expensive and convoluted process without an improvement in consumer redress. Under the proposed model, there could be a protracted examination through an external dispute resolution body of different companies' relative roles in the scammers' attack to determine possible redress. Some stakeholders speculate this could take years to resolve and for consumers to be reimbursed because of the complexity of the scam attack chain. I understand changes have been made to the final bill to allow for rules or guidelines to be made around ensuring consumers have sufficient information to make it compliant and how liability should be apportioned. However, again, significant matters have been left to be dealt with in a delegated legislation which is yet to materialise. As key aspects of how this framework will operate, this information should be available alongside the bill. Under the bill, entities face serious penalties if they do not report all actionable scam intelligence to the ACCC. The broad definition used for scams intelligence means this reporting obligation could inundate the ACCC with an unprecedented volume of reports about scams without a clear mandate for what they will do with it. For example, publishing it or sharing it with regulated entities. Stakeholders have said this obligation will create a significant compliance burden and potential privacy issues without a clear connection to scam prevention or reducing consumer harm. On this issue, the Customer-Owned Bank Association has said that it is concerned with the legislation's complexity and the regulatory burden that could be created, especially for smaller banks, particularly the various reporting obligations, they say. As it stands, there is the potential to lead to a regime focused too much on reporting rather than protecting customers from scams. I appreciate changes have been made to the final bill to attempt to address the breadth of the reporting obligations, but as it has only been a week since this bill appeared, it's difficult for stakeholders to advise whether it will make a meaningful difference to the compliance burden. Stakeholders recommend the ACCC share a more manageable set of actionable reports with the National Anti-Scam Centre to use that information to develop a public, searchable database of known scams that consumers and companies can use to investigate whether something is a scam in real time. $44 million has already been allocated to the National Anti-Scam Centre in the federal budget for a technology build. This spend is vague, and I hope it is being used towards this kind of initiative. I also note the good work of the bank's existing information sharing initiative, the Australian Financial Crimes Exchange, or AFCX, which already facilitates the secure sharing of scam and fraud intelligence between banks. It is important the reporting obligations do not unnecessarily duplicate industry-led initiatives like this. Under this bill, regulated entities face significant maximum civil penalties because the penalties regime has been aligned with the existing penalties regime in the CCA for serious competition law offences. I note that some stakeholders argue this is disproportionate and the civil penalty regime should be restricted to apply only to serious breaches, or there should be a clear list of matters which can attract a pecuniary penalty. The severity of potential penalties compounds the broader concerns about the vague principles-based obligations in the primary legislation, serving as standalone obligations rather than being guiding principles for future mandatory codes. The current design of the framework and the potentially disproportionate penalty regime increases the risk of regulated entities being more focused on compliance and minimising potential liability rather than acting quickly and flexibly to address emerging scams or provide consumer redress. On this point, the Business Council of Australia said the proposed legislation is rushed, heavy-handed, complex and unclear. It is a prescriptive approach that reflects a compliance mindset rather than seeking to improve practical approaches to stopping scams. The Communications Alliance said telcos are subject to as many 4 concurrent enforcement mechanisms and could face penalties even when they comply with sector-specific codes, creating a quadruple jeopardy of liability. I am also concerned the broad operation of the framework and the disrupt principle in particular could have a chilling effect on the seamless digital experiences consumers have come to expect from their digital banking and digital platforms. For examples, delays and blocks to payments, freezing of accounts, additional verification processes and mandatory scam questionnaires are likely to become commonplace frictions. While these could be a valid, reasonable steps to prevent a scam, they will also create a broad inconvenience and frustration for many Australians. I note that the final bill now includes a safe harbour protection from liability in relation to losses incurred because of disruption activity. However, the inclusion of this acknowledges that consumers and businesses will inevitably be disrupted in a way that could cause them losses. There is also a risk it will exacerbate the existing issue of debanking, which has worsened under this government and could be used to restrict banking services unnecessarily. Unfortunately, the government doesn't have a great track record with compensation schemes. The compensation scheme of last resort serves as a cautionary tale of good intentions gone wrong because it became a mess under the Albanese government's watch, with costs blowing out due to the design of the scheme and excessive administration costs. The CSLR recently admitted the 2025 levy will likely exceed the $20 million subsector cap for financial advice, was originally supposed to be $10 million. This means financial advisors are set to be slugged with an even bigger levy than this year. This scam scheme includes similar cost recovery elements and an underestimation of the compliance costs as I outlined before. But I hope we don't end up with a similar mess that needs to be mopped up because it has been rushed through with minimal consultation or scrutiny. I hope this won't be a CSLR 2.0. I also note that this framework relies heavily on leaving matters to be determined in future delegated legislation. Now, I must warn that giving this minister broad regulation-making powers is risky when you look at what recently happened with accountants and bookkeepers. They know this more than anyone after the minister was given powers to unilaterally vary their tax agent's code of conduct. There was massive pushback right around the country from these people, some of the most trusted people that there are, particularly for small and family businesses and sole traders. This minister made a determination which was widely criticised through a grassroots advocacy campaign and a united call for it to be scrapped from the leading accounting professional bodies. I won't talk too much more about that. I hope the minister has learned from this experience and does not use the same approach when making the many designations, codes and rules required for this scams prevention framework to be fully operational. The regulated sectors must put a lot of faith in the minister to get this right, and I hope this isn't another example of regulation by decree with no notice or consultation. The looming election should not mean that the designations and codes are also rushed and not properly consulted on, like this bill. The success of this framework will depend on these mandatory codes being well designed and effective. As I mentioned earlier, a whole-of-ecosystem approach makes sense. The scam attack chain involves different sectors, and a coordinated approach is important as scam attempts become more sophisticated. However, the government's scams policy does nothing to address the law and order issues associated with scams. Scams are typically perpetrated by transnational criminals, and Australia is viewed as a honeypot for these criminals. Fighting scams can't be left to banks, telcos and digital platforms. Other countries take these criminals on. That's very important, and that's something that we should be doing too. The policy response to scams cuts across multiple portfolios and isn't something that Minister Jones or even myself as opposition shadow can tackle just from the Treasury portfolio. It means that ministers need to be talking to one another and getting their departments involved, which doesn't always happen in this place. I'd also like to briefly mention the unclear role of the National Anti-Scam Centre. Despite pouring millions of dollars of funding into the National Anti-Scam Centre, it has zero mention in this bill and seems to play no part. It isn't very clear how this funding is being used by the ACCC. Education and advertising on scams should be a key focus for this spend. I also note that the National Anti-Scam Centre has not published a quarterly scams report for the last 2 quarters since May. Scams reporting data buried on the ACCC website indicates that between May and September this year, scam losses have started trending back up. So I must ask, why is the minister taking credit for a downward trend in losses 2023, but this spike hides this spike over the last 6 months? Why, with the huge additional resources provided to it, is the National Anti-Scam Centre not publishing quarterly scams reports for this period, yet this bill makes, of course, banks, telcos, digital providers report straight away? In conclusion, I have said before, if there are sensible reforms which will help during Labor's cost of living crisis and doing business crisis, we want to see them come into Parliament and legislated as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the list of promised reforms in the Treasury portfolio, which are running out of runway before an election, has ballooned. Even the minister's top priorities like this are being left to the last minute, with rushed consultation processes and unexplained delays becoming the norm. The department and drafting resources are constantly scapegoated by this government, but it's becoming clear there is a lack of direction and leadership from the top. Unfortunately, the Albanese government's approach to legislating its scams prevention policy has been slapdash, half-finished and left to the last minute. The theatrics we saw yesterday in question time from the Assistant Treasurer show us that this government is running out of time. And a minister, he should be a little bit embarrassed that this has been left, this work, too late. Something as important as this should not be rammed through without scrutiny, because the government can't manage its legislative agenda or has prioritised other things. The bill was panned during consultation and the many concerns raised, so many that I couldn't cover them all today, have not been fully addressed. The Assistant Treasurer's take or leave it approach on this bill are disappointing. I want to assure stakeholders this bill can't get any worse, it can only get better. I hope that through a committee inquiry process, there will finally be proper and meaningful consultation on this bill. All stakeholders will have their voices heard and that this bill can be improved and legislated.
Is the amendment seconded?
That reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Speaker.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Petrie has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Okay, the question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 9, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Riverina in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill is totally a political one in nature. It is very much formed to be a wedge, a political wedge to put privatisation on the agenda for the 2025 election. That's what Labor's doing. When Labor introduced its legislation establishing the National Broadband Network, it specifically said and contemplated a situation in which it could be sold. And the Act outlines a stage process under which the government's NBN Co stake can be sold down. Now, let's hear what some key stakeholders have had to say about this latest situation. Ziggy Sosowski, former chair of NBN, former chief executive of Telstra and Optus. The decision to hold NBN in government ownership is fine for the short term, say this decade, but beyond that horizon, why do it? It feels like the ban on nuclear power, why do it? Paul Budd, telecommunications industry analyst, even if sold at the most recent valuation of $20 billion, that would still represent an enormous loss for taxpayers and would be a political disaster. And finding a buyer, even from overseas, would be difficult. And I do have a bit of a problem sometimes with overseas buyers, particularly for our strategic national assets. And I can well recall in the first year of the Abbott government when there was a proposal put forward to sell off the GrainCorp. And indeed Archer Daniels Midland, an American-owned company, which had a less than desirable track record in some of its corporate doings in the US, was going to buy what essentially was all the silos and all the infrastructure that my late father Lance and all the other wheat growers had paid for many times over. And what would that do to Australia? Well, it would determine how much wheat, how much grain we would grow, and particularly it would determine the price. And heavily subsidised US wheat growers would get an advantage over Australian wheat growers who grow the best hard wheat in the world. And our wheat growers would be put at a disadvantage. And we don't need that, particularly when Canada produces a lot of wheat, particularly when the world markets are crying out for our wheat. Why should the price of our wheat be determined around a boardroom table in Illinois, America? It's just not right, and I stood against it then, and I know that we made the right decision. And when it came to foreign investment, we changed the rules when we came to government around foreign investment, and particularly agricultural assets, particularly that. Now, with this particular bill, I must say, we do have an Americanisation of the NBN. Recently I got fibre to the premises at my home and was horrified. I didn't actually ask for it, even when I was Deputy Prime Minister. I didn't want to get forward in the queue. I wanted to wait my turn. And quite frankly, ADSL2 was working just fine and had worked just fine, even when I ran a small business from home. A rather successful media company, I might say. But must I do digress, Member for Solomon? I was alarmed to see FTTC on the paperwork for the NBN, fibre to the curb, CURB. I mean, this is Australia. Curb, which is the gutter along the sideway, call it what you like, along the bitumen, out the front of your house, out on the street, is KERB. And yet we just somehow, we just get all this Americanisation just thrust upon us. And I appreciate they're our closest security partner, as they should be, and all the rest. But, you know, when NBN and other companies are doing these sorts of programs and putting in place these sorts of glossy brochures, here's a tip: get it right. Spell it right. Spell it the Australian English version, not the one from America. Now, as I said, this is a stunt from a desperate and failing government. It very much is. They want privatisation to be on the agenda for the next scare campaign. They did so in 2016. Who will ever forget the bombardment of advertisements, particularly to younger families, about Medi-Scare? And it worked a treat, unfortunately, but they seem to forget their own record, their own shoddy record of privatisation. In the 1990s, the Treasurer's own idol, Prime Minister Paul Keating, privatised not only Qantas but also the Commonwealth Bank. Now, you could argue that, well, governments aren't there to run banks and aren't there to run airlines, and that may well be the case. But this government can't then try to bring on these scare campaigns at the 11th hour, just prior to an election, so that they then allege, and they will, wait for it, that under the new provisions, that people will be paying more for the internet. People will be paying more to download and upload data. And this, let me tell you, is what is coming. Now, our position as the coalition will be opposing the bill. Our position is that we're not proposing a sale. We are very much economic rationalists and economic adults, unlike those opposite. They want to just politicise everything, as they always do. We will take a responsible approach, and we'll do it in a way that is best for the consumer, best for the Australian public. Now, at a time when Australians need help desperately with the cost of living crisis, a cost of living crisis brought about under Labor, a cost of living crisis that Labor didn't even acknowledge or recognise until after the voice vote was lost. They cared way more about a divisive referendum that cost $450 million and did nothing but create divisions within this country. They were not talking about cost of living then. They seem to have caught up now, but sometimes it's too little too late. And they're running around scaring everybody with proposals such as this, scaring everybody, saying that they will manage the economy when in fact they have not. we'll take this bill in the usual way. There's a farcical approach from the Albanese government, and you know, you look at their record in so many times, in so many aspects, and the Prime Minister has only mentioned NBN only 6 times in the Parliament this year. Most recently, as the 3rd of July, and that was quite some time ago, quite some months ago. And the 6th time was about how NBN Sky Muster, the NBN satellite, was helping Indigenous communities, which was on the 13th of February 2024. And then all of a sudden, in the second last week of sittings of the Federal Parliament for 2024, when who knows when the election is just around the corner, we find ourselves with a debate such as this plonked on the table, and of course the urgency to debate it, the urgency to pass it, the urgency for Labor to pretend as though they're getting on board with the policies that matter to Australians. Well, the policies that matter to Australians are cost of living. The policies that matter to Australians are the price of groceries. The policies that matter to Australians should be around the cost of fuel, because every time people go to the Bowser, they're paying more and more and more. Every time they get their energy bills, they're higher and higher and higher. And that is what the general public are talking about. That's the barbecue stopper. It's not the ownership of broadband, the NBN at the moment. It is making sure that if they are in regional Australia, they have connectivity, that they have mobile phones which actually have service. And I mentioned yesterday about the situation at Ardlethan and Camara, where farmers are being forced to climb silos during times of medical emergencies, and the Grinter family had to do just that, just to get reception, just to get a bar on their phone so that they could make an urgent call because there was a medical crisis. And this is simply not good enough. And when Labor brings out its latest round of mobile phone tower installations and infrastructure, they put them all in Labor electorates. And they came to the election saying they'd be far more transparent and far more accountable and far more honest in their dealings when it came to funding initiatives, particularly in regional Australia. And what did they do? They had a spreadsheet which was all red, all Labor. I say shame on Labor for just that. And all well and good if you're in a Labor seat and got one of the mobile phone towers, but not good enough if you're in a coalition seat, and we hold more regional seats than Labor, and we missed out unfairly, unjustifiably. I don't know how Labor members can come to the dispatch box and come to the microphone and then argue that they are being more accountable when it comes to funding such as that, particularly for regional areas. But this is just another scare campaign. It's just Labor trying to get their house in order prior to the election. Shame on them.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The creation of the National Broadband Network flowed out of the botched privatisation of Telstra under the Howard government. Telstra was privatised by the Howard government starting in 1997. They're selling off 49% initially and then selling Telstra down into minority public ownership in 2006. That meant that when the Rudd government came to office and called for tenders to build a national broadband network, Telstra, then under majority private ownership, produced an extraordinary document. Asked to show how it might build a national network serving 98% of the population, Telstra turned in a desultory 12-page letter, which wasn't compliant for the requirements of the time. That meant that Telstra had to be removed from the request for proposals process, and then the national broadband network flowed. We can only imagine how much more straightforward the process of building the national broadband network would have been if Telstra had worked constructively with the government in 2008. But it wasn't possible, largely because of the decision that the Howard government had made as to how to privatise Telstra. This bill matters to Australians. It matters to Australians because by keeping the NBN in full government control, we ensure ongoing regulatory oversight of NBN wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for Australians. It's also important because the NBN is crucial national infrastructure. There are cyber security and national security imperatives that require strong government oversight and which are best ensured by ongoing government ownership. Any future sale of the national broadband network would be likely to involve foreign ownership, raising serious national security and sovereignty risks. Now, those opposites have argued in their talking points that the bill is unnecessary because no future government would possibly privatise the NBN. That, though, flies in the face of the way in which the coalition has behaved in the past. The sale of Telstra, which deprived the government of leverage to roll out fibre broadband, leading to the national broadband network. The botched privatisation of Medibank Private by the then Abbott government in 2014, which took away an important public-owned competitor to hold private health insurers to account. That then meant that we saw the largest player in private healthcare move into private hands, taking away any ability of the government to better hold that sector in check. Medibank Private, as Australia's largest private health insurer, then operated very much as you would expect an oligopoly player to operate. We saw under the coalition an NBN submission to increase wholesale prices on their core products by 3% over the CPI. The aim of that was clearly to bolster their income streams in preparation for sale. That move was rejected by Labor. It was rejected by the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Labor recognised the risk of a measure which the coalition was putting in place, clearly readying the NBN for a potential sell-off. We've seen a range of prominent economists say that their views on privatisation have shifted because of a series of botched privatisations. In 2016, ACCC Chair Rod Sims said he had been a strong advocate of privatisation for 30 years because he believed it produced enhanced economic efficiency. But he said he now had shifted his views and was, as he said, quite almost at the point of opposing privatisation because the sales of assets had not been done with the long-term interests of taxpayers. Mr Sims pointed particularly to the sale of the Port of Newcastle and the bundled sale of the ports of Botany and Kembla, clearly done in order to maximise the sale price rather than to maximise long-term competition. Another former chair of the ACCC, Alan Fells, said of privatisation, quote, "Everyone was only interested in revenue." As he pointed out, the Sydney Airport Corporation was privatised with first rights to bid for a second airport in Sydney. And that effectively led to to adverse outcomes for consumers. And we've seen the current ACCC chair, Jenna Cass-Gottlieb, pointing out the dangers of privatisation, again using the example of the ports industry. In a speech a couple of years ago, Jenna Cass-Gottlieb said, quote, "Australia's container ports are regional monopolies, and in the absence of appropriate regulation, they can extract monopoly rents from users with no alternatives." Ms Cass-Gottlieb pointed to the Port of Melbourne, privatised in 2017, and noted that the Essential Services Commission of Victoria was tasked with monitoring pricing. In two separate reviews, in 2020 and 2021, the Essential Services Commission found the Port of Melbourne had exercised market power in setting land rents and engaged in significant and sustained non-compliance with the state's pricing order. So successive chairs of the ACCC have pointed out the risk of botched privatisations of the kind that coalition governments seem to favour so much. John Quiggin, economist at the University of Queensland, has pointed to a number of international examples of botched privatisation. The British government's privatisation of the rail network, partially reversed with the renationalisation of Railtrack under the Blair Labor government. The sale of council homes under Margaret Thatcher, which led to a massive rundown in British social housing. The privatisation of Thames Water, privatised under Prime Minister Thatcher and stripped bare by its private owners. As Professor Quiggin puts it, quote, "The simplest explanation is that politicians saw privatisation and private infrastructure as a way to get access to a big bucket of money which could be spent on popular projects without the need to raise taxes. This was a fallacy, refuted many times over, but resurrected just as often in zombie form." One of the worst privatisations that history has seen, the sell-off of Chicago's parking meters for $1.1 billion over 75 years. After just 15 years after the sale, the owners had fully recouped their investment plus $500 million and still had 60 years left on the deal. Chicago was left with a situation in which it was paying compensation costs to the new private owners. Every time parades, street maintenance, bike lanes, outdoor seating were put in, then the private owners would need to be paid out. Yet another example in which privatisation has not delivered for citizens. As Clayton Barr noted in a speech in the New South Wales Parliament, the privatisation of the Port of Newcastle was said to have been done by the New South Wales Liberal government with no restriction on shipping container terminals. That was shown to be a complete fabrication. He notes the privatisation of the Land Titles Office, in which the then Liberal government promised that employees would be offered a 4-year protection for their employment. 12 months after that sale, 30% of the workforce was gone, a decision which, according to Mr Barr, cost New South Wales Treasury books more than $100 million each year. He pointed too to the New South Wales privatisation of Ausgrid, in which multi-year protections were said to have been put in place for workers, but in fact the new privatised owners stripped out the profits, sacked the workforce, allowed reliability to decline. Ausgrid workers were left jobless, and the state, according to Mr Barr, ended up losing close to $2 billion every single year. The continued failure of Liberals to understand the way in which privatisation can operate against the interests of consumers, it comes down to their overriding faith in the power of free markets to always do better than the government. Yes, there are certain instances in which privatisations can produce efficiencies, but that judgment needs to be made on a case-by-case basis, based on evidence, not on blind ideology. The privatisation of monopoly assets without appropriate regulation has, in many cases, been disastrous for Australian taxpayers. It has seen Liberal governments place short-term windfall gains ahead of the long-term interests of Australians. The range of the privatisations that we've seen under Liberal governments have returned billions of dollars into government coffers in the short term, but at the cost of tens of billions of dollars to consumers in the long term. A botched privatisation of a monopoly asset is effectively to put a tax on future taxpayers who miss out on the benefits that flow from competition. In the case of NBN, it is difficult to see how you would privatise and have an appropriate system of regulation which would constrain a newly privatised monopoly of that kind. It would then potentially go on to extract monopoly rents from users in the same way in which we've seen happen in the case of ports, in the case of electricity grids, in the case of parking meters. Without appropriate competition, these privatised monopoly assets behave just in the way our economic textbooks would lead us to believe. And so it is important that the House pass this bill because Australia for decades has seen too many examples in which Liberal governments have failed to apply sound economic analysis to privatisation decisions. We know that those opposite are often too hasty in their blind love of markets, too slow to think about the issues of competition which need to be taken into account in any privatisation. A greater role for the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission in considering privatisation decisions may well be warranted in the future to provide a check on any Conservative state or territory government that might look to privatise a public monopoly asset, to do so in a way which was against the interests of consumers. We've seen another example in the case of PEXA, the e-conveyancing monopoly, privatised by state and territory governments, garnering significant revenue in the short term, but at the cost of higher e-conveyancing fees in the long term. And the interoperability reforms, which would allow the e-conveyancing to be a competitive market, have the full support of the Albanese government and are something which state and territory governments should prioritise in order that people buying a home get a better deal. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, since this is the last sittings block of the parliamentary year, can I acknowledge my staff who've worked with me over the course of the year: Georgia Thompson, Bria Larkspur, Isha Singhal, Angela Fernando, Cal Slater, Iris Eager, Toby Halligan, Meg Thomas, Francis Kitt, Tory Barker, Maria Neal, Felicity Wilkins, Louise Negline, Bronwyn Asquith, Ashish Nair and Nick Terrell. My departmental liaison officers who've served variously in my office through the year: Brooke Gay, Lizzie McAnulty, Joshua Lovett, Hayley Ward, Vijay Murik. And my volunteers, Lily Stowaski and Jeff Robertson, for their help. Each of us in this place benefit from our parties, for those of us who are fortunate to represent major parties, and for me it's Australia's oldest and greatest political party, the Labor Party. And I do want to acknowledge the extraordinary team of volunteers who've helped me through the course of the year and whose help I hope I can count on in next year's election. I also want to thank, finally, the huge support that I get from my wonderful family. Looking forward to spending more time with you over the Christmas break, and apologies in advance for the days out on the hustings in next year's election.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And much as I like the member for Fenner, and much as I could agree with some of his comments, and he went through a litany of privatisations in his contribution, but he forgot to include the myriad of privatisations that have occurred under state Labor governments over the past 30 years. Particularly in Queensland. The only state government in Queensland that's privatised any state assets is the state Labor government. And people should never forget that it was state Labor in Queensland that privatised a myriad of assets, including toll roads, which Queenslanders are now paying for more than ever. So when I listen to the member for Fenner and the other contributions from those opposite, I find it passing strange that their certain or recent conversion to the notion that privatisations are bad quite interesting, because the piece of legislation that we're talking about, Deputy Speaker, is actually a Labor piece of legislation. It's a Labor piece of legislation that was put in place when they created the NBN back in 2011. So I suggest maybe they go and have a discussion with the former Communications Minister, Stephen Conroy, to find out why this was inserted in their own bill in the first place back in 2011. This is nothing more than a political stunt. Nothing more than a political stunt. It's what you do as a government when you are facing difficulties and headwinds in other areas where you don't want to deal with those issues or face up to your shortcomings as a government, because they are myriad and plenty. And as I know the member for Hume at the table could list an extraordinary list of their failures. And we find that the government has an incredible talent for misdirection. We know the Australian people are facing a cost of living crisis. Yet what do we see this government doing? Nothing. Or at best fiddling at the edges to be gracious to them. They are failing the Australian people abysmally. And then they come into this place and introduce a piece of legislation such as this, which is just a pure, pathetic political stunt. And it says everything you need to know about this government. Well, as I said, this was passed back in 2010 when the current Prime Minister was a member of Cabinet. The Prime Minister is so exercised about these couple of clauses in the current legislation to prevent privatisation. Why did he not oppose them back in 2010 when this bill was actually passed to create NBN Co? Because he didn't believe it was necessary. They thought it was appropriate. It went through the government's cabinet process to be the law of the land today. This is purely a distraction from their failure to deliver for the Australian people. And it's straight out of Labor's misinformation handbook. Straight out of their misinformation handbook. And it brings to mind, Deputy Speaker, the Mediscare campaign of 2016. It's what they do. It's what the government does. They don't want to talk about their record because they've got no record to hang their hat on, so they find or invent some scare campaign to distract from their lack of contribution and performance to dealing with the issues that are actually facing this country. So we stand here today, we're dealing with an obstinate inflation rate of 3.4%. We stand here today with the average mortgage holder paying $35,000 a year more on their mortgage. We stand here today with people's electricity prices, food and grocery, fuel, transport, energy, all having increased by double digits. And yet what do we see this government doing? Putting into this House a bill that is just a political stunt to divert from their failure to deliver with the cost of living crisis facing everyday Australians. Now, the interesting thing about this bill, Deputy Speaker, is that it actually fails to deal with the nearly 14% increase in NBN prices since October last year. Another impact on people's cost of living that the government is failing to deal with. And when I talk to business across my community, they talk to me about their struggles to pay ever-increasing energy prices, particularly gas. And I used the example earlier today of businesses whose gas prices have gone up 180% in the past 12 months, and they're thinking about closing their doors. But every business I speak to is struggling with energy costs, rental increases, increase in the cost of inputs into their business. And they are very conscious of the fact that Australian families are struggling. And they are trying to work out as a business how they cover their cost increases, yet keep prices at a level that are affordable to everyday Australians. And they're struggling with that. Because if they have an overdraft or a loan, just like a household, their interest costs on those loan facilities have gone up quite substantially. And many a small business owner in this country also has a mortgage on their home, so they get hit doubly. Yet they're the very people that we want to be successful and prosper, because they are the ones that employ Australians. They are where our innovation occurs. They're where our new ideas occur. They are the people that make stuff that generate wealth for this country. Just like our farmers, just like our miners, our small business community works extraordinarily hard every day. Not just to put food on the table for their families, but to put food on the table for every single person they employ. And they generate enormous wealth and opportunity for this country as a result. They are the things, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we should be speaking about in this place. Yet we stand here debating a bill that is nothing short of a political stunt. As I said before, we've seen NBN prices go up some 14% in the last 12 months. But we also see that their satellite business is failing to keep up with new and more flexible and adaptable entrants such as Starlink. 2 years ago, the NBN had 120,000 satellite customers and Starlink had virtually none. Today, NBN has 85,000 satellite customers and Starlink has 270,000. What has the government done about that? Nothing. Over the same time, the NBN brownfield business and existing homes has lost almost 100,000 customers. They're hemorrhaging cash. But this bill does nothing to address those fundamental structural issues in the operation of the NBN. Why are we not here talking about that? How we make the NBN more cost-effective, more effective to provide the genuine service we want the NBN to provide to Australians. And we all want the best internet possible for Australians, because we know increasingly we are spending more and more time online. Sadly, that's probably not to the best interests of our community, because we spend time talking to each other online rather than face-to-face. And I know, talking to some of my former colleagues in the financial planning industry, it's one of their great bugbears that new employees tend to want to email or text people rather than actually sit down with customers and have a face-to-face discussion. But as I look at this bill and much of the other stuff that this government does, and I say frequently in this place, Deputy Speaker, it's not about listening to what the government says, it's about looking at what they do. Because 9 times out of 10 they are two completely and utterly different things. And as we've seen over the past 2.5 years, it's the Australian people that pay the price. It's the Australian people that pay the price for this government's failure to deliver on their promises and deal with the issues that the Australian people are facing each and every day. And to borrow somebody else's terminology or phraseology, I think it's a fair question to ask, and I have this discussion with people in my electorate all the time. Are you better off today than you were 2.5 years ago? And the simple answer is the Australian people are not. Full stop. And this bill, this political stunt, because that's what it is, Mr Deputy Speaker, a pure political stunt, does nothing to assist, improve the lives and livelihoods of the Australian community that is suffering under a Labor-induced cost of living crisis. And we should rightly not support this bill.
I thank the honourable member for Ford. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable minister.
Thank you very much. The bill before House, the National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Bill, will ensure that the NBN Co remains in public hands. It enshrines into law the Albanese Labor government's commitment to retain public ownership of the NBN and prevent the coalition from selling it down the track. And we know they want to. They've said it before. Nothing is off the table when it comes to the coalition funding its expensive and uncosted nuclear power plants for this country. So there's no doubt NBN will be part of that story, and this government will make sure that does not happen. The NBN is vital for Northern Australia, where slow and patchy internet connection restricts the region's ability to reach its full potential in a modern Australia. Many communities in the north are underserved by telecommunications providers due to higher costs and lower population density. It means people in the north sometimes suffer connectivity black spots and network congestion. This government is taking action to address these problems because these problems limit how the people of the north are able to run a business, access education and connect with friends and family around the world. While the most recent Australian Digital Inclusion Index of 2023 shows the difference between states and territories has narrowed, the Northern Territory still ranks the lowest. Now, that is simply not fair, and it must change. The importance of digital connectivity to the Northern Territory and Northern Australia is why the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum has made it a focus issue to address. I re-established the forum to work together with the Queensland, Western Australian and Northern Territory governments to drive social and economic outcomes right across Northern Australia. At our first meeting in 2022 in Darwin, it was agreed that digital connectivity was one of the 14 pillars for achieving the forum's goal of supporting livable, safe and healthy communities in the north. Digital access and affordability has been at the top of the forum's discussions ever since, and we have been taking action. The Albanese government is addressing the forum's concerns by delivering fast, accessible and reliable internet access right across Northern Australia. We're doing that through our $2.4 billion investment in the NBN Fibre Upgrade Program, which includes better services for 236,000 households right across the north. It'll swap slow copper wire with fast fibre cable and give Northern Australians speeds of up to 1 gigabite per second. The Coalition, as we know, brought over 60,000 kilometres of copper, enough to wrap around the planet 1.5 times. A dreadful waste, and shows again how they choose to live in the past. The Albanese Labor government is rolling out a better connectivity plan for regional and rural Australia worth $1.1 billion. It includes $480 million for the NBN Fixed Wireless and Satellite Upgrade Program to switch 120,000 homes from satellite connectivity to fixed wireless. It will upgrade over 2,300 towers and boost internet speeds up to 100 megabits per second. The Albanese Labor government is also working with remote First Nations communities across Northern Australia to deliver free community Wi-Fi by the end of the year. This is a game-changing program. It's a $20 million program that includes the Gangang community in the Northern Territory, the Kawanyama community in Queensland and the Mindarati community in Western Australia. Free Wi-Fi in these remote communities in the north will boost opportunities for education and jobs and improve access to services and information. The north deserves the same internet speed and access that the rest of the country enjoys, and this government is determined to bridge that digital divide to ensure Northern Australia gets the same digital connection that the rest of Australia expects. The NBN is a nation-building infrastructure and is essential to the health, safety and prosperity of Northern Australians, just as it is for the communities in the south. All across Australia, communities rightly expect and deserve high-speed broadband for our modern digital economy. In my electorate of Brand in Western Australia, families rely on fast internet as a part of their daily lives. We rely on it every single day. Kids need it for their schoolwork or for catching up with friends. Homes need it to run household appliances like solar panels, and of course in my house we need it to be able to stream music and videos. Business depends on the internet for orders, payments management and communication systems. It's integral to modern life. The Albanese Labor government understands how important fast and affordable internet is to Western Australians and the people of Brand. 7 years ago, in 2017, that's a long time ago now, I hosted then Shadow Minister Rowland in crisis talks with residents frustrated with the lack of internet coverage in the suburb of Baldivis. I heard one story of a child having to go to McDonald's to study because it was the only place around with reliable Wi-Fi. I launched an online petition for better internet connection in Brand that received nearly 600 signatures, but the coalition government at the time refused to fix it. The opposition sat on their hands, but this government is rolling out fast and affordable internet to Baldivis and indeed the whole Brand electorate. The $2.4 billion NBN fibre upgrade program will give an extra 1.5 million households access to full fibre, including 50,000 homes in Brand. It will swap slow copper wire, you know, the stuff that's going to go around the planet 1.5 times. It will swap that outdated technology with fast fibre cables so the people of Brand can enjoy speeds of up to 1 gigabit per second. We're rolling out fast fibre internet in Brand so more Western Australians can enjoy the benefits of the NBN in the outer suburbs. And the Labor government also launched the School Student Broadband Initiative in February 2023 to provide free internet for 30,000 families across Australia who can't afford home broadband. It's narrowing the digital divide by ensuring that all students can get online at home to do their homework. And it's helping families with the cost of living by saving them thousands of dollars through a free NBN connection. So while the opposition's NBN forced a child in Baldivis to study in McDonald's, the Albanese government is helping every student access fast internet at home. It's an excellent program and I urge everyone who hasn't seen it and needs it to apply and get involved. It's free internet for your kids to do their schoolwork. The Albanese Labor government is able to deliver upgrades to the NBN because it is in public hands. It means we have the levers we need to plan ahead for the ongoing digital transformation that's sweeping through homes and businesses across Australia. But the NBN isn't safe from privatisation because there's nothing we know that the coalition won't privatise. And we know that the NBN is certainly on their hit list. The former coalition government even asked the ACCC to let the NBN significantly increase its prices to fatten up for a sale. The NBN already has a monopoly, and selling it would risk future hikes in prices and drop in services and quality. But the Albanese Labor government will keep the NBN in public ownership to safeguard Australia's long-term economic and security interests. The government started this process in 2022 by issuing an updated statement of expectations that confirmed our strong intent to keep NBN Co in public hands. After a decade of uncertainty under the former coalition government, Labor has provided the NBN with the assurance it needed to continue improving the network while keeping prices affordable. This bill will give all Australians even more peace of mind by enshrining this commitment in law. This bill makes it clear that keeping the NBN in public hands is non-negotiable. It also removes all provisions in the NBN Companies Act relating to a sale of NBN Co. This will support ongoing upgrades to the network and keep up with rapid technological change. And it will ensure strong regulation of NBN wholesale pricing to keep broadband affordable for all Australians. Labor established the NBN as a secure and reliable digital backbone to provide fast and affordable connectivity for every Australian. And now, after a decade of wasted time from the Coalition, the Albanese Labor government is making that goal a reality. We'll also keep the NBN in public hands so broadband stays fast and affordable and accessible for all Australians, including the people of Brand, right across all the suburbs of Rockingham and Kwinana and all of Western Australia as well. When Labor takes Australia forward, we need to stop the Coalition from trying to take us 5 steps back whenever they get the chance, and that's every single time. And I'm proud of a government that puts people first. We'll put the NBN first so that people can ensure they have the access they need to digital technologies to ensure their future made here, right in Australia.
Order. I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. Well, the biggest question about this bill before the House is why? I think it's a ruse. I think it's a distraction. I think with this legislation, the Albanese government is trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. And respected political commentator Chris Uhlmann summed it up as basically a scare campaign dreamt up in a tactics meeting. With a customary flourish, he described the bill in it as, and I quote, a bill to ensure that something that's not likely to happen won't happen. Ziggy Switkowski, former chairman of the NBN and a former executive of Telstra and Optus, had this to say: the decision to hold NBN in government ownership is fine for the short term, say this decade. Beyond that horizon, why do it? It feels like the ban on nuclear power. Why do it? I've asked that question before today. Why do it? Nobody quite got to the nub of the issue, as well as my friend on this side of the House, the member for Fadden. And he made a statement in this place on October the 9th, the week that this was introduced. And he called it one of the greatest political smokescreens to have ever been created in the history of this place. He said, the NBN bill introduced today is a shameless stunt. The Prime Minister walked out of the chamber at 8 p.m. last night, having given his apology to the Australian people at 7:59, the apology relating to his comments about people with Tourette's. And he thought, well, that didn't go down too well. I suspect he'd been playing Jenga over the weekend and was inspired to be a destructor actor. So the Prime Minister, this is according to the member for Fadden, the Prime Minister picked up the phone to some of his ministers wanting to know, what have you got in the drawer? He phoned his friend, the Minister for Giles first, but he obviously had nothing to offer, Deputy Speaker. He phoned the Minister for Education, but all the Prime Minister got, according to the member for Fadden, was a long-winded story and he had to hang up. He then phoned the Minister for Communications and she said, well, Prime Minister, I've got this sort of Medi-scare kind of thing about the NBN and public ownership and creating a false story about how it might be sold and that sort of thing. And the Prime Minister says, bingo. Now, the National Broadband Network Companies Bill 2010 was introduced by none other than the Prime Minister, who was the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport at the time, our current Prime Minister. And in the second reading speech, he said, these bills enshrine in legislation the policy commitments the government made in its NBN announcement and provide clarity and certainty to NBN Co Limited, industry and the wider community. So, presumably, when the bill passed back in 2010, it cemented that very clarity. So, the bill set out arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent and parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation, and for the Parliament to have the final say on the sale. And there was no longer a requirement that NBN Co Limited must be sold within 5 years of it being declared built and fully operational. Rather, the time frame for any sale was to be left to the judgment of the government and Parliament of the day, enabling due regard to the role of the NBN that the NBN is playing, market conditions and any other relevant factors. Deputy Speaker, I was just interested in what some of the then members of the then government said about this NBN bill at the time. Well, let's see. Senator Stephen Conroy made a statement on the 25th of November 2010. He said, the bill also sets out ownership arrangements The Gillard government remains firmly committed to selling its stake in NBN Co after the network was fully built and operational, subject to market conditions and security considerations. Senator Conroy also said, government committed to sale of NBN Co. Senator Conroy said the Gillard government remained firmly committed to selling its stake in NBN Co after the network was fully built and operational, subject to market conditions and security considerations. Senator Collins said a year later, the bill also creates power for the Governor-General to make regulations concerning future private ownership and control of NBN Co Limited and establishes other relevant reporting, governance and enforcement mechanisms. So the government back then made it clear that future governments could make decisions and make regulations regarding the future of NBN. So why this sort of yell across, oh, the coalition government wants to sell the NBN, they privatise everything? It was the ministers in the then Gillard government that were talking about selling it. Nobody in this place has been talking about the NBN. The Prime Minister hasn't been talking about it in this term, as far as I can ascertain. He's only mentioned the NBN 6 times in Parliament this year, and no one's been talking about a change to policy on ownership. Seems to me it's the basis of a scare campaign and a distraction, that we will privatise the NBN and drive up prices. Now, this would be worth a bit of a chuckle, Deputy Speaker, if we could just focus on that stunt and shambolic approach of the current government. They rushed to introduce this legislation to head off something that they legislated in 2010. So desperate are they to create political distraction that they are really introducing amendments to their government's own legislation, which they passed in 2010, when our current Prime Minister, as a member for Hume quite rightly reminds us, when he was in Cabinet. Now, the cruel irony is that they're saying they're doing this because of the cost of living crisis that we're experiencing. Now, yeah, they created it and we're feeling it, especially people in rural Australia. Now, inflation. They haven't got inflation under control. The interest rate cuts look like a long way away. There's higher prices for energy, higher prices for food, higher prices for services, for mortgages. Where are the interest rate cuts? Higher prices for rent, and productivity is nosedived. I would have thought that a government that was committed to helping out Australians would be focusing on policies to help those things. The price of food. You help the price of food by helping farmers do their job, not by taking their irrigation water away, killing their export markets and making them pay ridiculous fees like the biosecurity tariff that they have to pay. The cost of living crisis is with us. It's as a result of this government's policies. And all we get from them is a sort of a scare campaign. Look over here, look over here. They're going to privatise the NBN one day. We better change our own legislation that we put together in 2010 to make sure they don't do it. And we're not even in government. Now, NBN costs have actually gone up under the current government. We've seen 6 million families impacted by NBN price rises of up to 14% since October last year. So NBN is one of the many things that's gone up during this government's term. The NBN satellite business is collapsing, and 2 years ago the NBN had more than 120,000 satellite customers and Starlink had virtually none. Today the NBN's down to 85,000 satellite customers and Starlink has more than 270,000. This bill, as I said, is a distraction. We could be talking about many things. We could be talking about how to increase productivity for our businesses. We could be talking about how to better structure IR so that small business, which is the backbone of our economy, isn't smashed by burdensome regulations. We could talk about our agricultural businesses, how we can provide them with more irrigation water to grow the food, to make it cheaper for Australians at the checkout, or for us to continue with our great agricultural exports. We could be talking about all sorts of other things. We could be talking about the cheaper childcare, which they do talk about, but there's so many places in regional Australia where you can't get a place. So it's no good at being cheaper if you can't even access it. It seems to me that the current government's strategy, and I've noticed this in question time over the last couple of weeks, is to call the opposition leader names. Now, when you start to, when I was a kid at school and I was in the schoolyard, and you're having a bit of an argument with your mates, even the bullies that are trying to tease you, you knew when they started calling your names that they didn't have a proper argument anymore. So, sort of, I could see the Tactics Committee, let's try and get as many references to the arrogance and the recklessness and angriness of the opposition leader. Let's try and get them in every answer to the question. I reckon that symbolises a government that's run out of puff and doesn't have any more policy ideas. Now, I reckon we need to get to an election, hopefully sooner rather than later, so the Australian people can think about all of this. These distractions of policy, these sort of this NBN into the ether. People are being smashed out there in their household budgets, and you've got to help them out. We've got to talk about policy, not just have this sort of this two-stage policy. Let's try and scare everyone in relation to nuclear energy, and let's try and tell everyone. Let's try and paint the picture. Let's try and paint the picture of the opposition leader as angry, as angry, as reckless, as arrogant. Let's call him as many names during question time as we can, and that substitutes for real policy that helps get the cost of living down. The disastrous, the NBN is this NBN bill is emblematic of a government that is not focusing on the real concerns of Australia, and a Prime Minister who's looking to distract from his own shortcomings because it came after he made a very unfortunate comment in question time. I think the Australian people want to get back to looking at some real policy, not these sort of distraction stunts. And I invite those opposite to start doing that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Nichols. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to express my very strong support for the National Broadband Networks Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, which was introduced by the fabulous Minister for Communications, because in the 21st century, the digital landscape is transforming how we interact with one another, how our economies grow and how people live and work. Access to the internet is absolutely no longer a luxury. It is a necessity, part of everyday life, and it underpins almost every aspect of our lives. The bill here before us today is not just a legislative proposal, it is a commitment to the future, a future where connectivity is a right, not a privilege. It's a bold step toward ensuring that all Australians, regardless of their geographic location or socio-economic status, have access to reliable and affordable internet services. And I'd have to say, I would have thought this is particularly attractive to members representing the regions, as am I. In an age where digital access is essential for education, healthcare and economic opportunity, we must ensure that our broadband infrastructure is owned and operated in public interest. We know that in our digital economy, those that are left without access are left behind. During the pandemic, we witnessed firsthand how critical connectivity was for remote education and accessing healthcare. That's why it's stunning to see members from the National Party opposing this bill. By committing to public ownership, we are ensuring that these essential services are not held hostage by the profit motives of private corporations. Truly, I think most people in Australia are on board with this. We just need those opposite to open their ears and listen to the arguments. We are also making sure that the NBN workforce have job security. Workers can breathe a sigh of relief knowing their jobs won't be on the chopping block because of privatisation. This bill reaffirms the Albanese Labor government's dedication to public ownership, prioritising the needs of our citizens over profits. We want to make it clear that under the Albanese Labor government, the NBN is not for sale. We know how important the NBN is to driving national productivity, and we know how important it is for the transactions that Australians do every day to access health services, to interact with government and to connect with families and friends. It is for this reason that we have made this decision. It's not a complex question here. You either want to keep the NBN in public ownership or you don't. The bill will make amendments to the National Broadband Companies Act 2011 and other small changes to the NBN Act and to the Telecommunications Act. These changes will include incorporating new wording to make clear that keeping the NBN preserved in public ownership is an explicit requirement. This builds on the Albanese Labor government's election commitment to retain the NBN in public ownership, to keep broadband affordable and to complete building a world-class fibre network on top of the government's commitment to keep protecting the NBN from privatisation through the Statement of Expectations issued in 2012. Public ownership fosters accountability and transparency. By keeping our national broadband network in public hands, we can ensure that decisions are made with the community's best interests at heart. And this transparency is vital for maintaining public trust. Australians deserve to know where their taxpayer dollars are being spent and how decisions about their connectivity are made. Public ownership will mean that the NBN will be accountable to the people it serves, and writing it into law will further enshrine that. Let's have a little look at the record from members opposite, the Coalition, in their rolling out of the NBN. Because communities in my electorate of Newcastle have told me very loud and clear that the job of upgrading the NBN is not complete. When the NBN was first proposed by Labor back in 2008, it was envisaged to be a transformative project, one that would connect Australians, boost our economy and positions us as a leader in the digital age. However, what we witnessed over the next 10 years, under the Coalition's decade of denial and delay, was a litany of mismanagement and unmet promises that left many Australians disappointed, angry and frustrated. Just as they sold out Australia on the privatisation of Telstra, the Coalition sold out Australia again on the botched implementation. Those opposite rolled out a second-rate NBN that relied on the old copper network instead of Labor's super-fast fibre-to-the-premises NBN. Their decision to pivot from the original fibre-to-the-premises model to a multi-technology mix has had significant long-term ramifications that the Australian public are paying for again and again. As a result, millions of Australians have been left waiting for access to reliable internet that many in urban areas take for granted. Many communities were left with inadequate service. Speeds that were once promised fell very short, and the reliability of the connection often inconsistent. In regional and rural communities, the digital divide was further exacerbated, limiting opportunities for education, business and connection. Those opposite rushed out this second-rate NBN, perhaps in order to declare it complete so that they could put it on the block for sale, selling out Australian consumers and regional communities like mine. Residents and businesses in my community were particularly hard hit by this botched rollout. Only the 2,800 homes and businesses in a very select area of Mayfield were lucky enough to get the real NBN. Everyone else in Newcastle had to put up with this second-rate version that relied on an old copper network. Residents in places like Hamilton, who had good access to a good quality ADSL, were on top of the former government's rollout list, whilst the people of Katara who could not access even low-quality broadband were left in the dark. Residents in Stockton, Adamstown, Merewether and others are to this day feeling the impacts of this botched rollout. Access to high-speed broadband is an essential service, and it's a shame that the former coalition government could not see that. We must learn from these failures. As we move forward, we need a renewed commitment to provide high-quality, accessible internet for all Australians. And this means the mistakes of the past and the future-proofing of the NBN. This is something the Albanese Labor government has been working hard to do. We are committed to fixing the dodgy rollout we saw under the previous government, which continues to have long-term consequences. Our government has been consulting widely on regional telecommunications services and has received feedback from communities, particularly in rural and regional Australia, that there is strong support for the NBN. This legislation has been introduced to ensure that it is owned by those who it belongs to, the Australian people. And this is in addition to what we've already done, including investing $2.4 billion to expand full fibre across the NBN, and that will access an additional 1.5 million premises, including 660,000 rural and regional communities. So it literally is gobsmacking that any regional member would speak against this bill. Rolling out free NBN broadband services to up to 30,000 families under the Australian Government's School Student Broadband Initiative, delivering fibre upgrades so that more than 9 million homes and businesses can access the fastest broadband speeds on the NBN, and from September next year, boosting download speeds by up to 5 times the current speeds at no extra wholesale costs. A household or small business with a 100 megabytes per second plan in 2024 will benefit from 500 megabytes per second in 2025. Rolling out more fibre into a fixed line network, upgrading the fixed wireless network and planning for our future needs. That's the focus of the Albanese Labor government. The fibre and fixed wireless upgrades we took to the 2022 election are being delivered on time and on budget, which is effectively a first for any government. Not that we're hearing any thanks from those opposite for ensuring their communities are getting access to a properly effective, efficient broadband. Fixed wireless upgrades are on track to be completed by the end of this year. This work has seen over 2,300 towers being upgraded, speed capability boosted on Fixed Wireless Plus, and 2 new fixed speed products available. NBN's on track to deliver our plan for 90% of houses and businesses to have gigabyte access by the end of 2025. And this work is in addition to the fixed wireless upgrades and has seen over 70,000 kilometres of new fibre being rolled out. Because of our strong investment in the NBN, Australians are now taking up fibre upgrades in record numbers, which is leading to better customer experience and less faults and fewer technicians. By maintaining public ownership, we can continue to prioritise investment in our underserved areas, ensuring that everyone, no matter their postcode, has access to high-quality internet. Moreover, public ownership allows us to focus on long-term goals rather than short-term profits. Keeping the NBN in public hands will provide the NBN company the certainty needed to continue delivering improvements to the network while keeping prices affordable. The NBN is not just about connectivity. It is about building a foundation for innovation and economic growth. When focus shifts from profit margins to public service, we can invest in the future. This means expanding the network capabilities, upgrading technology and preparing for the demands of tomorrow's digital landscape. Government ownership is essential to delivering our strategy for a more connected Australia, including rolling out more fibre in the fixed line network and planning for the transition to the next generation satellites and modernising universal service obligations. We must consider the global context, of course, when talking about the importance of a good national broadband network, and we know across the world there have been some very inspiring examples of successful public broadband initiatives. In countries like Sweden and Finland, where public investment in infrastructure has been prioritised, we can see some of the fastest and most reliable internet services available. In the United States, several municipalities have taken it upon themselves to build their own broadband networks. Cities like Chattanooga in Tennessee have demonstrated that public ownership can lead to faster, more reliable services at lower costs than those provided by other companies. I think the point really here is there's many more examples I could point to, but Australia must not continue to fall behind. Our place in the world depends on our ability to stay connected. By passing this bill, we're positioning ourselves as a leader in the digital infrastructure, ensuring that we can compete in the global economy and foster homegrown innovation. The NBN is just much more than a utility. It is a catalyst for economic growth and technological innovation. It supports business, it creates new industries, and connects our workforce with the rest of the world. From online education to telemedicine, from startups to large corporations, the NBN is a vital resource in the modern economy. We know there is more to do to get the NBN to the world-leading stage that the Albanese Labor government envisaged. That is our ambition for the Australian people, and that is why this bill is so important. This bill is not just about maintaining ownership of the NBN, as important as that is. It is about protecting a vital public asset that serves the interests of all Australians. It's about equity, accountability, and ensuring that every Australian can access the opportunities that a reliable broadband network provides. It's a testament to the Albanese Labor government's values and our vision for an inclusive and equitable society. The NBN is a lifeline to the future of our nation, and keeping it in public ownership is essential to continue to provide modern, accessible, affordable communication services for all Australians. Let us continue to invest in it, protect it and improve it. That's why I'm supporting this bill today.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Newcastle. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if I was to stand in this place and express a fear about a future government banning Anzac Day, and then presented a bill that said this will stop a future government doing that, I would be laughed out of this place, because I'm not taking it seriously. If I was to say that I'm scared and worried about a future government banning Christmas, and I said, well, here's a bill to stop a future government banning Christmas, I would be rightly laughed out of this place. Laughed out of this place. If I was to say, Deputy Speaker, I'm worried about future governments legislating to kill all firstborn males, and here's a bill to stop it, I would quite rightly be laughed out of this place. And that's all this is. This is a joke by the Labor government on the Australian people. It is a joke that goes for 6 pages, that is designed for one purpose, to be put on a tile on social media or a DL in your letterbox. So to Australians who are watching, if you are going to get one of those DLs in the next few months, or you see it pop up on an ad, know that this government is not treating you with the respect that you deserve. Because the other thing you're getting in your letterbox, other than a DL that has this rubbish on it, is your increased power bills, your increased insurance, your increased gas. And there's nothing coming from this government to address those problems. Instead, they sat around in a tactics meeting with empty pizza boxes thinking, what are we going to do? What's some issue we can manufacture to scare people? Not to inspire people, but to scare them. And on that, I'd like to reference the Prime Minister's own words. The Prime Minister, in 2012, in a press club speech, said this about an Australian Prime Minister, Australian opposition leader. He said, in Australia, we have serious challenges to solve, and we need serious people to solve them. Unfortunately, and this is quoting Anthony Albanese, Tony Abbott is not the least bit interested in fixing anything. He is only interested in two things: making Australians afraid of it and telling them who's to blame for it. Now, those words were given in the Press Club in 2012 by the now Prime Minister. They were so inspiring, Deputy Speaker, so inspiring, they featured in a Hollywood movie 17 years earlier, when Aaron Sorkin had then Michael Douglas, acting as the American president, said this, and it might sound familiar, Deputy Speaker: "We have serious problems to solve, and we need serious people to solve them. And whatever your particular problem is, I promise you, Bob Rumson is not the least bit interested in solving it. He is only interested in two things: making you afraid of it and telling you who's to blame for it." Wow. Well, Deputy Speaker, the person who came up with this bill knows that we have serious problems to solve and we need serious problems to solve them. But that person's not one of them. He's interested in two things: making you afraid of it, that this might be sold, the NBN might be sold, and telling you who's to blame for it. That is the only purpose, the only purpose. So when Prime Minister Anthony Albanese channelled Aaron Sorkin in the Press Club in 2012, he needed to heed his own advice, and this is not a serious bill. Because, Deputy Speaker, what we've been asked to do by this Labor government is to amend their own bill, And many speakers before me have referred to these particular quotes, but they are worth repeating. In the then Minister's statement, which was then Stephen Conroy, the heading said this: "Government committed to the sale of NBN Co." The heading. And then Senator Conroy said this is in a press media release from him. Senator Conroy said the Gillard government remained firmly committed to selling its stake in NBN Co after the network was fully built and operational, subject to market conditions and security considerations. Now, that was on the 22nd of November 2010. And then 3 days later, in a speech given by the member for Grayndler, the Prime Minister, as he was then the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, he said in his speech to this bill, the original bill for the Act we're amending, "It also sets out arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent and parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation, and for the Parliament to have the final say on the sale." So we had a Labor government with the then Prime Minister committing to the sale of NBN. And we've been asked to take this government seriously on this joke of a bill which is designed for one purpose, which is to scare people and be put on material on their screens and in their letterboxes. Because this government has a choice. And instead of sitting around in tactics meetings about what goes on tiles and DLs, they should be turning their mind to solving real problems that Australians have. That's what a serious government would do. That's what a serious Prime Minister would do. So if you want to help Australians, you would cut back bloated government spending. And Deputy Speaker, we saw recently that government spending in the June quarter had blown out to 27.3% of GDP. And if we carve out the COVID period and we go back to the norm, pre-COVID, it was averaging at 22.5%. So think about that, 22.5% of GDP bumped up to 27.3% by this government. That is totally unsustainable and is directly contributing to inflation in this country. So instead of a DL being shoved in through their letterbox, they should be answering to the Australian public why government spending is increasing inflation and increasing everything, including interest rates on their mortgage. And if you wanted to scare and distract instead of actually solving problems, whenever we raise that issue, the government says, well, what services are you going to cut? Like there's no waste or bloat in the federal government. Of course there is. Of course there is. But this government is not the least bit interested in finding it or cutting it. They are throwing taxpayers' money away. And not just taxpayers now, future taxpayers, our children and our grandchildren who will be forced to wear this debt. Deputy Speaker, if a serious government wanted to help Australians, they would also do things like bringing energy down and having energy security for this country. and seriously considering support for a civil nuclear industry. And a non-serious government, a joke of a government, would do other things. They wouldn't engage in that debate seriously. They'd produce memes of three-headed fish. And that's what we saw from this government. It's not a serious government. They're not the least bit interested in solving serious problems. Deputy Speaker, if you wanted to help Australians, you would make sure that our migration is proportionate for our capacity to deal with it at all levels, federal and state. And instead, through the term of this government, we have seen net overseas migration go to 1.5 million people. I'm from the great state of Victoria, and we have that temple that is the MCG. It holds 100,000. So net overseas migration in this term of the parliament is 15 of those. 15 in a country of 27 million people, with a housing crisis, with a cost of living crisis. Now, the government may claim, oh, we can't really pull the levers to fix that. It's not in our control. They may have that debate, and we heard some of that in question time. But what we hear when we have debates about migration is members on the other side stand up and accuse us of engaging in dog whistles for even suggesting that that should be a debate. That's not the sign of a serious government. That's a sign of a government that's more interested in the lines, more interested in DLs, more interested in tiles, not the least bit interested in solving problems. Deputy Speaker, if you wanted to really help Australians, you would make sure that our nation is secure. And at the same time, we have seen public servant positions grow by 26,000. We have seen the full-time ADF drop by 5,000. Now, 5,000 as a proportion of our full-time ADF is 1 in 12. Imagine 12 ADF members sitting around. There's one missing on every table. Now, each of those people were supposed to bring capability that keeps this nation secure. But if you wanted to scare and distract, instead, you wouldn't fix that problem. You wouldn't talk about the monumental delays in ADF recruiting. You'd come up here with a silly bill that's more of a talking line. That's all you would do. Deputy Speaker, if you wanted to actually help Australians, you would address the scourge of online gambling. And despite the Murphy report sitting on the desk of the Minister and the Prime Minister, we keep going month after month and week after week of this government doing nothing. Doing nothing. Deputy Speaker, if you wanted to actually help Australians, you would back in free speech. You would back in free speech because it is the fundamental right on which all others flow. Free speech isn't just about talking, it's about thinking. It isn't about narrative, it's about truth. It's through free speech that we get to have the contest of ideas. With open hearts and open minds, we actually get to see if our ideas hold water. And if they don't, and if we actually have an open mind and an open heart, we will move further to the truth. That's what you would do if you were serious and wanted to help people. Instead, we have this government producing its mad bill where it wants us to move closer to a technocracy, where particular people are carved out, including us in this place, or academics or journalists. But ordinary Australians, you're not allowed to have free speech. Not you. Not you. You will be governed by your betters. That's not the sign of a serious government that believes in things. Deputy Speaker, if you actually wanted to help Australians, you would address the cost of food that has risen by 12%. You would address the cost of housing that has risen by 13%. You would address the cost of rents that have gone up 16%, and you would look at insurance at 17% through this term, and gas, which people use to cook their food and we need for our industry, is up 33%. But instead, this non-serious joke of a government comes in and waves around more spending on the symptoms and not the cause. And that's all we get from this government, increasing the very thing that's fueling inflation, and at the same time saying, oh, don't worry about that. Here's a little bit of help. I'll throw some more of your money back at you and say I'm fixing it. So increase your bills by $100, but then say, you're fine, here's $10 more. Don't worry about it. It's all good. A serious government would look at the causes of inflation, not the symptoms. A serious government would address bloated government spending because we know that that is the singular cause of increasing inflation in this country, and the RBA has told us that. Deputy Speaker, if you wanted to actually help Australians, you would seriously look at productivity in this country. And flatlining productivity has led to 6 quarters of negative GDP growth per person. That's the only measure that matters. It's the only measure that matters. And instead, to avoid a technical recession, we've seen this government crank the levers they say they don't control to prop up net overseas migration, to say, oh, well, how good are we? We've avoided a technical recession. Well, avoiding a technical recession has nothing to do with how people feel, nothing to do with the real lived experiences of Australians who are begging for inflation to come down, who actually want this government to control its spending because they're controlling theirs, who actually want to make sure that they're not leaving their children a worse future than they were inherited for themselves. A serious government would address those problems. A joke of a government would introduce bills like this. And very soon, Deputy Speaker, Australians will go to the polls and they will give their assessment on this government. And they'll say, in these really tough times, were they focused on the things that mattered to me and my family and my community, or were they more focused on themselves? And they'll have to ask, when they get that DL through the letterbox, or they see that tile on Instagram or Facebook, is this really all you did? Is this all you did? And I think, as many others have asked, they will ask themselves, am I better off than I was 3 years ago? And the answer to that, Deputy Speaker, is an absolute no.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Menzies. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we know Australians living in regional areas like my electorate of Gilmore are struggling with cost of living pressures. So the last thing they need is for our national broadband network to be sold off, pushing up their home internet bills and risking their privacy. Small businesses in my electorate are doing it tough as well, and they can't afford for the NBN to be sold, hiking up their communication costs and risking the stability of their connectivity. Gilmore has been hit hard by a series of natural disasters, including flooding, ferocious storms and, of course, the devastating Black Summer bushfires. In times of emergency, it is crucial for residents and small businesses on the New South Wales South Coast to have access to reliable internet to stay connected with family and friends and, of course, emergency services during their time of need. That's why I support this Albanese government's position to keep NBN Co, the company that operates our national broadband network, in public ownership. By keeping the NBN in full government ownership, we can continue to support the upgrade of the network and ensure ongoing regulatory oversight of NBN wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for all Australians. A potential sale of the NBN risks significant price hikes and a reduction in service quality, particularly in rural and regional areas like Gilmore. Deputy Speaker, I have continued to lobby for upgrades to communication infrastructure in my electorate, and this government has continued to deliver. I am working hard to ensure people in Gilmore can access more reliable internet and phone coverage, helping them stay connected and run successful local businesses. The Albanese government is delivering on its commitment to improve mobile coverage for regional Australians, with new mobile phone infrastructure being built at Jamberoo, Kangaroo Valley, Tamil, Lilipilli, Warragee and Banandra. We're expanding mobile coverage and improving communications resilience to improve connectivity in regional areas. The Albanese government is narrowing the digital divide in rural and regional Australia, including by improving mobile phone and internet coverage and ensuring our communities stay connected with family and loved ones. While I continue to advocate for better mobile and internet services, and this government continues to roll out improved telecommunications infrastructure in my electorate, we have those opposite looking to sell off the NBN. The sale of this important public asset would spell disaster for regional areas like Gilmore. We've seen the mess the Liberals and former New South Wales Treasurer and Transport Minister made when they sold off publicly owned assets, including Sydney Buses. The Liberals' privatisation of Telstra was a terrible policy outcome, leaving regional communities hostage to the monopoly market power of Telstra. They sold out Australia on the privatisation of Telstra, and we cannot let that happen again with the NBN. It's so important for the electorate of Gilmore to have reliable quality internet and phone service to prevent a repeat of the loss of communications the region experienced during the 2019-2020 bushfires. Resilient power and telecommunications are essential services, especially during bushfires. That's why an Albanese Labor government is replacing the timber power poles with more resilient composite poles in my electorate to better protect emergency radio networks, ABC radio and television, mobile services and more. We've improved the resilience of power infrastructure into South Durras. South Durras narrowly missed being impacted by the Currowan fires, which underscored the need to better prepare for future bushfires and take sensible mitigation measures where appropriate. This government has relocated power cables to the local NBN fixed wireless tower underground and also replaced 30 timber power poles between South Durras and the Princess Highway with composite fireproof poles. The main benefit for a community to have composite power poles installed is electricity reliability. Unlike traditional timber power poles, composite poles are immune to termite damage, they don't rot, and they are much more resistant to the effects of fire, which means the power is more likely to stay on. In the 2029 and 2020 bushfires, the fires totally destroyed the timber poles, but the composite poles made of fiberglass that had been installed were still standing. I worked closely with the Durras Community Association President, Dr Trevor Daly, and members who raised their concerns with me almost immediately after the fires subsided. Dr Daly said the power pole replacements and other critical infrastructure upgrades that would better protect the Durras community during future bushfires and other emergencies. He said upgrades of key infrastructure for improved emergency resilience were vitally important for at-risk coastal communities like Durras and were essential to protect lives and homes. Maintaining electricity, mobile phone and internet access is essential for residents to receive emergency warnings, keep track of nearby bushfire fronts and maintain communications during fires, storms and all types of emergencies. We know that one of the most terrifying things about the bushfires was that we lost power, impacting on water supply, food safety, health and, of course, communications. No one wants to see that repeated. The sale of our NBN could make internet access unaffordable and inaccessible for many Australians in regional areas who are already facing cost of living pressures, including pensioners, students and low-income earners. I will continue to work hard to help ensure local villages right across the South Coast are better protected should the worst happen again, with a key focus on affordability, reliability and resilience in power and telecommunications. I will always fight to ensure our communities are better prepared for the future, and that includes fighting to keep the NBN in public hands. I have listened to my local community and am committed to practical measures that will improve the resilience of local infrastructure to ensure they can remain disaster ready. Since the bushfires, I've been on the job with Telstra working on improved disaster resilience projects, including improved battery backup at mobile phone towers, additional mobile cells on wheels, also known as COWs, to provide mobile coverage to communities in times of need and the rollout of 5G technology. I have collaborated with NBN Co to include thousands more homes and businesses are included with a fibre to the premises upgrade plan, which will further provide some battery backup should the power go out, and absolutely crucial in times of disaster. I am also pleased to be delivering on fixing mobile black spots along the Princess Highway between Batemans Bay and Ulladulla, at Benandra and Tamil, because the 2019-2020 bushfires made it crystal clear that quality mobile coverage is critical for our community during disasters. Deputy Speaker, investments in the 2024 budget totalling $1.3 billion over 4 years will see an upgraded national broadband network with fibre upgrades providing regional families and small businesses with access to world-class, high-quality broadband. We want to ensure the NBN stays in public hands because quality broadband unlocks digital opportunities and enables remote work and education, particularly in regional areas. The NBN improves access to telehealth and boosts economic productivity and participation in regional communities. Those opposite want to decimate that by selling the NBN, just like they have continued to recycle public assets over the past decade. There is no better example of the former government's failure on the NBN than in regional Australia. Under the Liberals, my electorate of Gilmore was hampered by second-rate internet and held back from the world of opportunity that high-quality connectivity brings. The pandemic was a very difficult time, but one thing it did do was free up the possibility of remote working. However, working from home proved frustrating for many people in regional areas such as the New South Wales South Coast due to substandard internet connectivity. Under the Liberals, we saw a huge digital divide where some suburbs in Gilmore had fast, reliable internet services, while those next door were stuck with a second-rate system. They were victims of the Coalition's second-rate NBN, which, when we were elected, was $28 billion over budget, nearly double the cost, 4 years behind schedule and backflipping to copper. In stark contrast, since coming to government, the Albanese government has worked hard to address the inequality by delivering fibre upgrades so that more Australian families and small businesses can access world-class, high-quality broadband. And I'm pleased to say that many people and communities in my electorate have benefited from the Albanese government's upgrade to full fibre NBN. We are rolling out a world-class high-speed broadband network with more than $3 billion in NBN fibre and fixed wireless upgrades being delivered on time and on budget across the country. We've installed more than 70,000 kilometres of new fibre and upgraded over 2,300 fixed wireless towers. In regional areas like mine, faster, more reliable fibre connection supports our economy, local families and small businesses. This government's investment ensures that we are receiving all the technological benefits the NBN has to offer across business, health, education, social recovery and more. The Albanese government is delivering a more connected, protected and vibrant nation, from our suburbs right through to our most remote communities. We are making key investments to enable the NBN to reach its full potential, with around 80% of all regional and remote premises and 93% of all Australian homes and businesses to have access to high-speed plans by late 2025. The NBN is critical infrastructure, which reaches to more than 12.4 million premises across Australia, with over 8.6 million homes and businesses connected. The fibre and fixed wireless upgrades we took to the 2022 election are being delivered on time and on budget in towns and villages throughout Gilmore. This means residents and businesses on the South Coast can take advantage of the faster speeds, which are increasingly important in a digital society and economy. As a former TAFE teacher, I know how reliable access to the internet is essential for students, whether they're at school, TAFE, university or studying remotely. This government's school student broadband initiative is providing thousands of struggling families and their children with a free home broadband connection so they can reach their full potential. Whilst many students can access the internet through school Wi-Fi, connecting the internet at home to support remote learning and homework is a serious affordability issue for some families. We are relieving some of the barriers to students fully participating in educational opportunities and giving them the tools they need to succeed in the classroom and beyond. The pandemic really demonstrated how important it is for students in regional areas to be connected to quality internet at home. Not having internet at home shouldn't be a barrier to a quality education. I want to see our kids reach their full potential, and having an internet connection at home can play a big part in that. I'm proud to say that more than 18,000 families have been connected to free internet until the end of 2025 through our school student broadband initiative. Reliable internet via the NBN is so important for people who live in regions like mine. I'm proud to be part of a government that takes digital inclusion so seriously, and I don't want to put that at risk. Deputy Speaker, we know how hard our businesses, individuals and the economy have been hit by online security breaches and cyber scammers. We know ordinary Australians are tightening their online security because they're understandably scared of cyber attacks on their businesses, hackers getting hold of their personal information or accessing their bank accounts. And of course, there's the increasing risk of AI scams. By keeping the NBN in government hands, it means we can put stronger measures in place to protect against scams and cyber attacks. The NBN is crucial national infrastructure with cyber security and national security imperatives requiring strong government oversight. This is best delivered through ongoing government ownership. By keeping the NBN in public ownership, the government can also reduce potential harms from gambling-like content in computer games and tackle exposure to age-inappropriate content online. And, Deputy Speaker, the sale of the NBN could wipe out all the progress we've made on First Nations digital inclusion by providing affordable and reliable internet access to remote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities. Any future sale of the NBN by the Libs would likely involve foreign ownership, raising potentially serious national sovereignty and security risks, as well as inevitable price hikes. Only by keeping the NBN in public ownership can we continue to deliver an affordable, reliable internet service for all Australians.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll get to, in due course, what is perhaps the most farcical 6 pages of proposed legislation that I've ever encountered in the 11 or so years I've had the privilege of being in this place. But before I do, I think sometimes we assume a level of knowledge in our contributions which can be perhaps unhelpful for those who are following the debate or seeking to. So I just want to start with some basics and make a point which I don't think has been made, and I think some of those opposite might be interested to understand the shift in position that they've adopted, one which I say is welcome, but the reality is those opposite have shifted their position in relation to this proposal. The NBN Co, Mr Deputy Speaker, is an unlisted public company limited by shares incorporated under the Corporations Act of 2001 and is a Commonwealth company for the purposes of the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act of 2013. NBN Co was established in 2009 and as a government business enterprise by the Australian Government, which is its sole shareholder. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, under the legislative provisions, there are 2 shareholder ministers for the purposes of the NBN, which is a government business enterprise which operates at, and as it should, at arm's length to government, but is wholly owned by government. Now, the shareholder ministers, it might not be surprising to learn, are the Minister for Finance of the day and, of course, appropriately, the Minister for Communications. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I told you the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Communications at some point, and one of the things these shareholder ministers can do, Mr Deputy Speaker, is issue a statement of expectation. They can't operate the company. They're not directly responsible for decisions day to day, but what they can do is issue a statement of expectations. And that statement of expectations is to effectively say, you know, we, the shareholders, expect the following. And that's the way that shareholder ministers might exercise some intention in relation to the operation of a government business enterprise. Now, this nation has had a long list of finance ministers and a long list of communication ministers, and this is where I say those opposite might not be cognisant that this bill represents a change in approach for those opposite, one which I say is welcome. And as I say, I'll get to arguments around how this correlates to their proposal, particularly in the 2016 election, to create the campaign around Mediscare. But not so long ago, in fact in December 2022, the shareholder ministers, the Minister for Finance, the Senator, the Honourable Katie Gallagher, and the Minister for Communications, the Honourable Michelle Rowland, issued a new statement of expectations to the NBN Code. Now, that's perhaps not unsurprising, having come to government, being shareholder ministers responsible for such a large and important government business enterprise. What is, however, interesting is the statement provided that and I quote, "Government will keep NBN Co public hands for the foreseeable future." For the foreseeable future, it goes on to say, to provide the company with the certainty needed to continue delivering improvements to the network while keeping prices affordable. I end the quote. So just to go back a step, if I could, Ms Deputy Speaker, the responsible ministers, the shareholder ministers, ministers of the now government that come in here and so proudly proclaim that they urgently need to pass this bill to stop those nasty Tories from selling off the NBN, had to say in relation to the statement of expectations, and I quote, "Keep the NBN in public hands for the foreseeable future." Why the qualification? Well, the reality is those opposite had a different plan. They had a different plan, and they've now adopted this approach, and fair enough. But it's a point that's been missed, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this is a substantial change because of the two parties of government that come into this place and do battle, one of them, it would seem, had a plan to sell the NBN. And it's not those filthy Tories, as those opposite would suggest. It wasn't us. I tell you, there aren't many conversations that take place around coalition tables that I'm not privy to. And like Anthony Albanese, who's barely mentioned the word NBN in the time that he sat and had the privilege of sitting opposite, nobody, and I can tell you nobody in the coalition is spending their time considering or indeed planning for, like those opposite would have you believe, the sale of the NBN. I'll tell you what we've been focused on from day one, and it wasn't the voice. We weren't focused on that from day one. From day one, we came into this place worried about cost of living pressures. We were worried about, Mr Deputy Speaker, the creation of the working poor. Now, that's been our focus, not what those opposite would have you believe. But I can't but help to think about how we came to this point. Now, as a former criminal barrister, I would always spend a lot of time thinking about motive, and in particular, what might have motivated my clients to act in a particular way, and what indeed the prosecution would be thinking about my clients' motives. So I can't help but bring that methodology to most everything I do in this place. And so when I heard that those opposite were going to present a bill to the Parliament, which, by the way, spans a gargantuan 6 pages, only because it's in like 14 font and been formatted as a way to save lots of white space, I thought to myself, what's motivating this? It's come like a bolt from the blue. And then I thought, oh, hang on a minute. We've got the Prime Minister under a bit of pressure. You might recall that the Prime Minister was having to ask questions around whether he had accepted upgrades or indeed sought to solicit upgrades. And that was running pretty hot, I'd like to think. And so I reckon the tactics teams, the hard heads within the Labor Party are like, you know what, we've got to go to the draw. And when I say the draw, you know what I mean. The draw labelled distraction. And so they went straight to that draw. They pulled it out, and unfortunately, to be fair, they've been under a bit of pressure lately, and there's been lots of things pulled out of that drawer. I don't think anyone's replenished the drawer. So they've looked up on the wall, and someone's seen, reports from the 2016 election congratulating themselves on what a fantastic campaign it was. I mean, the then Leader of the Opposition probably didn't think it was that good a campaign on the morning after, but in any event, there was a number of people interested in the sophology and campaign strategy thinking it was a fantastic campaign, and one of the shining lights of that campaign was Mediscare. This idea that the coalition had some sort of plan to sell off Medicare. I mean, I laugh even now about it, but we shouldn't, because it was pretty serious at the time. We had older constituents calling us. At one stage, I thought it might have been called Granny Scare, because older constituents reliant on Medicare because they're at that phase in their life where they're in need of lots of medical assistance, literally crying on the phone to me saying, why would you plan to do this, Tony? And night after night explaining to people that this was just a horrid scare campaign by those opposite. I mean, how anyone could think you could privatise an entity responsible for giving away, or at least transferring large sums of public resources, public funds, I don't quite understand. I mean, it's one of the most significant line items in the federal budget. But in any event, those opposite were very successful in prosecuting that campaign. It's one of the reasons, I think, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why the then opposition came very close to attaining government in 2016. So back to the hard heads. The hard heads are in Labor Party Central thinking, gee, we're in trouble. The Prime Minister's approval ratings are falling off the cliff. He's not so much marching us off the cliff, but asking us run to the cliff. We need to do something about this. We've got a nervous backbench, and the last thing we want is a Prime Minister who's having to answer questions about, first-term MPs who are worried about having, been introduced to the Chairman's Lounge and Aussies and the, benefits of flying business class around Australia, are worried about losing these entitlements. We've got to take action. We need something like Mediscare. That's what they would have said. Something like Mediscare. What can we say? What can we say those filthy Tories are going to sell? Oh, wait a minute. The NBN. Let's just run FibreScare. I mean, it's not Mediscare. Let's run FibreScare. And so into the Parliament comes a bill to seek to sell to seek to protect the NBN from privatisation in circumstances where no one, not even the Prime Minister was talking about this, and certainly no one on the opposition benches. And were this a serious proposal, it wouldn't have been laughed off by the Fourth Estate as it has been. Now, rather than become the distraction that they were hoping, it's really become a joke, and it's now emblematic of what's happening to those opposite. While Australians, I appreciate the member for Kennedy. Well, one day I might have the privilege of answering your questions in question time, but not now. While Australians are worried about cost of living pressures, while we've got Australians having to say to their children, look, I'd love to enrol you in that sport, but we can't afford it. While we've got Australians taking decisions about how much underinsurance they factor in because they can't afford to pay the full insurance bill. While we've got Australians talking to their councils about having to enter into payment plans. While we've got Australians who leave the energy bill in the envelope on the fridge for fear of opening it. While we've got those circumstances, while we've got Australians walking down the aisles of supermarkets avoiding quality fresh fruit and vegetables because it's expensive. While we've got other Australians, dual income Australians, lining up at food bank in unprecedented numbers, the working poor I mentioned today. While we've got those set of circumstances, while we've got other Australians having to get onto the bank and say, can we enter into a special arrangement regarding our mortgages because we're currently paying up to $45,000 more in interest than we were 2 years ago. While we've got Australians struggling with all of these pressures, which, by the way, for those opposite, I'm sure they appreciate, is feeding into the mental health stresses that are operating on individuals and families. While we're dealing with those circumstances as a nation, a flat-out crisis, a cost of living crisis, a housing crisis, those opposite, instead of sitting around at head office and working on how they can deal with this homegrown inflation crisis, they're thinking about how they can hoodwink the Australian people into thinking that something that has absolutely no veracity can be sold to the Australian people. Now fear is the strongest motivational force. Aside from consistency, fear is the strongest force effectively anywhere in the world. And those opposite have decided that they're going to take Mediscare and make it 2.0. But this time, it's going to be Fiberscare, isn't it? It's going to be Fiberscare because we're going to sell it. But you heard from the contribution for those opposite. Not just sell it, we're going to stop them selling it to those nasty internationals. I mean, please. A note to the Prime Minister, who's not in the country, there's a surprise, he's off and away. Come home, focus on the cost of living pressures, help Australian households, families and businesses with this crisis. It's your challenge. When we had ours during COVID, we stumped up and acted in their best interests.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government remains firmly committed to keeping the NBN in public ownership, ensuring that it serves the interests of all Australians. The NBN is too vital to be gambled with, and it's too critical to our digital and economic future to fall into private hands. Our decision to retain the NBN in public ownership is grounded in the very hard lessons of the past. The Coalition's reckless push to privatise Telstra left regional Australia at the mercy of monopoly market power and stunted broadband growth nationwide. Labor, in contrast, believes in a connected Australia. It's why we launched the NBN in 2008 as a public asset, to ensure reliable, affordable, high-speed internet for all Australians. Labor laid the foundation for a government-owned broadband network designed to propel Australia into the digital age. This vision was championed by former Senator Stephen Conroy, the first Minister for Communications responsible for the NBN. His foresight and his dedication were instrumental in ensuring the NBN's effective establishment and initial rollout, laying the foundations for a network that would provide equitable access to high-speed internet across the nation. Despite successive Liberal governments' efforts to undermine the NBN and divert it from its original purpose, Senator Conroy's leadership remains central to its enduring success. You might allow me the indulgence, Deputy Speaker. I disclose that I worked for Senator Conroy for a long period of time, 6 years, during the period of the NBN's initial rollout. You can commit some fairly serious crimes and go to prison for less time than I worked for Stephen Conroy. And with the greatest of respect to Stephen Conroy, you can have a more enjoyable time while you're there. But I would have to say of Senator Conroy, or former Senator Conroy, he was entirely and sometimes painfully visionary about the role of the NBN, not just as a piece of technology, but as an opus of critical economic infrastructure that would build Australia's economy, that would allow Australia to continue to grow, to explore new economic opportunities, and to take those economic opportunities to the world. And I think that vision has actually borne out much more rapidly than anyone initially thought might be the case. Deputy Speaker, the importance of the NBN for peri-urban and regional communities like mine cannot be overstated. These areas are hubs of growing families, small businesses, and essential industries. However, they often face unique challenges in accessing the same level of services enjoyed in metropolitan centres. Reliable, high-speed internet is one way we can combat that disadvantage by connecting communities like Hawke to critical services such as health and education. In healthcare, the NBN is enabling a revolution in how services are delivered to peri-urban and regional areas. Telehealth consultations are now a lifeline for patients who would otherwise need to travel long distances to see a specialist. High-speed internet makes it possible for doctors to provide timely, accurate diagnoses via video consultations. This connectivity reduces wait times, lowers travel costs, and ensures that, where possible, families in Hawke have access to world-class healthcare without leaving our community. Similarly, the NBN is transforming education. High-speed internet has unlocked access to a wealth of online resources, virtual classrooms, and remote learning opportunities. Students in Hawke can now participate in interactive science experiments, collaborate with peers across the country, and even attend advanced courses offered by institutions in urban centres, all from their local school or home. This connectivity ensures that all Australians, no matter where they live, have the tools they need to compete and to thrive. Deputy Speaker, when Labor first envisioned the NBN, it was about more than faster internet. It was about building a fairer, more connected, more prosperous Australia. For peri-urban and regional communities like Hawke, where I live, the NBN is not just a utility, it is a driver of equity and opportunity. It breaks down barriers to essential services, fosters innovation, and strengthens the very fabric of our communities. By keeping the NBN in public ownership, we ensure these vital benefits continue to flow, not just for today, but for the generations to come. Labor's vision for the NBN is a vision for a stronger, more connected nation, where all Australians, no matter where they live, can access the opportunities that they deserve. Today, the NBN has made remarkable progress. Over 12.4 million premises are ready to connect, with 8.6 million homes and businesses actively connected. 97% of the fixed line network can now access speeds of at least 50 megabits per second, with over 9 million premises enabled for gigabit speeds. By the end of 2025, 90% of Australian homes and businesses will have access to gigabit speeds, a testament to our commitment to world-class connectivity. These upgrades matter. They reduce fault rates and technician call-outs, meaning fewer disruptions for households and businesses. Since coming to office, we've rolled out 70,000 kilometres of new fibre and have $480 million in fixed wireless upgrades on track to be finished by the end of this year. Over 2,300 towers have been upgraded, with speeds now capable of up to 100 megabits per second, including new fixed wireless products offering speeds of 250 and 400 megabits per second. It's not just about speed, it's about economic growth. Economic research estimates that a faster, higher capacity NBN will boost Australia's GDP by $400 billion between now and 2030. Every increase of 1 megabit per second in average broadband speed is estimated to add 0.04% to our GDP, with the benefits felt even more profoundly in remote communities, where faster broadband generates up to 16 times the GDP uplift compared to metropolitan areas. Labor's vision for the NBN extends to those who need it most. Through our school student broadband initiative, over 18,000 families now have free internet until the end of 2025, ensuring our young Australians are not left behind. And for rural and remote areas, our Sky Muster Plus satellite service now offers uncapped data plans and maximum speeds up to 100 megabits per second, expanding opportunities for education, work and social connection. Deputy Speaker, affordability and reliability are at the heart of our public ownership commitment. Since 2017, communications prices in Australia have decreased by 9%, even as CPI rose by 22%. This stability has been achieved because we've kept the NBN under government control, preventing price hikes intended to prepare for privatisation, hikes the coalition would have readily endorsed. Labor is invested in an NBN that works for every Australian, and we've made it affordable for every Australian. We rejected the coalition's proposed price hike and instead chose to make broadband accessible to masses. Unlike the coalition, we will not gamble with our nation's digital infrastructure by selling it off. The coalition, through their early legislative steps, prepared the NBN for sale and even supported increasing wholesale prices to bolster income streams for a future private owner. The NBN is too essential to be anything but a publicly owned asset. Beyond economics, it's critical for our national security and our cyber resilience. Government oversight ensures that our network remains protected from potential foreign ownership and associated risks to sovereignty. Deputy Speaker, this bill also sends a clear message about the role of government in ensuring equitable access to essential services. The National Broadband Network is not just a utility, as I said before, it is a social equaliser. By keeping the NBN in public hands, we are prioritising connectivity for every Australian, regardless of where they live or their personal financial circumstances. A publicly owned NBN means that families in rural and regional Australia who have long faced the double burden of higher costs and inferior services can finally expect to be treated equally. This is a government taking action, not leaving outcomes to chance or profit motives. This legislation also reflects the evolving role of digital infrastructure in our daily lives. The NBN is no longer just about providing internet for entertainment. It's the foundation for telehealth, remote work, online education, and smart agriculture. Farmers in our regions use it to monitor weather patterns and improve crop yields. Students rely on it for virtual classrooms and access to global educational resources. Startups and small businesses depend on fast, reliable broadband to connect with markets worldwide. The Albanese government understands that safeguarding the NBN is about safeguarding Australia's future competitiveness and opportunities for innovation. Deputy Speaker, we must not forget the risks of doing otherwise. Privatising the NBN, as those opposite have toyed with in the past and I dare say are toying with as we speak, would turn this essential service into just another for-profit enterprise. We've seen where this leads. Costs rise, services decline, and those in less profitable areas are left behind. Australians are still grappling with the consequences of Telstra's privatisation, and we cannot allow history to repeat itself. The national broadband network is too vital to be sold off and sacrificed for short-term fiscal gain or political expedience, or, in the case of those opposite over their last term of government, to plug their budgetary black holes. It's also worth addressing the economic impact of public ownership. Keeping the NBN in public hands isn't just about protecting consumers, it's about securing long-term returns for our nation. A publicly owned NBN continues to generate value for Australian taxpayers while ensuring services remain accessible and affordable. This is a government making sound, future-focused investments, not hollowing out essential infrastructure for short-term political wins. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, this bill is about protecting Australia's sovereignty and security in a digital age. A publicly owned NBN ensures that critical infrastructure remains under Australian control, safeguarding our national security interests. In an era where cybersecurity threats are increasing, our government, this Labor government, is ensuring that one of our most important assets is protected, managed and operated exclusively in the national interest. The Albanese Labor government believes the national broadband network belongs to the Australian people. Every family, every worker, every business. It is a fundamental pillar of equity, economic growth and national security. By keeping it in public hands, we ensure it serves everyone, not just the special few. That is what good government does, Deputy Speaker. It builds a fairer, better future for all Australians.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Mr Speaker, I have the privilege, I think, of being the only historian in the Parliament or in the Senate. My published work was published by the Murdoch Press, the big boys on the block, and so I can speak with some authority on the history of our country. I was brought up in a country where the wool industry had carried Australia for some 200 years, and in 1990 it was still the biggest export earner that this country had. Mr Keating deregulated the wool industry. He's a free marketeer. He believes in private enterprise running and owning everything. And as a result of his deregulation of the wool industry, now effectively we have no wool industry at all. We still have some fat sheep, but there's no wool industry now at all. To take my own state electorate, we had 3.5 million sheep. I doubt whether we've got 100,000 sheep there now. In the cattle industry, our cattle numbers are down 8 million. So the wool industry's gone completely. The cattle industry is down from 32 million down to 24 million, the herd. So one wonders what the hell's going on out there. Well, nothing is going on out there. That's what's happening. The sugar industry, which worked Australia out of the Great Depression and is the third or fourth biggest agricultural earner and about the 12th biggest earner of export income for Australia. All of the sugar mills were Australian owned. 23 of them were farmer owned and 3 were Australian corporate owned. Now all 26 mills, 23 have closed. All 23 mills are foreign owned. So I mean, you wreck the wool industry, you wreck the sugar industry, you've been an absolute disaster for the cattle industry. Now you'll notice, I'm not saying Liberals or Labor, because both of them have been heavily involved in the disasters that have occurred and taken place in agriculture in Australia. Let me switch to the electricity industry. We don't necessarily represent people like myself, just rural industries. Now I speak with authority because I was the electricity minister in Queensland. And when the government fell in 1990 to the socialists, or so-called socialists, the ALP, the price of electricity for a household was $640. Now, Mr. Acting Speaker, there is no justification for electricity being over $700. And I should know because I was the minister. Now, not only was I the minister, but I was also the minister that put the first standalone solar system in Australia. In 1983, when most of you weren't even born, we put the first solar system in. So I know the industry's backwards, and being a mining man, I know the cost of mining and processing silicon into solar cells. Now, Mr. Speaker, the great tragedy of this is there is no justification. I can't speak with authority for the other states, but in Queensland, there is no justification for anyone paying over $700 for their electricity. And they're currently paying $3,200 for their electricity. And for those people that put the solar panels on your roof and get your electricity from solar, well, we're going to cut down 500 million trees in Australia, and we're going to have solar electricity. Well, I don't know that that's a good trade. I mean, about 5 million acres is going to be denuded and turned into an industrial wasteland of rotting glass and aluminium. Mr. Acting Speaker, for those, and that includes the Honourable Minister, Plibersek, she knows that we have algae ponds from a coal-fired power station. They can absorb all of the CO2. Admittedly, you need a lot of land and a lot of water to do it. All the CO2, and you'll make, I think, on the figures I've seen, more money out of the algae than you'll make out of selling the electricity. Now, we're talking tonight about the communication system of Australia, and it's an essential service. There were 2 people died on cattle station that I own, 250,000 acres. They died on the boundary, and if there had been telephone service there, one of them would have survived. There were 3 cattle boys, my father and his 2 brothers, and I come from a family, went out in stagecoach in the 1870s or 1880s to the middle of nowhere, and that's where we've always lived. The 3 cattle boys, 2 of them died as a result of the tyranny of distance. So, I mean, if we're talking here tonight about communication systems, then we're talking about the tyranny of distance. My uncle, Norman, got injured in a motor car accident, then again in rugby league. And by the time the plane got back from Longreach, the plane had been in Cloncurry. He would have got to Brisbane in time and his life would have been saved. But the plane was in Longreach. By the time it came back to Cloncurry and then went to Brisbane, it was too late and he died. My father had had cancer, and he was supposed to get an operation, and it was airline strike. He wouldn't jump the queue, so he waited 3.5 months. He was in no condition to drive down, so, you know, airline was the only way of getting there. And by the time he got down there, cancer had got away and he died. So 2 of the 3 cattle boys died as a result of the tyranny of distance. Now, we were trapped during the wet season. My father rather foolishly tried to drive on, it was all dirt road to Brisbane then, in the wet season, very bad mistake, and we all nearly perished. We were sitting in the car with our rosary beads saying prayers, and my father had 3rd-degree burns. He tried to walk for help, and by some miracle we were rescued. But if we had had the telecommunications we have today, then that would not have occurred. That danger would not have existed. So it is quite literally, for where I come from, a matter of life and death. Now, Ernie Camp represents one of the biggest shires in Queensland, the Burke Shire, right up in the northwestern corner of Queensland. And Ernie's wife said that they're just driven off their head because of the lack of telecommunication speed with their computers. John Nelson, one of the leading cattlemen in Australia, probably one of the 30 or 40 biggest cattlemen in Australia. I said, if you had your choice of what you want, I thought he'd say water or freeholding or something like that. He said, a proper internet speed. So there were two people, most prominent people in outback Australia, and both of them were saying internet speed. Now, the Liberals and Labor Party, the Labor Party likes to pretend that they're not. It's the Liberals that want to privatise everything. But if you actually have a look at the privatisation, they did most of the privatisation, not the Liberals. I'm sure the Liberals would have if they were there, but Keating hadn't left much in the cupboard for them. There was nothing much for them to sell. Of course, we all know the reasons why Christine Holgate was sacked, because she wouldn't sell Australia Post. And in fact, the mortal sin, she wanted to turn Australia Post into a people's own bank. Heavens! The people of Australia owning their own bank and controlling money. What a communistic outlook she had. So they had to sack one of the greatest businesswomen the country had ever produced, or ever will produce, probably. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the government. Now, they're claiming that we don't need universal service obligation, the amendment that I have proposed. Now, we can't find, and I have highly skilled people, one of them was a senior council advisor, producing documentation for the New South Wales government, definitely no slouch. And she can't find anywhere here where there is actually a statement that there is a responsibility for a universal service obligation. Now, I can't conclude my speech without mentioning, Ben Chifley, the Prime Minister without peer, easily the greatest Prime Minister the country ever had, a protege of the great Red Ted Theodore. But Chifley gave Australia, he eradicated tuberculosis, he gave us the Snowy Mountain Scheme, which doubled agricultural production in Australia and gave us a secure electricity supply for all of Australia, up until now, I emphasise. And he gave us secondary industry, the Holden motor car as well. What a fantastic contribution to the Australian nation. And of course, he's in the history books. Now, Kevin Rudd will also be in the history books because he gave us the best communication system anywhere in the world, the NBN. And no one can ever take that away from Kevin. He also gave us the NDIS, which I think may be the most marvellous thing I've seen done since I've been here. It's got a lot of teething problems, but that's natural. Now, going back to the NBN, all I can say is that we're a long way from where we should be. When I have people like Ernie Camp's wife, Ernie Camp's family, like mine, have been there since the 1870s, I think, maybe longer. One of the, 20, maybe 30 or 40 biggest cattlemen in Australia, both saying to me that the problem is communications. So I urge the government to accept what we are proposing, the amendment, saying there's a universal service obligation. When it was proposed in the Liberal National Party room that we were going to privatise Telstra, I left to my feet, I was still in the party room then, with great anger, and a man I had immense respect for, John Howard. John Howard assured me that I had no worries that there would be a universal service obligation. Well, much as I love John and respect him, I sure would like to put the number of complaints we've had about telecommunications. I did a quick glance there's something like 200 complaints this year coming into my office. So, I mean, where's the universal service obligation? It's a joke. And you're moving now into an area where, you know, we've got no guarantees. And if you say that it's going to provide a wonderful service for everybody, well, why don't you put it in the legislation? I mean, it is silly to think that Mary Thomas, living in Julia Creek, is going to sue Telstra. You know, at least give her the chance to sue Telstra, please, with a universal service obligation. And you've got to ask the question, if you're saying that you're giving it, well, where is it in the legislation? Where is it in the regulations? And Minister, whether you're responsible or the Minister that may be primarily responsible, would you please tell the Parliament and the people of Australia, where is the universal service obligation? And if it's not there, would you please accept our amendment? And I think I have some locus standi here, representing about a tenth of the surface area of Australia, and one of the biggest electorates in population in Australia, ironically. I think I have some locus standi here. And having come from a family that has suffered and lost so much as a result of the tyranny of distance, I think that also qualifies me to state where is the universal service obligation. When we were bogged to the eyeballs in the motor car, and then the sun came out and the rain went away, we had about 17 hours to survive. You can take some water out of the radiator, and we had a fair amount of water with us. But my father, when he tried to work for help, ended up with third-degree burns and was hospitalised for almost a week, recovering from heat stroke and trying to save our lives, whilst we sat in the car with our rosary beads saying prayers. I won't say how we were rescued, but if we had had a mobile telephone, that terrible situation could have been avoided and should be in the future.
The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And if I could take the opportunity to thank you for my 2025 calendar, which arrived today. And in that 2025 calendar, I'm going to mark 2025 is the year that we roll out more fibre broadband to Ashfield. I'll mark that in the calendar. More fibre broadband to Bassendean in my electorate. I'll mark in the calendar that we put more fibre out in Bayswater after years and years and calendars of failure when it comes to the national broadband network under those opposite. And while I'll get the opportunity to continue my remarks, if I think about the calendars, if you would have marked the date of 20 December 2010 in your calendar, Deputy Speaker, you would know that that was the day that those opposite, under their then leader, Tony Abbott, said, quote, "Do we really want to invest $50 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money in what was essentially a video entertainment system?" That's where we've come from, Deputy Speaker. If we were to go forward a few years into the calendar, look at 9 April 2013. That's when the leader of those opposite told us, "We are absolutely confident that 25 megs is going to be enough, more than enough, for the average household."
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and the member will have opportunity to continue his remarks. I call the Honourable Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, in Queensland, the people voted with their feet. They decided to pick a new state government. They were tired of the hollow promises given to them by the Labor government. The Labor government had failed the people of Townsville. They spoke about fixing crime, and then crime wasn't an issue. They said, "We'll do more to support you," but never showed up. The people of Townsville, they voted. they voted for 3 LNP members. And those members have been out there in the community now. They're out there listening, working and delivering for our community. Because last night, tonight, tomorrow night, a month ago, someone's house will be broken into. Someone will be held up in the street at knife point. Cars will be stolen. People will feel like prisoners in their own home. And this has been a continual circle of events that have happened throughout Townsville. People want to feel like they're supported. They want to be able to wake up in the morning, know that their property's still in their house. They want to make sure that they're not being robbed on the street. Crime is the number one issue that plagues the city of Townsville. And that's why, in the state election, all 3 of the Labor MPs were replaced by Liberal National Party members. It is horrible, the things that my office gets told every single day. Those who are just trying to live their life. It is terrifying. Every time I come to Townsville, every time I leave Townsville and come to Canberra, I think about my wife and my 2 children that are behind and the high crime that plagues our street. Now, under a David Christopherly Queensland State Government, laws will be put in place where we will see adult crime get adult time. We will punish bad behaviour. We will lock up repeat offenders. We will make sure that these disgraceful criminals are off our street. We will make sure that our community is safe, because that is what a good government does. That's what a government prioritises. They don't run around and make hollow promises or say things like crime's not an issue in North Queensland when it has been the number one issue for as long as I can remember. And the same thing will happen in the coming months. The people of Australia will be able to make a decision. Do they want to stay with a government that hasn't prioritised them federally, who talks about the number one issue being cost of living but took a referendum to the people without tackling the cost of living crisis, spending $400 million, not putting the people first, allowing criminals to be let out of detention, rapists, murderers, pedophiles, because the minister was overseas in the UK at the time spruiking about how good the voice to Parliament would be instead of being back here in Australia doing his job. Now, they've had a couple of little reshuffles and moved some problem ministers out, but the same problem is still there. The Australian people aren't being put first. Or do they want a government led by the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, and his team, that will put the Australian people first every single day? Now, we've heard that the Labor government say that the Leader of the Opposition is too tough, then he's too soft. Then he goes too far, then he doesn't go far enough. This is more fear and smear campaigns coming from a weak, tired, first-term Labor government. The Australian people deserve a government that will stand up for them every single day, deserve that we will put their needs before anything else, not another referendum that they were told not to have, tackling the cost of living crisis, making sure that you are better supported, putting you first. That's what a Dutton-led coalition government will do.
I call the honourable member for Pierce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is that time of the year where I'd like to take a moment to talk about the Pierce community and the achievements and challenges we have faced together over the past 12 months. This is a time for introspection and anticipation as we embrace the opportunities that lie ahead in 2025. To our remarkable students, I extend my congratulations on a successful year. Your hard work, resilience and dedication have brought you this far, and I have every confidence that you will continue to shine brightly in the days and years to come. As we approach the hot summer season, I extend my sincere thanks to our 3 surf lifesaving clubs, Queen's Mindari, Alkimos and Yanchep. May your summer be safe and successful. The commitment you show in keeping our beaches safe is invaluable, and we deeply appreciate all that you do. Our community thrives because of individuals like you who dedicate their time and effort to ensure the safety of others. Your vigilance allows families and friends to enjoy our beautiful coastline with peace of mind. With the 12-month anniversary of the devastating Meridian bushfires upon us, I would like to acknowledge our dedicated Wanneroo, Queen's Rocks and Two Rocks Volunteer Bushfire Brigades, our Wanneroo Volunteer Fire Support Brigade and our Wanneroo Joondalup and Two Rocks SESU units. With the hot summer months ahead, your readiness and resilience are crucial in protecting our community. Thank you for your unwavering dedication. It is truly inspiring to see how you work effectively together, often putting in long hours under challenging conditions to safeguard our homes, families and pets. Your selflessness does not go unnoticed, and it is a testament to the strength of our community spirit. I would also like to remind everyone in our peers community about the annual Wanneroo Christmas Day lunch, which I initiated. This event is not merely a meal, it is a wonderful opportunity for us to come together, share joy and support those in need and alone during the festive season. Thank you to the churches and the Mindari Rotary Club for coordinating past events, and I wish the new organisers of the event every success at their new venue this Christmas. A huge thank you to Iron McCormack Catholic College for hosting this event in previous years. To our local sports teams and community groups, I congratulate you on your hard work throughout the past winter season. I wish you continued success in your upcoming endeavours. Your contributions enrich our community spirit and foster connections among us all. Let us not forget the special time ahead for our churches and places of worship. May this season bring peace and joy to all congregations as they celebrate together. The faith that flourishes within our communities plays a vital role in nurturing the values of compassion, kindness and understanding that bind us together as one community. To those who have lost loved ones over the past year, I wish you comfort and peace during what can be a challenging festive season. Please know that it is okay to reach out for support when needed. You are never alone in your grief. Our community stands ready to lend a listening ear or a helping hand. Let us lean on one another during these times. I'd like to thank all the principals, teachers, staff and parents for supporting our students through the 2024 school year. As we look forward to the new year, I am pleased to welcome our new school principals and teachers who will be joining us. Your fresh perspectives will undoubtedly enhance our educational landscape, enriching the lives of our children in ways we can only imagine. I'm also excited about the opening of the new Eglinton Beach Primary School, where children can build lifelong friendships while receiving a quality education. As we reflect on the past year filled with both triumphs and trials, let us also look forward with hope and determination. We must continue this tradition of engagement by connecting with one another, whether through local initiatives or community events, where everyone feels valued and heard. In closing, I want to sincerely thank the Albanese Labour government, whose #1 priority is helping Australians with the cost of living, including delivering a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer, cheaper medicines, fee-free TAFE, cheaper childcare, expanding paid parental leave, and making sure Australians are getting a fair deal at the checkout. Together, we will continue to put our community first, supporting our family, our friends and our neighbours as we move into another promising year ahead, filled with joy, good health and new beginnings. And I thank the Chair. Thank you.
I call the Honourable Member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, here in my hands I hold the names of people who want to see the Mount Gambier and District Sale Yards Transformation Project become a reality. Sale yards for a region like the Limestone Coast act as a hub for economic activity. I'm not sure those opposite understand this concept, so I'm going to make it as simple as I can. Livestock is bought and sold at this facility. It's a trade centre. It's a meeting place. It acts as the central business district for farmers, livestock agents and processors. It's an incredibly important piece of infrastructure to a regional community like the Limestone Coast reliant so heavily on livestock production. The Mount Gambier sale yards gross more than $150 million in sales, selling approximately 85,000 head of sheep and 65,000 head of cattle per year. Every single person living in and around Mount Gambier benefits from a successful day at the sale yards in one form or another. Whether you're directly employed in agriculture or not, when you live in a region like the Limestone Coast, infrastructure that supports our farmers to do business supports the entire population. Even the South Australian Premier gets it. This is what he had to say. The Limestone Coast has huge potential in terms of growing its economic output. The major upgrade of the sale yards could provide an increase of an estimated 20 to 30% of weekly fat market sales. Increased sales means more opportunity for primary producers and local businesses. Add all that up and it means more jobs. Sheep farmers in WA have been trying to explain basic economic concepts to Labor for some time. The Albanese Labor government can't seem to grasp the economic impact of the live sheep ban. In fact, the Prime Minister himself seems to find the decimation of an entire industry a joke. Let's not forget about the Prime Minister's remarks following a discussion with Indonesian President-elect Prabowo Subianto concerning beef exports. Quote, "When we had dinner, beautiful Australian beef, not the live export, we made sure it was dead." Now, those comments had the WA Premier Roger Cook calling on him to apologise. Of course he didn't, but in any event, it's not particularly tactful when the farming families are staring down the barrel of financial ruin thanks to the Prime Minister's decision to shut down a lawful and ethical industry. But I think it also worth pointing out to those opposite that chances are the beautiful piece of meat the Prime Minister enjoyed that evening passed through a sale yard somewhere at some point. In fact, maybe it passed through more than once prior to landing on his dinner plate. Sale yards aren't only important economically as a vital part of the supply chain, but socially too. It's a bloody tough gig being a farmer. Drought, disease, flood, frost, commodity price shocks, workforce issues, fuel prices, land prices, energy prices, the list goes on and on. While farmers aren't traditionally renowned for talking about their feelings, one thing's for sure, talking to a farmer over the rails or at the sale yards can help. So much so that the Blue Wren Connection study undertaken in 2022 found that sale yards are a vital tool in combating mental health issues and reducing the risk of social isolation experienced by farmers. Sale yards provide a place of wellbeing, informal counselling and mental health regulation through mateship and connection. The Mount Gambier and District Sale Yards, a community-owned and operated facility, has sought federal government funding to undertake these once-in-a-generation upgrades essential for long-term sustainability of the facility. A facility that means so much both economically and socially, as I've already pointed out. Now, the current infrastructure is ageing. The project has bipartisan support at the state level, with both Liberal and Labor parties pledging funding for this project prior to the last state election. I've absolutely no doubt in my mind that had Labor not scrapped the Coalition's highly successful Building Better Regions Fund when round 6 applications were under consideration, this $15 million project would be well on its way to finalisation today. Instead, we had a new fund, Growing Regions, and as if to provide a kick in the guts to farmers in my electorate, this project was rejected, whilst Labor retained $93.54 million of that fund unspent. Our Australian agricultural industry is one of the most innovative and resilient in the world. But if we want to exceed $100 billion in farm gate output by 2030, we need to see a lot more federal government support. Hundreds and hundreds of people have signed this petition calling on Minister King to do the right thing with Growing Regions and fund the Mount Gambier sale yards.
I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Second Deputy Speaker. And the electorate of Robertson is home to many tremendous not-for-profit organisations. I am pleased to report to the Australian Parliament that approximately 19 organisations from my electorate on the New South Wales Central Coast have been successful in receiving up to $5,000 thanks to the federal Labor government's 23-24 volunteer grants. The 23-24 volunteer grants supported the work of local community organisations by enabling the inclusion of vulnerable people and promoting awareness to increase participation in volunteering. Grants of between $1,000 and $5,000 were available to assist eligible non-for-profit community organisations to support the efforts of their volunteers. And as members of Parliament, we understand how important it is that our communities are supported by volunteers. We frequently meet with constituents in our respective electorates and listen to the phenomenal work our dedicated volunteers fulfil. Without these amazing people, our communities, our suburbs, towns, cities, states and of course this great nation just would not be able to function. For example, just recently I recognised the spectacular volunteers at the Ettalong Baptist Church who run the Ministry of Leftovers, caring for vulnerable people on the peninsula, or the brilliant volunteers of the Avoca Beach Rural Fire Brigade, who respond to emergencies all across the Central Coast. Speaker, the following organisations have been successful in receiving a volunteer grant: the Terrigal Rugby Club, Avoca Beach Rugby Club, Avoca Beach Rural Fire Service, the Terrigal Wombrel Rugby League and Youth Club, McMaster's Beach Surf Lifesaving Club, Central Coast Figure Skating Club, Kilcare Wagstaff Rural Fire Service, Yamina United Soccer Club, the Gosford Carryong Junior Rugby League Football Club, TKT Ocean Beach Netball Club, Yamina Bunnies Junior Rugby League Football Club, Kilcare Surf Lifesaving Club, the Avoca Beach P&C Association, Central Coast Junior Rugby Union, Volunteer Marine Rescue Terrigal, Southern Spirit Cricket Club, Greenpoint Terrigal Community Centre, Care for Coast and the Peninsula Touch Association. Second Deputy Speaker, it has been an absolute pleasure meeting with every single one of these worthy recipients and learning about how these organisations will be putting their funds to good use, supporting and raising awareness of its volunteers. For example, the Greenpoint Terrigal Community Centre, managed by the formidable Marie Leadbitter, will use its $4,000 towards supporting its 20 volunteers undertake first aid training as well as mental health training. Both incredibly important skills for volunteers to possess in community centres. I want to thank the incredible team at the Greenpoint Terrigal Community Centre and all the phenomenal volunteers for their work supporting our great community. Another organisation I wish to shed light on is the remarkable volunteer Marine Rescue Base in Terrigal. The Marine Rescue Base has been successful in receiving $1,000 from the Volunteer Grants Program, with these funds going towards strengthening the capabilities of the base and its volunteers. The Marine Rescue Base will purchase several cutting-edge battery systems which will ensure continued operations of the base during a power failure caused by weather events and disasters. When I met with the Marine Rescue Base, including the Unit Commander Sean Smith, they were a group of incredible men and women, young and experienced, dedicated to helping their community during emergencies on our waterways and in our oceans. It was fascinating gaining insight into the operations of the base and listening to the stories about rescues that have occurred up and down the Central Coast. I look forward to continuing to support all marine rescue bases across the electorate of Robertson, and I thank each one of its volunteers for their selfless work. This month I was also able to meet with Laura Day and Deidre Flanagan, representatives of the Avoca Beach Public School P&C Association. The P&C Association have been successful in receiving $2,300 from the Volunteer Grants Program, and Laura and Deidre informed me that the association has already used the funds to purchase a new shade gazebo which will assist and support its volunteers during school fetes and other fundraising events. They also mentioned that crucial repairs will be completed to the school's several barbecues, which will enable them to put them back to good use during school events. Second Deputy Speaker, the Federal Labor Government is committed to supporting the nation's non-for-profit organisations and their volunteers. And I want to commend all of the successful recipients across the electorate of Robertson that I have mentioned in this chamber here today. And I know that I look forward, as does my office, we all look forward to continuing to identify and continuing to support more organisations across the Central Coast, because volunteer organisations and these non-for-profit organisations are the backbone of our community, and they will always have my office's support. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Honourable Member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of all the debates in this 47th Parliament, one that has consistently frustrated my community of North Sydney is on the role our federal government should be playing in decoupling our economy from the fossil fuel sector and breaking the hold of that industry on most of our energy generation. For you see, my community understands that as a nation, we have abundant natural resources that can be harnessed to generate the energy we need, but that currently every energy storage is a missing piece of the puzzle. Yet, despite a significant amount of advocacy from both within and outside this parliament, the Labor government has failed to deliver. With cost of living pressures now dominating almost every single conversation, the truth is this government could help a significant number of households both slash their energy costs whilst also setting them up for long-term sustainability by simply committing to the rollout of a national home battery subsidy scheme. Not only would such a scheme provide almost immediate relief to households across the country, but importantly, it would help us meet our renewable energy targets whilst providing security from blackouts and supporting Australian industry and jobs. The idea is so obvious, in fact, that over 8,000 everyday Australians, including many from my community, recently signed a petition organised by public advocacy group Solar Citizens, calling on the government to prioritise the delivery of affordable household energy storage. Overwhelmed by the response, the team from Solar Citizens have invited the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen, to accept this petition and discuss ways to make home energy storage more affordable. Yet on multiple occasions, the Minister's office has declined. As a consequence of this refusal, I stand here to encourage the Minister to accept this petition and listen to the calls of both energy experts nationwide and thousands of everyday Australians to establish a federal home battery subsidy scheme. Because for many homes and our wider economy, batteries just make both good micro and macroeconomic sense. In the broader context, solar panel use across our country has soared, currently accounting for around 11% of Australia's electricity supply. Yet, frustratingly, as feed-in tariffs have dropped, that is the amount households are paid for excess solar into the grid, excess energy generated during the middle of the day is not being leveraged. And this is all why electricity costs have kept rising. The missing piece in the puzzle, then, would seem to be storage capacity. And with rooftop solar and home battery systems making so much sense, it's hard to understand why the federal government is not moving in this direction. The Clean Energy Council recently calculated households with a standalone battery could save over $900 per annum on their energy bills, while those with an orchestrated battery could save nearly $1,200 each year. At the same time, the Integrated Systems Plan modelled by the Australian Energy Market Operator has shown that we need around 8 gigawatts capacity of consumer energy storage by 2030. And while 8 gigawatts sounds like a lot, the truth is this could be achieved if roughly an additional 1 million homes had not just their solar panels, but batteries installed to accompany them. And clearly consumers are ready to embrace this opportunity where they can afford it, with over 250,000 households already installing batteries across Australia to date, including a record 57,000 doing it just this past year. Yet the kicker in that participation is this opportunity seems to be very much determined by a household's own financial capacity. And this is where I see we need the federal government to step in to ensure equity for all. Some states are attempting to leverage this moment, with the former Queensland government's vastly oversubscribed battery booster program showing just how solar households are ready to get involved, while the New South Wales government battery rebate has shown how a battery subsidy scheme can be made available using existing energy-related initiatives. But no matter which way you cut it, Mr Deputy Speaker, upfront costs are still stopping everyday Australians from realising these savings, and the absence of a cohesive federal policy is sorely felt. To be clear, it wouldn't be difficult for the government to step in here, as the member for Indi has shown in her cheaper home batteries bill, including home batteries in the small-scale renewable energy scheme, as proposed by the member for Indi and called for by numerous climate and energy experts, simply makes sense. Ultimately, the embedding of all the small-scale devices, from rooftop solar panels to electric vehicles, into our energy mix will be pivotal in meeting our 82% renewable target by 2030. The truth of the matter is, not all the good ideas have to come from the government, and I really call on the Minister and the government to listen to the people who signed the Solar Citizens petition, to listen to the experts who have been advocating for this, and for goodness sake, step into a space that is calling for you. Thank you.
I call the Honourable Member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African Youth Initiative, based in Melton, is an organisation making an extraordinary difference to the lives of young African Australians across Melbourne's west. During a recent visit, I had the privilege of meeting with members of this remarkable organisation, which is committed to engaging and empowering African youth in our community. Through their valuable programs, the African Youth Initiative focuses on skill development, self-expression and confidence building. key foundations for young people to thrive. These programs not only provide essential skills, but also foster a sense of identity, belonging and pride among young African Australians. By creating these opportunities, the African Youth Initiative is equipping its participants to succeed in life and become active contributors to their communities. I want to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to co-directors Aken and Robel, Sober and the extraordinary team of volunteers who give their time and energy to this vital cause. Your hard work and your dedication are setting a shining example of how grassroots organisations can create lasting positive change in our community. Deputy Speaker, it was a great privilege to recently host the Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs, Matt Keogh, for a community roundtable in Melton. Alongside Alice Jordan-Baird, Labor's candidate for Gorton, we were joined by representatives from the Melton RSL sub-branch and other local veterans organisations. This roundtable was an invaluable opportunity to hear directly from those on the ground about the challenges and opportunities in supporting veterans across Melbourne's West. We had meaningful discussions about the services and programs available to those who have served or are currently serving, and about how we can better support the families of veterans in our community. These insights reaffirm the vital role played by local service organisations in ensuring our veterans feel recognised, respected and supported. Deputy Speaker, our veterans have given so much to our nation and their sacrifices should never be forgotten. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the extraordinary work of groups like the Melton RSL, the Melton Vietnam Veterans, the Naval Association, Partners of Veterans, Bacchus Marsh RSL, Balan RSL, Sunbury Victoria Sub-Branch RSL, Sunbury National Servicemen and the Young Diggers. These organisations provide critical services, a sense of community and unwavering support for veterans and their families in our community. My deepest thanks go to Andrew Jeans and the team at the Melton RSL for hosting us on this occasion and for their continued commitment to the veterans of our region. Their dedication ensures that those who have served our country are never forgotten and always supported. Deputy Speaker, I recently had the privilege of hosting a roundtable in Hawke, bringing together local practitioners, service providers, school leaders and community groups to discuss how we can continue to enhance support for children with autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and other neurodiverse conditions. It was a constructive and collaborative discussion focused on identifying opportunities to strengthen and expand the services available to families in our community. The roundtable included valuable contributions from organisations such as Mamburan, Pinark Disability Support, Keely's Cause, Western Health, For Health, the Brotherhood of St Lawrence and Melton Specialist School. These groups shared their expertise and ideas for ensuring that neurodiverse children have access to the resources that they need to thrive. Deputy Speaker, the dedication of these organisations and their commitment to supporting families is inspiring. Their work demonstrates the power of community collaboration and a shared vision for creating inclusive and supportive environments for all children. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who participated in this roundtable for their insight and for their passion. Together, we're taking important steps towards ensuring families in our community feel supported and connected to the services that they need.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 9. National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the National Broadband Network Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. The National Broadband Network was first dreamt up as a policy by former Labor Senator Stephen Conroy in the lead up to the 2007 election. It was an ill-thought-through, careless and lazy piece of policy. I was so frustrated by it that I wrote a book, Wired Brown Land, about the broadband battles in Australia. The book came out in 2009. I'm often asked how did it sell. Well, for a book about telecommunication economics, extremely well. My central point was that the policy that then Senator Conroy devised dismally failed because it sought to get Telstra to do something that it did not want to do, namely build a national fibre to the node network for $4.7 billion and give its competitors access to that network. An even more ill-conceived policy was then dreamt up by Stephen Conroy and Kevin Rudd. Notoriously, the details were sketched out on the back of a beer coaster on a flight on a government jet. And under that policy, the commitment was to spend what was supposed to be $43 billion on a fibre to the premises network. If you go back and look at what was promised in the 2009 media release and press conference by Kevin Rudd, Stephen Conroy, Wayne Swan and Lindsay Tanner, just about every aspect of what they promised has been a manifest failure. As a result of this policy, some $30 billion of taxpayers' money has been spent, and the value for money taxpayers have received has been absolutely appalling, in stark contrast to the frugal Kiwis who managed to get a national fibre network for a total taxpayers' commitment of 1.5 billion New Zealand dollars. In the nearly 15 years I've been in the Parliament, and having taken quite an interest in this issue, I've spoken many times on stupid pieces of legislation associated with Labor's national broadband network. Yet the bill before the Parliament today achieves an unenviable distinction. It is the most stupid, pointless, empty, nakedly political, entirely useless piece of cynical, performative gesture politics that Labor has managed to serve up in its nearly 2 decades of deeply undistinguished policy making on the national broadband network. In the time available to me, I'd like to make 3 points. 1, Labor's record on the NBN is hopeless. 2, the policy framework on future ownership of the NBN was established by the Rudd government under Stephen Conroy as minister, and indeed it was his then representative in the House, the now Prime Minister, who explained what that policy framework would be. The bill before the House today, which proposes to change that policy framework, which for some 15 years Labor has thought was absolutely fine, is a naked, meaningless, cynical and empty political stunt, and the Coalition will be voting against it. Let me start with the proposition that Labor's record on the NBN is hopeless. As I've already indicated, the plan they announced in 2007 completely failed because Telstra's then management team refused to cooperate. So they announced another plan in 2009. Kevin Rudd promised that his government would build a national broadband network. It would serve 90% of homes with access speeds of up to 100 megabits per second, take 8 years to complete and cost $43 billion. None of this was achieved. Let's judge what Labor delivered by the time it left office in 2013 against what had been promised in NBN's 2012 corporate plan. Labor promised 286,000 premises passed by June 2013. NBN Co fell a full 100,000 premises, or almost 40% short of its target. And of the premises it claimed, many were designated as so-called Service Class 0 or Service Class 1, meaning they could not actually provide a service at all. Labor was systematically dishonest about what the NBN was delivering, and the man who was Communications Minister at the time was Australia's current Prime Minister, the man who just loves being upgraded to seat 1A. Let me remind you what happened in August 2013 during the election campaign. The then Minister for Communications, the member for Grayndler, stood in front of a big red button and announced that broadband was now available to 5,400 homes and businesses in Sydney's western suburbs. It's fantastic to see the NBN fibre network is now available, he said. What he didn't say was that close to 1,000 of these were Service Class 0, and 98.6% of these homes had no fibre connection to the home. By the time of the 2013 federal election, NBN Co said it had passed 209,000 premises, but close to 80% of these had no fibre going into the home. It was not fibre to the premises, it was fibre to the press release. When the Coalition took over responsibility for the NBN, we set about fixing the problem in a methodical way. Our 2013 strategic review recommended using a combination of rollout technologies, the multi-technology mix. Had we continued with Labor's model, it would have taken up to 5 years longer to complete the rollout and cost billions of dollars more. If we'd stuck to Labor's plan, when the pandemic hit and millions of Australians moved overnight to working and studying from home, Australia would have been in a dreadful mess. But thanks to the Coalition's work, the NBN was ready for the challenge, with 98% of premises around the country, over 11 million, able to connect in early 2020. I've said it before and I'm very pleased to say it again. As the Communications Minister at the time that the pandemic hit Australia, I am enormously proud of the efforts made across Australia's telecommunications sector. NBN, Optus, Telstra, TPG, Vodafone, you can go on, Aussie Broadband, a whole range of other companies came together to keep the network operating when Australians desperately needed it, and that was critical to the way that our nation was able to get through the pandemic. Let me turn now to Labor's policy framework on NBN ownership. This is the framework developed by Labor and legislated in 2011. It carefully sets out the steps that in its judgment, in the judgment of the Labor Party, would need to happen before the NBN could be sold by the government to private owners. Let me quote from the Minister's second reading speech in this place on the National Broadband Network Companies Act 2011. Quotes, "The first bill in the package, the NBN Companies Bill, obligates NBN Co to limit its operations to and focus them on wholesale-only telecommunications. It also sets out arrangements for the eventual sale of the Commonwealth's stake in the company once the NBN rollout is complete, including provisions for independent and parliamentary reviews prior to any privatisation and for the Parliament to have the final say on the sale. The bill also creates a power for the Governor-General to make regulations concerning future private ownership and control of NBN Co and establishes other relevant reporting, governance and enforcement mechanisms. As such, the bill deals with arrangements for both today and into the future." I remind the House, these are not my words, I'm quoting from the words of the then Minister, the member for Grainler, now the Prime Minister. He went on to say, "Taking into account the recommendations of the implementation study on the NBN, the Commonwealth will retain full ownership of NBN Co Limited until the rollout of the NBN is complete." He then went on to say, "After the Communications Minister has declared that the rollout is complete, the Productivity Minister may direct the Productivity Commission to undertake a 12-month inquiry into a number of matters. These may include the regulatory framework for the NBN and the impacts of a sale of NBN Co on the Commonwealth budget, consumer outcomes and competition. Within 15 sitting days of the Productivity Commission inquiry report being tabled, a Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Ownership of NBN Co Limited is to be established according to the practice of Parliament to examine the report of the Productivity Commission inquiry. The Joint Committee will report to both Houses of Parliament within 180 days of its appointment. After it reports, the Finance Minister may, by disallowable instrument, advise that conditions are suitable for an NBN Co Limited sale scheme." As is clear from this extensively quoted material, the Minister of the day laid out a clear framework which needed to apply before the National Broadband Network could be sold. He did not say the NBN could never be sold. Instead, he set out a comprehensive series of steps which would need to occur before the Parliament was given the opportunity to consider an instrument prepared by the Finance Minister advising that conditions are suitable for an NBN sale scheme. Of course, what this means is that under the existing legislation, unless both Houses of Parliament agree, no sale can occur. The Minister, who explained this development, these required stages to the House so carefully and thoroughly in his second reading speech, is, of course, as I have informed the House, the member for Grainler, the current Prime Minister, enthusiastic recipient of air travel upgrades, keen real estate investor, the member for Grainler. Let us be clear. there is a comprehensive framework in the legislation developed and passed by the Australian Labor Party, setting out all the things that would have to happen before the NBN could be sold. Critically, one of those steps involves the tabling of a disallowable instrument. That is, an instrument which can be disallowed by a majority vote of parliamentarians in either house. No privatisation could occur unless there was majority support for it in the parliament. That has been the policy setting since 2011, the policy settings devised and implemented by the Australian Labor Party. Given the realities I have just explained, any reasonable observer would ask, what is the possible point of the bill which is before the House now? Given that privatisation of NBN could not occur unless a majority in both Houses of Parliament agreed to it, what possible additional work does the bill before the House do today? The answer is clear. It does no substantive or real work at all. That is why I say this bill is the most stupid, pointless, empty, nakedly political, entirely useless piece of cynical performative gesture politics that Labor has managed to serve up in its nearly 2 decades of deeply undistinguished policy making on the NBN. That is why the Coalition will be voting against it. This is not the first time the current Prime Minister and his Communications Minister have tried on this particular stunt. Similarly, in the lead-up to the 2022 election, they tried to bring on a big political fight about whether there was some difference between the parties about the future of the NBN. On 17 November 2021, this dynamic duo issued a media release containing this ringing commitment: Labor will also keep the NBN in public hands. This attracted virtually no attention then, and it's not attracting much attention now. This is a non-issue. The existing legislative framework, introduced in a rich irony by the current Prime Minister in 2011, sets out very clearly what has to happen before the National Broadband Network could ever pass out of public ownership. It cannot happen unless there is majority support for it in both Houses of Parliament. Deputy Speaker, if the member for Grainler and the member for Greenway had any capacity for shame left, if they had any self-knowledge at all, they would be curled up on the floor in writhing agonies of embarrassment at having brought forward this ludicrous bill. I say for the third time, this bill is the most stupid, pointless, empty, nakedly political, entirely useless piece of cynical, performative gesture politics that Labor has managed to serve up in its nearly 2 decades of deeply undistinguished policy making on the NBN. I say to anybody who is listening tonight, you should be very cross that the Prime Minister and the Minister have wasted the time of the National Parliament on this ludicrous joke of a bill. I am very pleased to say the Coalition will be having nothing to do with this useless bill.
I call the Honourable Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to continue my earlier speech.
So I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is Labor governments that build. It is Labor governments that decided to make the decision.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Yeah.
Leave is granted.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is Labor governments that build. It was a Labor government that made the decision to build the National Broadband Network. And then we saw time and time again the Liberal Party and the National Party try and block it. And we know that when it comes to the builders versus the blockers, time and time again, we heard just then from the manager of opposition business, the ironic manager of opposition business giving ourselves a lecture on stupid and pointless. And I think there was nothing more stupid and pointless than choosing copper over fibre, which was the stupid and pointless decision that the Liberal Party made back in 2013. And again, That's why I have no trust when it comes to how those opposite will seek to ruin, wreck, damage and destroy the national broadband network for the future, and it is essential that we legislate to keep it in public hands. The Australian people have invested in the national broadband network. The Australian people rely on the national broadband network every day for education, for their jobs, to enjoy the great joys of living in Australia. And we know the privatisation record of those opposite. I know it was the WA Liberals who wanted to privatise Western Power, sending power prices up through the roof for Western Australian households. I opposed that, and the Western Australian people backed us on that. We know that we had the Liberal National Party sell Medibank private. They sold it out. And then we also had the grand plan to privatise the Medicare payments threshold. And they got to the idea of privatising the Medicare payments threshold because the now Leader of the Opposition couldn't get his plan through for a GP tax. So he got so angry, so aggressive, that he decided instead he'd go and try and privatise the Medicare payments. And that is why it is essential that we keep the national broadband network in public hands where it belongs. This bill will make sure that this critical infrastructure, which reaches some 12.4 million premises in Australia, stays in public hands. It is too important to put into the hands of a private operator or to sell off to fill some Liberal National Party debt black hole in the future. What we know is that currently 8.6 million homes and businesses across Australia are connected to the national broadband network, and they connect because of the security provided by a public provider, and we owe it to them to give them that security for the future. And this legislation will make a difference. It will remove the legislative conditions, the legislative framework to enable the privatisation of NBN Co. And I do say that it's time to stop that option being on the table because we've been through such a journey in this country, such a journey. We saw back in June 18, 2007, dragged kicking and screaming, we saw the Howard government, of which the now Leader of the Opposition was a minister, finally come to a plan where they were going to give $900 million to Elders and Optus to develop an internet network for the regions. After so long of doing nothing, they finally said they would do something. They were also promised that they would deliver, quote, a state-of-the-art broadband network with coverage for rural and regional areas. Again, what we saw was experts come out, a number of them, and blast that $1.9 billion package. And again and again, we saw the then Howard government, of which the now Leader of the Opposition was a key member, trying to play catch-up. Because it was. In 2007, it was Labor who said, we finally need national action for this technology of the future to connect Australians, to connect families, to connect people to one another through this incredible technology, which is now, again, relied on by some 8.6 million households and businesses across this country. And I do take the interjections from those opposite, where they come in here and tell us how much they wish broadband services could have improved. And if only they'd been in government for almost a decade, and if only they'd taken that opportunity, rather than trying to trash the NBN, which is what they spent all their time doing, going for these outdated technologies of copper, which didn't work when it rained, copper that didn't work when there was electrical interference, copper that copper at best would give you 25 megabits a second, because they couldn't bring themselves to ever admit that fibre was better. They couldn't bring themselves to admit that. And when those opposite last came into government were developing their policies, this was the dominant view of the Liberal and National parties. We had then Opposition Leader Opposition Leader Abbott tell former Opposition Leader Turnbull he wanted him to, quote, demolish the government's national broadband network. That was their stated policy goal, was to demolish the national broadband network. And then we had the then former Leader of the Opposition, who eventually became the future Prime Minister Turnbull, say that declaring the NBN would be the absolute focus of this, with that goal to destroy it. And just to remind the Australian people how much the Liberal Party and the National Party struggled to understand the importance of broadband. What we saw was the then opposition leader Abbott describe it as, quote, essentially a video entertainment system. Now, I dare anyone opposite to go and say that in their electorates today. It is so much more. It is essential for small business. And I stand up for my small businesses, and I know they need the NBN. If you want to sell it off, you want to sell it out, you want to stick them with copper, then by all means do it. We then had the tech geniuses tell us, in the then leader of the opposition, quote, we are absolutely confident that 25 megs is going to be enough, more than enough for the average household. Well, tell that to practically anyone in Australia today. We then had the networking explained to us by the then leader of the opposition, quote, saying, all those people who are sending messages from their iPhones and Blackberries, all those people sitting in airport lounges using their computers, I mean, they don't rely on fixed line services. Well, Deputy Speaker, I'd hope that in the 10 years since, those officers have learned that actually Wi-Fi eventually does connect to the fixed line service, and the fixed line service and the backhaul network, of which the National Broadband Network is an essential part, does matter. They said they wanted to, and then again, those opposite went out saying they just wanted to axe the National Broadband Network, get it out of the way.
Order.
What we had was their leader of the opposition come out and say, quote, the National Broadband Network is a luxury Australia cannot now afford. But we know that was completely the wrong call. We couldn't afford the delays, inaction and copper obsession of the Liberal and National Party. And then they promised probably the biggest lie of all, which was, quote, I want our NBN rolled out within 3 years, and Malcolm Turnbull is the right person to make this happen. Not only did it not roll out in 3 years, Deputy Speaker, Malcolm Turnbull was definitely not the right person to make it happen. But now we are finally making progress again on getting fibre and fast broadband to the people and small businesses of Australia. And what we've got now is we reached the milestone earlier this month, something that we can all celebrate, which is that we got to 9 million Australian homes and businesses now able to make the switch to ultra-fast NBN. And that means that 90% of people on the fixed line NBN network can get access of up to 1 gigabit per second. 1 gigabit of data per second by the end of 2025. Compare that to the measly 25 megabits a second that was being offered by the Liberal Party and the National Party. A significant improvement. And if I think about what that means for some 82,000 households and businesses in my electorate, it means that now they can take the access of the benefits of fibre broadband. And I know because it was the story of my household even, Deputy Speaker, that we were on the Coalition's old copper network, so unreliable that we couldn't use that network. Now, thankfully, on the fibre network. And I know that benefits families in Ashfield, Bassendean, Bayswater, Bedford, Coolbinia, Dianella, East Perth, all getting access to fibre NBN. But it doesn't stop there. Eden Hill, Embleton, Highgate, Inglewood, Jundana, all getting access to fibre NBN, something they were denied by those opposite. Leederville, Maylands, Menora, Morley, Mount Hawthorn, Mount Lawley, North Perth, Northbridge, Osborne Park and Perth, all getting access to fibre NBN. Chewett Hill, West Perth and Yokine. And again, it means that families not only get the benefits of fast broadband, but they also get the benefits of saving, on estimates from the National Broadband Network itself, saving users more than 100 hours and $2,580 in travel costs a year. What we know now is the average home has some 22 connected devices on average. And that, again, means that the 25 megabits a second unreliable copper that those opposite tried to sell for so long does not do the job. And if I think about what that really means for families, is it means that we've got students, we're not just trying to act by cutting their HECS debt or giving them access to fee-free TAFE, we're trying to give them the tools of learning for the 21st century, giving them ultra-fast broadband. When it comes to supporting small businesses and people who are starting new businesses, again, the tool and access to start that new business is ultra-fast broadband, whether it be at your business or your home. When it comes to people who might be looking to be able to spend more time with family and friends, We've got the great benefits of being able to be connected through video conferencing that don't require as much travel. Again, reducing, as I just said, saving up to 100 hours, reducing people's carbon footprint too. It makes a huge difference. And again, what I know from my constituents is that they want broadband. And indeed, what I'm hearing from some of those opposite is that people in their electorates want ultra-fast broadband too. And I would hope that those members opposite go back to their electorates and say, did you know that the reason it's taken so long is because the Liberal Party and the National Party made a mistake? We made a mistake by backing the wrong technology. They made a mistake by backing the wrong technology by choosing the technology of copper rather than the technology that was always going to be right, which was fibre. They make this mistake a lot of times, Deputy Speaker. They look to the technologies of the past rather than the technologies of the future. They look to copper rather than fibre. They look to nuclear rather than renewables. They're always looking for the technologies of the past rather than the opportunities of the future. And what we want to make sure is that as we get more investment,
This is getting ridiculous. You need to deal with it. She's got a problem. If she can't stop talking, she should leave the chamber.
Order. No.
Thank you.
And I don't know why some of those opposite are so exercised about trying to keep an essential public service in public hands. I don't know what it is that they dislike about public services.
They just love privatisation.
They love privatisation. They tried to privatise the work that was being done in Centrelink. They tried to privatise Western Power in my great state of Western Australia. Deputy Speaker, I know that my power bills and your power bills and my constituents and your constituents have cheaper power bills because that privatisation of Western Power did not go ahead. And again, I think there are real benefits in keeping the national broadband network in public hands, where it belongs. It is absolutely essential infrastructure. I don't want to see it sold off to some overseas conglomerate. I don't want to see it sold off into the private market where they care more about profit than making sure that every Australian gets the quality service of broadband that is now essential for people's learning, essential for their work, essential for their social connection, and more often now, Deputy Speaker, essential for their safety as well. We know that many medical devices now can be very effectively enhanced by access to fast broadband, giving people more insights into their health and their health needs. When it comes to keeping the national broadband network in public hands, I think most Australians will say, yeah, that's right. We saw the sell-off of Telstra and how that held Australia back when it came to making sure that we had the technologies of the future. We took the brave decision, and I want to commend what the member for Kennedy said, that former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd will be remembered as visionary for backing this technology, for backing this initiative to make sure that Australians do have access to ultra-fast broadband. We're cleaning up a decade of confusion, delay and copper wires strung across the country. We're putting the fibre in, we're getting it done and we're keeping it in public hands.
I thank the Minister and I give the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have seen some weird things in this place in my short time here, but this desperate move by the Albanese government is right up there, taking a podium place in the super weird and unnecessary category of legislation coming before the Australian Parliament this term. Last sitting period, the government, literally apropos of nothing, ran into the chamber at 9:01 on the 9th of October to present this bill, the National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. There followed the strangest of second reading speeches, first from the Minister for Communications and then from the Prime Minister himself, with a hitherto unrecognised passion for telecommunications policy in which he lauded the NBN and its importance to the Australian community like he'd just discovered the internet. There followed a question time in which almost every question from the government to itself went to the ownership of the NBN and the desperate, urgent need to safeguard the future of the NBN. What? Where on earth did this come from? Has there been a raging debate about the public or private nature of the NBN? No. Is the NBN about to go broke and needs a public bailout? No. Is there a secret plan on either side to sell the NBN? No. Is there a problem of any sort to solve with the NBN being in public or private ownership? No, there is not. I can tell you what the problem is that this Albanese Labor government is trying to solve for. A truly terrible political freefall situation in which the Prime Minister finds himself as we head into an election year. It has been a truly terrible few weeks for the Prime Minister. In fact, a terrible few months. In fact, a truly terrible end to 2024, and let's be honest, an entirely terrible term of Parliament. In his second reading speech on this bill, the Prime Minister talked about all the things the NBN is able to do to help this country get ahead and achieve. And I agree. Having served on the board of the NBN from July 2018 until I resigned to seek pre-selection to stand in the 2022 federal election. And I agree with the Prime Minister wholeheartedly. The NBN has greatly facilitated banking, health and education, but for the coalition government changing to a multi-technology mix back in 2013, the NBN would never have been finalised in time to get this country through the COVID-19 pandemic. The PM didn't mention the difference the NBN has made to entertainment and all the high-quality streaming into our homes and the exceptional Australian content we are now able to see on our handheld screens, except that's not what it did. As an aside, you see, I note the irony that on the morning that the Prime Minister rushed in here to present this supposedly urgent legislation, I was meeting with Screen Producers Australia. Representatives of Hoodlum Entertainment, Archipelago Productions, the Film, Television and Radio School, Fremantle Australia, Ludo Studio, Media Stockade, Newtown Films, the National Institute of Dramatic Arts and Roadshow, great Australians who have contributed over decades to our best Australian content, like Bluey, Neighbours, Wentworth, Heartbreak High, Grand Designs, oh I love that show, Red Dog, Happy Feet, Muriel's Wedding, Mao's Last Dance at the Castle. They explained to me the crisis confronting their industry because 2 years ago they were promised a local content quota for the streaming corporations, which was going to take effect on 1 July 2024. And so here we are 2 years later since that promise was made, and the sector has heard precisely nothing from the Albanese government, no action, no support for our local screen industry, and frankly, no sign of support between now and the next election. But yet somehow, saving the NBN is the most vital thing to the Australian economy. It can be pulled from the blue, urgent, and drafted overnight. The NBN must be saved. Why, you may ask? The Minister and Prime Minister have been keen to tell us this legislation will ensure NBN prices are more affordable for consumers. What? I'm sorry, you just couldn't make this stuff up. NBN prices since this government was elected have gone up. Back in October 23, NBN announced significant changes to its pricing. Lighter use packages got cheaper, prices for NBN 25 and 100 got cheaper, excellent, but prices for the much more popular NBN 50 package went up. So now some 6 million Australian households are paying up to 14% more for their NBN packages with one of the retailers. So did these changes result from careful pricing, planning and direction from the Albanese government? No. It happened because the NBN finally settled its special access undertaking with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Earlier this year, on the 1st of May, the NBN said in a press release, like many other businesses in Australia and worldwide, NBN has been impacted by high input costs of materials from suppliers. The wholesale prices that NBN charges to retailers in financial year 25 will increase by approximately 4.1% on average across NBN's range of wholesale services. This reflects the annual percentage change in the Consumer Price Index over the 12 months to the December 23 quarter. The NBN's prices roadmap is influenced by the CPI, and we all know this government's record on the CPI. Under this government, monthly CPI reached a peak at over 8% in December 22, and almost 2 years later we are finally seeing an inflation rate with a 2 in front of it, consistent with the Reserve Bank of Australia's inflation target of 2 to 3%, but core inflation, the figure that matters most on which the RBA makes its decisions regarding interest rates, remains at 3.5%, higher than all of our major trading partners, higher than the US, the UK and Canada, and the IMF predicts it will remain at 3.6% in 2025, higher than its forecast for Germany at 2.1%, the UK at 2%, Canada and the USA at 1.9%, and France, Italy and Japan at 1.8%. The rest of the world is already seeing interest rate relief, but not here. And therefore it should be no surprise that a record number of small businesses are failing. On the same morning as the Prime Minister and Minister for Communications rushed in here with their urgent bill, The Australian had an article which read as follows: company insolvencies have hit record highs, with more than 6,600 firms faltering in the 6 months to September, fueling warnings small businesses are struggling to stay afloat amid high inflation and interest rates, increasingly complex regulations and cyber attacks. Australian insolvency statistics published by ASIC reveal company insolvencies capturing firms entering external administration for the first time hit 11,053 in 23-24, swelling overall insolvencies since the 2022 election to 22,800. Well, I've got some good news for those 22,800 companies that have gone broke since this Albanese government was elected. The NBN is going to stay in public hands. I'm sorry to break the news, but the NBN is in public hands, and it has been since the legislation was passed to create the NBN in 2011. And this government has done nothing, literally nothing, to bring NBN prices down, either between 2011 and 13 when they lost power, or since their return to the Treasury benches in 2022. Nor newsflash could it, lest it want to risk being found to be a shadow director of the NBN board. If anyone listening today is wondering, why is the Albanese government doing this? Is it something clearly thought through, carefully planned? Did they have a long-term goal to remove the otherwise even longer-term possibility of maybe one day privatising the NBN, the process for which is set out in the Labor government's own Act of 2011 in Part 3, Division 2, called Ownership and Control of the NBN Co. That part provides for the NBN to be privatised if and when A, the Communications Minister has declared the NBN is built and fully operational. B, the Productivity Minister, and by the way, this government doesn't have one, which is just as well given it's the weakest productivity level in 6 decades. The Productivity Minister has caused to be tabled in both Houses of Parliament a report of an inquiry of the Productivity Commission. C, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Ownership of the NBN Co, newsflash, that doesn't exist either, has examined the Productivity Commission's report. And D, the Finance Minister has declared conditions are suitable for the entering into and carrying out of an NBN Co sale scheme. Again, newsflash for the Albanese government. While condition A has been completed, none of B, C or D is either underway or even in contemplation by either side of government. There was no imminence to a sale. This is pure posturing and mightily convenient financial posturing, if I may say so myself. You see, 3 months ago, the NBN repaid the last tranche of public loan to the Commonwealth on the 30th of June 2024. In its financial report of 13th of August of this year, the NBN announced the company refinanced the remaining balance of $5.5 billion relating to the $19.5 billion Commonwealth Government loan in full by 30 June 2024. NBN Co's capital strategy remains focused on funding network investments and maintaining a strong liquidity position. So riddle me this. The Albanese government lets the company fully repay that loan to the Commonwealth, which it did by seeking more advantageous loan terms on the private market at the time, and in doing so, the Albanese government boosts its budget coffers, reinforcing its ever so persistent liberal light. We're so responsible with the budget rhetoric. And then Money in the Bank declares the NBN will always be in public ownership. Thanks, NBN, for repaying the debt, but if you don't mind, we'll just keep the title deeds. What an absurd, indulgent, look an eagle tactic from this lot. I knew these guys were in trouble politically, but this desperate move shows you just how deep that trouble is. At 8:59 a.m. on the 9th of October, when the Minister ran in to introduce this bill, no one was talking about privatisation of the NBN. It has been a long-standing option, an eventual plan, one for which the NBN had been carefully, diligently and responsibly managed to keep that option open, ensuring it was run efficiently and effectively with the best of private sector know-how on its leadership and board ranks to ensure the best use of this public investment in a dynamic and constantly changing telecommunications market. This was a Labor Party plan, and in 2010, the then Minister for Broadband, Communications and the Digital Economy, Senator Stephen Conroy, issued a press release which said, Senator Conroy said the Gillard government remained firmly committed to selling its stake in NBN Co after the network was fully built and operational, subject to market conditions and security considerations. Labor then put the sale provisions into the 2011 Act. And when the Labor Party dreamt up the NBN back in the 2000s, it was a one-size-fits-all fibre to the node to each and every Australian home, no matter the distance, no matter the need, and no matter the use case. And when the Abbott government was elected in 2013, the NBN was a shambles with less than 50,000 homes connected to the grid. Today, the NBN, thanks to coalition policy, provides a plethora of internet solutions to the best places where they are suited. The multi-technology mix sees Australian homes and businesses served by fibre to the home or premises, fibre to the building, HFC, fibre to the curb, fibre to the node, fixed wireless and Sky Muster satellite, and shortly LEO satellites. As a result of coalition government policy, the NBN is largely complete, providing fast internet across this enormous nation, a territory larger than the USA and larger than the EU in landmass. Labor's record in the NBN is truly appalling and needs some exploration here. You might remember the original plan from that side of politics was rolled gold fibre to every single home, paid for by you, the Australian taxpayer. And when the Abbott government was elected, there was barely 50,000 homes connected to this Rolls-Royce version of the NBN. Labor's plan was indulgent, expensive and illusory. When a full review was undertaken after Labor lost the 2013 election, it was found their decadent plan was going to cost the Australian taxpayer $73 billion back in 2013 figures. The coalition government's review of the planned rollout was summed up beautifully by an AFR editorial in 2013. Who would have thought? It turns out that a massive government-run telecommunications monopoly that was built from scratch and which aims to push other competitors out of the market is very expensive. As things stand, the grand monument dreamt up by the Rudd government's telecommunications minister, Stephen Conroy, will leave Australia with close to the highest broadband prices in the developed world. That was the model we inherited. And by the time the Albanese government was elected in May 22, the build had been finished for 2 years and more than 8 million Australian homes were connected to the NBN. And on the 9th of October, the Prime Minister came into this chamber, breaking with all common practice, to give a speech about this bill. And in it he said, Prime Minister Gough Whitlam once said that his definition of equality was every child in Australia having a quiet room to study in and a desk with the lamp to read. But that was the 1970s, and in 2020, for every Australian child, it needs to be at their desk with access to the NBN. Gough Whitlam turned this country into an economic basket case. It seems the Prime Minister is determined to do the same.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a really important bill which reaffirms this government's commitment to the public ownership of what is one of Australia's most critical infrastructure assets, the NBN. And I just don't know where to begin with some of what I've heard from those opposite while I've been sitting here waiting to speak. But the member for Flinders has just said that, you know, there's something wrong with the Prime Minister saying that in this day and age every Australian child should have a place to study with access to the NBN. I mean, I think that is an excellent thing for us to aspire to. But what we've heard from those opposite is they just don't get vision. They don't get nation building. They don't want people to have things that they don't pay for if they can't afford them. That's what this is really about. You know, the idea that every Australian would have had access to fibre to the premises broadband as was originally proposed by the absolutely visionary plan under the Rudd government that was the NBN, that those opposite absolutely trashed of 10 years in government, among other things that they've trashed. They just don't get it. No, they're not vision people. They don't want to see Australia leading the world. The part of the point of the NBN when it was initially proposed was the ubiquitous nature of fast broadband. The fact that it was ubiquitous, that everyone was to have access to it, that everyone would have this very fast broadband, would revolutionise the way we've delivered services. The access to things like education and healthcare for people in, you know, regional areas and remote areas that they always claim to be representing. But anyway, here we are. So this bill is an important bill that makes explicitly clear that keeping the NBN preserved in public ownership is an explicit requirement. It removes the current conditions for terminating government ownership by repealing most of Part 3 of the NBN Act. Because Labor is the party of the NBN. As I said, it was a visionary idea under the Rudd government. and it was established and began the rollout with the goal of a fully connected Australia. The original vision for a fibre to the premises connected Australia was trashed by those opposite when they came to government, and it's been left to the Albanese Labor government to clean up their mess, as it has been with so many policy areas. But make no mistake, those opposite would jump at the first opportunity to sell this important asset if given the chance. And I think the speeches, just those I've heard in the short time I've been here, make that very clear, that they don't understand the NBN and they would take the first opportunity to trash it. Just like they did with Telstra, just like they did with Medibank, and just like they did with the Australian Public Service, the Coalition is addicted to privatisation and outsourcing, with the Australian public always paying the price. What we're doing today is ensuring the NBN's future. Commitment to public ownership is vital for the NBN to deliver the services Australians rightly expect. Now let's look back on the history of the NBN under those opposite. The Liberal Party's handling of the NBN stands as a stark reminder of how critical it is to approach significant national infrastructure with vision and with commitment to the public interest. Vision and commitment to the public interest. I know that's difficult for those opposite. Under the negligence of the Coalition, the initial vision for a world-class fibre-based NBN was undermined. Instead, they opted for a multi-technology mix that left Australia lagging behind our global peers in both speed and reliability. This was an approach that resulted in increased costs, blown-out timeframes and outcomes that fell well short of what Australians were promised and what we deserved. Despite claiming that their strategy would save money and accelerate the rollout, the reality was an NBN fraught with issues, delays, unexpected costs and widespread dissatisfaction among users. The Liberal Party's poor decision-making left the network under-resourced and underperforming, impacting businesses and households alike. What should have been an enabler for economic growth and digital participation became a source of frustration for millions of Australians. Their governance also demonstrated a willingness to privatisation over public benefit, and this is what they always do. In 2020, they declared the network built and fully operational, a move that set the stage for its eventual sale. They even supported NBN Co's push to raise wholesale prices by CPI plus 3%, a policy that would have hit Australians hard, undermining affordability in favour of profit-driven motives. It took the intervention of Labor and the ACCC to protect consumers from these proposed price hikes. The Coalition's legacy is marked by missed opportunities and the weakening of what could have been an unparalleled national asset. That is what's so sad about this, the inability of the Coalition to embrace vision for Australia to lead the world, which is what we were trying to do with the NBN, and for all Australians to share in that, for everyone, to have the chance to have the fastest possible broadband that would revolutionise the way we did things. But instead, they prioritised short-term gains and ideological commitments over long-term strategic investment. And the Liberal Party left Australia playing catch-up on connectivity and digital capability. Our government is committed to reversing this legacy and ensuring that such missteps are not repeated. We stand by the principle that the NBN must remain in public hands, fostering upgrades, innovation and affordability for all. It's not just about restoring what was compromised, it's about moving towards a vision for a more connected, just and secure future for Australia. This stance is driven by the need for continuous upgrades to the network, regulatory oversight of wholesale pricing, and most importantly, the delivery of affordable broadband for all Australians. We're delivering on the NBN's promise of equity and access to the digital economy. In 2022, the Albanese Labor government underscored this commitment through the updated Statement of Expectations for NBN Co. Our directive was clear. Public ownership is the cornerstone that will enable us to extend more fibre throughout the fixed line network, lay the groundwork for transitioning to next generation satellite technology and modernise our universal service obligations. These steps are essential for a more connected and inclusive Australia, one that leaves no community behind, whether they be in the heart of our cities or the vast expanses of our rural and regional areas. And improvements to the network are ongoing. Just last week, I was pleased to hear that further upgrades will begin shortly in my electorate of Canberra, and this is something that Canberrans have been speaking to me about. When we were in opposition in the last term, people were disgusted with the access that they had to the NBN and how far it fell short of what was promised. And so I'm proud that we are fixing that, including here in my electorate. The fibre upgrade program has been bolstered by the government's $2.4 billion commitment over 4 years to provide an additional 1.5 million fibre-to-the-node premises with access to full fibre. As a result, 90% of premises in the NBN fixed line footprint can place an order for gigabit-capable services by the end of next year. In our recent announcement, 37 ACT suburbs have been announced for inclusion in the fibre upgrade program. These include Ainslie, Braddon, Bruce, Cook, Dixon, Garran, Griffith, Hawker, Kaleen, Lynham, Macquarie, Narrabundah, Reed, Turner and Yarralumla, here in my electorate of Canberra. Providing faster speeds for Canberrans as part of the publicly owned national broadband network. And I think a lot of people in this place don't understand that, Canberra is a real community with real needs as well. And I know that, a lot of those opposite, they love to trash on Canberra, because public servants live here and they hate them too. But, it's really good that we're actually getting improved access to the NBN, because we don't have it either, because what their government did, to the NBN over 10 years of neglect and trying to destroy it affected us here in the nation's capital as well. So I am pleased that we are addressing that and that those suburbs are getting what they should have got a long time ago, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, because the NBN is a Labor legacy that is worth protecting. Deputy Speaker, it is crucial to remember that the NBN isn't just an infrastructure project. It's a strategic asset intertwined with our national security and cyber security needs. Ongoing government ownership ensures that the NBN's operations align with national interests, protecting Australia from the significant risks that foreign ownership could pose. To sell off the NBN would be to jeopardise this oversight and expose Australia to serious sovereignty and security concerns. In this bill before the House, we reaffirm that the NBN is not just a commodity to be sold. It's a vital public service that underpins our economy, social fabric and national security. The reaction to this bill by those opposite is very telling, and it demonstrates yet again their ideological obsession with privatisation. And I'll remind the House again, because it bears repeating, the former coalition government under the member for Bradfield initiated measures in 2020 to prepare the NBN for sale, declaring it built and fully operational. And having been here for the member for Bradfield's contribution to this debate just a few speakers before, it is obvious that these are people that would destroy the NBN if they ever were back into government. They have a complete disdain for it because, as I said, it was a visionary, nation-building project. It was about universal access for all Australians, and these are things that don't sit comfortably with their ideology. Their readiness for privatisation included supporting a proposal from NBN Co to raise wholesale prices by CPI plus 3%, a move aimed at boosting revenue streams before a sale. This would have had significant repercussions for consumers, especially in terms of affordability. Labor, alongside the ACCC, firmly rejected this proposal to safeguard Australians from unnecessary price hikes. That would have been a disaster. We need only look at history to see the consequence of privatising public telecommunications infrastructure. The Howard government's sale of Telstra serves as a cautionary tale. Promises were made about maintaining service quality and affordable prices, but those promises were never met. On top of that, the sale left the government without the leverage to spearhead the rollout of fibre broadband, necessitating the Rudd government's launch of the NBN project. Deputy Speaker, this bill did not appear out of thin air. Our ongoing consultations with communities across rural and regional Australia have sent a clear and consistent message. People want the NBN to remain under government ownership. They recognise that only with public oversight can the network continue to deliver modern, accessible and affordable communication services. Keeping the NBN in public hands is not just a strategic decision, it is a commitment to the prosperity and connectivity for every Australian. It is about ensuring that the digital divide narrows and that no one is left in the dark, disconnected from the opportunities that the modern world offers. Because yes, to the member for Flinders, we do believe that, in an updated version of Gough Whitlam's vision that every child should have a place to study with a lamp on, we do believe that every Australian student should have the NBN, should have access to reliable, fast broadband, because if they don't have it, how will they ever keep up with their peers? How will they ever have the same opportunities if they don't have access to these things? And how will we ever deliver those things if we don't keep it in public hands? If it's not about building our nation, about a strategic asset to benefit all Australians that we regularly update and improve. The Albanese Labor government will always stand firm when it comes to public ownership of the NBN. We will continue to safeguard the NBN from those who would seek to sell it off. The NBN is an essential tool for Australia's economic resilience, social equity and national security. Labor will not repeat the Liberal mistakes of the past when it comes to privatisation. Instead, we will build on the promise of a connected, secure and inclusive future for all, because that is what Labor governments do. When we come into government, we bring vision. We bring the hopes of Australians who rely on governments to ensure that they have the best chance. That every Australian has a chance at a happy, healthy, fulfilled life. Public education, universal health care, decent wages. These are things that you can thank Labor governments for. And while we're talking about Gough Whitlam, I just came from a forum where we celebrated 50 years since Gough Whitlam protected the Great Barrier Reef. But those opposite say he left Australia an economic basket case. Well, where would we be without the vision of Labor governments? A place I don't want to see. Thanks.
I thank the member for Canberra and I give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm also pleased to be speaking in favour of this bill and support any move to keep the National Broadband Network in public ownership. Now, Deputy Speaker, last night when I thought I might be speaking on this bill, I listened to the member for Fadden liken this debate to a Seinfeld episode. Well, Deputy Speaker, the truth, of course, is that the previous government did want to sell off the NBN and that those opposite have form when they eye off critical public infrastructure. And the truth, of course, Deputy Speaker, is that the whole Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government's approach to broadband was like a decade-long episode of Utopia or The Thick of It. But it's Australians who've paid the price for their negligence over that last 10 years. And Deputy Speaker, as a government, we are determined not to make the same mistakes as former coalition governments who have mismanaged communications policy in Australia for decades. And it comes from that beginning place of not actually really caring, thinking that these debates are about nothing, when they are actually critical to the Australia not just of the now, but of the decades to come. And Deputy Speaker, as much as they protest and try to airbrush history, the Liberals have shown a pathological desire to sell off critical assets. We know that the former coalition government had taken the initial legislative steps to prepare their NBN for sale, including declaring the network built and fully operational in 2020. Deputy Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill and the goal of providing a solid foundation for communication policy in this nation long into the future. When John Howard was swept from office in 2007, he left Australia a broadband backwater. For those that remember, the privatisation of Telstra was a terrible policy outcome driven by ideological zealotries. Crucially, the sale also deprived the government of strategic levers to drive the investment necessary for Australians to fully access reliable, high-speed broadband and the productivity and digital inclusion benefits that delivers. But of course, that was a government that had no understanding that this wasn't just to be an entertainment vehicle. This is a vehicle that was to transform workplaces, the way we deliver services. It's understandable that when governments lack vision, they don't understand why you need to invest in their future. So, of course, Labor's decision in 2008 to deploy a government-owned national broadband network rightly took a long-term view of the needs of Australian consumers and taxpayers in a changing world. The NBN was built by Australians for Australians. It belongs to all Australians and it belongs in public hands. Deputy Speaker, the NBN is an essential piece of national utility infrastructure, helping people connect regardless of where they lived or worked, not caring for what postcode they might be under, what region or state of the country that they live in. This was initiated by Labor with a positive vision for the future, delivering equity in access and opportunity, combined with sound long-term economics. It meant Australians would enjoy a world-class connectivity powering the digital economy for decades to come. So what happened next, Deputy Speaker? But enter the neoclassical wrecking ball of the Liberals, who attacked public ownership and any policy idea associated with it. Just as they sold out Australia on the privatisation of Telstra, the Coalition sold out Australia again. They abandoned fibre and instead deployed an almost absurd copper alternative for $29 billion. And Deputy Speaker, by May 2022, when the Albanese government was elected, the Coalition's second-rate NBN was $28 billion over budget, nearly double the cost, 4 years behind schedule, and then, of course, backflipping to fibre. And Deputy Speaker, as I said before, the former Coalition government had taken the initial legislative steps to prepare their NBN for sale. This was their game plan. They also supported an NBN submission to increase wholesale prices on their products by CPI plus 3% to bolster their income streams in preparation for this sale. It was Telstra all over again. Fortunately, this was rejected by Labor and the ACCC. And Deputy Speaker, for those members that genuinely seek to represent regional Australia, well, they should be cognisant that in government, consultation on regional telecommunications services there has been strong and clear feedback from communities in rural and regional communities that the national broadband network should stay in government ownership. And Deputy Speaker, we've had quite a number of speakers who've gotten up and, whilst it's connected, have talked about challenges around mobile coverage, about dealing with black spots, and there are challenges across the country. There are significant parts of my electorate that we're still working through those issues. But it beggars belief that the same people who effectively are making these arguments don't support the NBN remaining in public hands. Deputy Speaker, keeping the NBN in public ownership is essential to continue to provide modern, accessible and affordable communication services in Australia. The Albanese government understands this and it's delivering its vision for a world-class high-speed broadband network. Over $3 billion in NBN fibre and fixed wireless upgrades are being delivered on time and on budget. More than 70,000 kilometres of new fibre has been rolled out and over 2,300 fixed wireless towers have been upgraded. And whilst today's debate about this bill, Deputy Speaker, is about our vision and securing the long-term policy settings of the nation, I would like to flag that I will continue to work with the NBN to better outcomes for households and businesses in my electorate of Bean. Much has been achieved, but there is still more to do, and I will not rest until we get the results that Bean deserves. And it's good to see that suburbs like Gordon, Banks and Conda in the southernmost parts of the electorate of Bean are amongst the suburbs that can now access these higher upgrades that are happening right around the country. And Deputy Speaker, the rollout of the NBN has correlated with downward pressure on the cost of communications in Australia, with an overall 9% decrease in communications prices from 2017 to 2024 compared to a 22% CPI growth over that time. So it's only by keeping the NBN in public ownership that that vision can continue to be delivered. And only the Labor government has committed to this vision. But Deputy Speaker, it's not just the government which supports this policy. Consumers support it, and not just the regional consumers that I just talked about before. The Australian Communications Consumer Action Network CEO, Carol Bennett, is on the record as supporting it. Workers support it. Shane Murphy, the Communication Workers Union National President, has publicly backed this move. These are the workers who work with this infrastructure every day. The industry representatives support it. For example, Optus Interim CEO Michael Venter has said his company supports this initiative. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government's position on the NBN is clear. In 2021, we made an election commitment to retain the NBN in public ownership, to keep broadband affordable and to complete building a world-class fibre network. In 2022, we formalised this commitment in a new statement of expectations for the NBN, and we have introduced legislation now to enshrine this position in law. Deputy Speaker, Labor understands the NBN is not just something that earns a rate of return. It's a critical piece of social and economic infrastructure. And under Labor, the NBN will be affordable, it will be reliable, it will be fast, and it will be safe in public hands. I support this bill and the important goals behind it that will be of great benefit to the nation and the electorate of Bean, which I represent. So Deputy Speaker, to make this clear again, on this side of the House, we strongly believe that the NBN needs to stay in full government ownership to support the ongoing upgrade of the network and ensure ongoing regulatory oversight of NBN wholesale pricing, keeping broadband affordable for Australians. We know what happens when you privatise assets like this. As I said, the government made this commitment clear in the updated statement of expectations issued to the NBN Co in 2022. Government ownership is essential to deliver the strategy for a more connected Australia, no matter what postcode you live in, including rolling out more fibre in the fixed line network, planning for the transition to next generation satellites, which of course are going to be critical for parts of my electorate like Norfolk Island, and modernising universal service obligations. The NBN is crucial national infrastructure with cybersecurity and national security imperatives requiring strong government oversight. This is best delivered through certain ongoing government ownership. Any future sale of the NBN would likely involve foreign ownership, raising potentially serious national sovereignty and security risks. And as I said, I've mentioned before, Deputy Speaker, the former coalition government had taken the initial legislative steps to prepare the NBN for sale, including declaring the network built and fully operational in 2020, one of the great works of fiction of our times. So when the member for Fadden talked about this debate being a Seinfeld episode, a debate about nothing, it's not true. We know what their intent is. We know what would occur if they had the capacity to have control over the fate of the NBN again. Deputy Speaker, the sale of Telstra under the Howard government was a prime example of the coalition making promises on prices and services for telecommunications that were never delivered. And the sale of Telstra also deprived the government of leverage to roll out fibre broadband in Australia, necessitating the Rudd government's establishment of the NBN in 2008. Keeping the NBN in public ownership is essential to continue to provide modern, accessible and affordable communication services for all Australians. This is a message that I get time and time again from constituents across the electorate of Bean, whether it be in the Deep South, in the suburbs of Conder and Banks, whether it be in the Molonglo Valley, the near suburbs of out near Stromlo, or whether it be on Norfolk Island. My constituents are clear, and in accord with their wishes, I support this bill. I support the important goals behind it that will be of great benefit to the nation. I'm so proud to be a member of government with a Minister for Communications as strong and as effective as the Minister we have, who's delivering right across our country, but also delivering for all the constituents of the electorate of Bean.
Thank the member for Bean. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak in support of this legislation, the National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. And I appreciate the lateness of the hour, so I'll keep my remarks relatively brief because all of my colleagues have effectively made the points that I would otherwise make. And I commend the member for Bean who has just spoken, who outlined much of the history in respect to the NBN and put forward again the very strong case as to why it should remain in public hands. But let me just make a few observations more broadly about government assets or public assets and the privatisation of them. Firstly, with respect to the NBN, I can recall from day one when it was mooted as an important piece of national infrastructure that needed to be rolled out, the opposition at the time never had their heart in it from day one. They were opposed to it from day one, and quite frankly, when they came into government, made that absolutely clear by rolling out a second-rate NBN using the copper wires, etc., that we've spoken about time and time again. They did that, I think, for two reasons. And it's not just because they wanted to save money, but that firstly they wanted to get it finished off as quickly as possible so that they could then sell it off and get some money back into the coffers. But secondly, I genuinely believe that many members of the opposition really did not understand the significance of what the NBN would do to the future of our country and future generations. It is not just another piece of government property. It's actually an essential national asset, just like our highways are that connect people from one city to another. The NBN did even more than that because it became actually crucial to the way we operate society today. And as I get around the community, one of the things that comes back to me time and time again, particularly in the midst of cost of living debates, is why can't the government put a cap on these prices, and why can't the government control this other price? And in fact, why was those assets, or why were those assets ever sold off in the first place? Because they are so important to everyday living. Indeed, there is a growing sentiment that I'm detecting out there in the community that essential services should always be owned by the government and remain as government assets. In fact, years ago, there was some survey done, and I'm talking probably 20, 30 years ago, where we went through a period, not only here in Australia, but across the world, where public assets were being sold off by governments to private entities. That proved in the end to not have been a very smart decision, again, across the world, and there was a trend coming back, particularly in the Western countries, to buy back those assets. And I'm sensing the same mood right now. The reality is that the sale of public assets in the past may have provided some instant cash for the government of the day, and I hold both governments of both persuasions to account with respect to that. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone in particular. I'm talking about past governments. But in the long term, the public has paid dearly for them, because ultimately the price of the services provided by those public assets has gone through the roof. And secondly, in very few cases have they been properly maintained. And in reality, when they are not properly maintained, it always comes back to the taxpayer or the government of the day to pick up the costs of that unfunded infrastructure that, that ultimately builds up over time. Mr. Speaker, the argument that the private sector can provide services at lower costs than the public-owned entities is also a fallacy. It never truly eventuates, and quite frankly, if there is a problem with the government in terms of managing a particular entity, the answer is not to sell the entity off, but rather to look at what the problem is and get management to perhaps change its direction or whatever the case is. And what we have seen, and I'll use 2 or 3 examples, is that over the years, those assets that were sold off ultimately ended up charging prices that were unrealistic. The first example I want to use is the Commonwealth Bank. Commonwealth Bank was sold in 1996, I think the last part of the sale went through, for about the same amount of money that the Commonwealth Bank now makes in profit each and every year. But even worse than that, the other 3 big banks are equally making similar massive profits. Last year, the 4 major banks together made just under $30 billion of profit. The benefit of having a Commonwealth Bank at the time wasn't just because of the services it was providing, but it acted as a regulator for the other banks in terms of the interest rates and the fees that were being charged. And it set a standard that the other banks had to compete with, and in order to do so, they had to maintain the same level of charges and fees that the Commonwealth Bank did, and so everybody benefited, and that's why the massive profits were also not made. But the other matter, excuse me, with respect to the sell-off of those assets, is that where they are sold off, more often than not, it is foreign investors who come in and buy them. Many of our energy suppliers today are foreign owners. And so even if there is a profit to be made, the profit is not then spent back here in Australia. It is usually shipped off to an overseas country where it is used to benefit that country and the owner of those assets. So it is not even like we're selling them off and ensuring that profits made are then re-spent back in our own country. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the same applies to Telstra. Telstra made $1.8 billion in profit last year. And again, yes, if it was government-owned, perhaps the profit would have been lower, but the fees and charges would have also been lower. And so again, in the midst of a cost of living crisis, people would have been able to cope a lot better. Importantly, it would also enable the government of the day to ensure that the fees being charged were affordable by the broader public. Whereas now, whenever someone says, you know, energy prices are too high or Telstra prices are too high or whatever other private asset is charging, the response is, well, that's the free market in operation and governments really can't do very much about it. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to some of the debate from members opposite, and quite frankly, I do not understand what their problem is with the government retaining ownership of the NBN. Because it is such a crucial piece of infrastructure, it is important, and it is a monopoly service. It is important that, firstly, it's a reliable piece of infrastructure that the Australian people can have confidence in. It must be secure, because if it's not, it can totally disrupt the whole operations of this country. It must be affordable, because everybody needs it. And so again, if it's no longer a luxury or a commodity that people can choose to have or not to have. The reality is that you cannot operate today without it, so it must be affordable. And quite frankly, it must be secure. And the only way we can guarantee its security, or at least the only way we can best guarantee that its security, is if it remains in government hands, where the government can have oversight over exactly what's happening to it, who's got access to it, and what needs to be done to ensure all of that security continues. Mr. Speaker, I'll finish on this. The Minister is sitting at the table, and I thank the Minister for this legislation, because quite frankly, even from day one, when the sale of it was talked about once it was complete, that the sale might happen, it was something that did not sit comfortably with me. When the Albanese government made the decision that the NBN would remain in public hands, I thought that is a decision that makes a lot of sense, provides confidence and security to the Australian people, and one that I would have thought the Australian people would get behind, including members of the opposition. It seems that that is not the case, but can I say, this is a decision that will be supported by the Australian people very broadly. This is a decision that I believe that they would be calling for, and quite frankly, the last thing they would want to see is such an important piece of infrastructure sold off to a private investor and possibly a foreign owner. With those comments, once again, I speak in support of this legislation.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Broadband Network Companies Amendment, Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024, reaffirms the government's commitment to ongoing public ownership of the national broadband network and to remove existing conditions that create a pathway to privatisation of this vital national infrastructure. The bill commits to keeping the NBN wholly owned by the Australian people, including a new Section 43A to make clear Parliament's intention that NBN Co would remain wholly owned by the Commonwealth. The bill removes current conditions that, once satisfied, would enable a future government to privatise the company. The Albanese government's position on the NBN has been clear for more than 3 years. We took a commitment to keep the NBN in public ownership to the last election, to keep broadband affordable in Australia, and to complete building a world-class fibre network. In 2022, we formalised this commitment in a statement of expectations for the NBN, and through this bill, we are enshrining this commitment in law. The government's position has broad support in the community, across consumer groups, regional representatives, and the telco sector. The Shadow Minister admitted in his speech on this bill that the opposition has been on notice since at least 2021 that the government was committed to keeping the NBN in public ownership, so they have had at least 3 years to come up with a position. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to stand corrected, but we heard over 20,000 words spoken by the opposition on this bill, but not the 7 words that Australians want to hear. We support keeping NBN in public ownership. The member for Bradfield, the person who declared that the NBN was built and fully operational in 2020, the first step in a sale process, finally admitted what we suspected all along. The opposition is not supporting this bill because they don't support keeping the NBN in public ownership. Only a Labor government will keep the NBN owned by the Australian people to continue to deliver affordable, accessible, world-class broadband for Australia. I thank all members for their participation in the debate on this legislation.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those in unit say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.